because if there are areas we need to dive deeper on, then we'll have the opportunity to do those things. So please excuse me in advance if I kind of wrap things up, because my goal today is to make sure that we stay on time, and our goal today is to make sure that everyone who's taken the time to prepare and research has their time before this body. Okay? Yes? Yeah. No? All right, good. So that being said, now I didn't have any walk-up music, and I'm kind of feeling some kind of way about that. I mean, what's up? I mean, that, Mr. Manager, you didn't put the walk-up music out.
I'm going to take, that's me.
I know it's your fault, but I bet you got walk-up music.
I bet, yeah.
It's probably Boosie or something, But again, thank you all so much. Thank you, Team Savannah. Again, very, very appreciative of the work. And I think finally it's very interesting, again, that we're meeting in this building, that will really represent a legacy project for us as we go forward. Look forward to the work that's going to be done, particularly now that the SPLOST has passed, as we move into the next chapter of what this building and what this parcel looks like. So that being said, I now call to the stage, you've seen him on the 4th floor, you've seen him on the 2nd floor, you've seen him on the 1st floor, you've seen him in and around town, and he is now actually a prestigious honor, the latest graduate of Leadership Georgia, the 2nd best class ever. My class was the best class ever, and now 20 some odd years later, he's in the 2nd best class. Ladies and gentlemen, our city manager, Joseph J. Melder. Good. Equity. No walk up for me, no walk up for him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Good morning. Always great to be here. I do want to echo the mayor's thanks to Team Savannah, so if we could give Team Savannah another big round of applause. This is phenomenal. Also want to thank our partners in making today possible. Stagefront, which always does an amazing job. Thank you, Stagefront. Thank you for Southern Palate for the wonderful food and breakfast and lunch we'll have today, as well as the mischief makers who are here with their videography to make sure that we capture this correctly. And now, because we don't often do this, and we really, really should, I'd like for Team Savannah to give our sincere thanks to our mayor and council for the amazing leadership that they provide us every day. We really work hard to achieve and implement your vision as we go out there every day. And we know that our job is to implement that vision. Our job is to continue to listen, to hear, to help you shape a vision, and to be your staff that can translate that vision into policy and programs that are going to make a difference in our community. And I think that with this budget, with previous budgets, I believe we've hit the mark. What differs with this budget than in previous budgets that I've presented to you is that this budget is backed by a strategic plan. Savannah GPS, which was a 2-year-long endeavor, has culminated in a roadmap and a set of goals, objectives, and strategies that were built by our community, by you, informed by your civil servants, and is going to serve as a roadmap for us to implement those changes and make advancements on those goals. And that budget, this budget, the FY 2026 budget, is built with those strategies and goals not only in mind, but in the forefront of everything that we've proposed to council in this budget. So we'll start where we should always start, with our mission statement, which serves too as a vision statement for the city of Savannah, that Savannah will be a safe, environmentally healthy, and economically thriving community for all. And of course, we know that all means all, and this budget reflects the all in our mission and vision statement. We know what our core values are. These are the core values that City of Savannah set for us in our Savannah GPS plan. There are many core values, but one chief among them, and that is equity. And I'm so proud to be working where equity is the leading value. Of course, we know what our priority goals are, but we're going to be hearing a lot about them today because we are going to be intentional about setting our budget towards these goals and to the objectives and strategies that support them. We know that our number one goal is to increase public safety. We want to invest in equitable community development and resiliency. We need to expand economic access, opportunity, and vitality. We must develop world-class livable environments and infrastructure. We have to improve the quality of life by raising our own standards, and I'm going to talk a lot about standards today and throughout the next year. That's going to be the theme of 2026, is about setting that Savannah standard. And of course, always being a high-performing government. And let me stick on 6 for a minute. This council has been incredible in investing in Team Savannah. And a lot of the times, whether you've seen this goal show up in budget presentations, we see it as investing in Team Savannah. We see it as good government. But of course, in our strategic plan, that goal is for us to be a high-performing government. So not only does that mean we need to invest in the people that move this work forward, but we also need to invest and be intentional about the work that's going to make our work mean more to the people that we're serving. And being a high-performing government, yes, it's about having great people and good compensation and great benefits and equitable workspaces. But it's also about having integrity, having accountability, being transparent, and being to show those things to you and to our residents. What's also different about this budget, and which is in keeping with the process that we started with Savannah GPS, which is about being community-driven and community-informed, we took the budget formulation process to the people. For first ever, our budget team did a Speak Out Savannah series, which was a budget engagement initiative to learn from our residents and from our community stakeholders about what mattered to them in a budget. The key features here is there was an interactive budget simulation, which was pretty in-depth, and I think we learned a tremendous amount of information from our residents through that budget simulation game, a public feedback survey, and of course, community conversations that were in person and online and across neighborhoods and really everywhere that Savannah went. We talked about this budget and budget formulation, and we put this simulation to our residents. And here's kind of what that engagement came back to. We had 89 days open for the survey. We did 6 social networks and media outlets. We had 308 total submissions. 59 of those were on paper. Again, that's to show you that we went out to our community centers. We helped our residents fill surveys who weren't comfortable doing it online. And we had 274 residents participate in this budget engagement process, which was a number we were really proud of. Here's what our residents said were their priorities in that budget. Here's what they said. And if it looks familiar, it should, because it's almost exactly what our residents said were their top priorities when we came to them for Savannah GPS, and it's what they said their top priorities were when we came to them about SPLOST. So there's a lot of overlap, and we can hear with a clear voice what our community is telling us is their top priorities. Number one, drainage and stormwater, which I'm happy to say is a key feature of the FY26 budget, which we'll talk about a lot today. Crime prevention initiatives, roads, sidewalks, and bike lanes, and housing and homelessness. All efforts that we have been working on very hard with your leadership and things that we need to do more of. Let me go back there. Speak Out Savannah, here's just a list of some of the other engagement programs that we brought Speak Out Savannah to in an effort to be comprehensive in our community outreach. So let me get into the FY26 budget and talk a little bit about overall what that means for us. One, it's a balanced $656 million annual budget, and that's across all funds. This is the largest budget in the City of Savannah's history. 2,704 full-time equivalent employees. You'll see a few additional employees proposed in this budget. The vast majority of those are for the Savannah Fire Department. We're proposing to hire 30 new firefighters to staff our new stations being built across the city. And of course, this budget is built on the current millage rate at 11.749, which is the city's lowest millage rate since 1987, and reflects the rollback rate that council adopted earlier this summer. $204 million of capital improvement projects. Of course, we talked about this being built around Savannah GPS. It absolutely is. Of the 656, 311 are our general fund spending. This introduces our stormwater utility, which is the mechanism that funds the stormwater fund that City Council created earlier this year. There are no draws from our general reserves, and we are investing, as we should, in our comprehensive medical benefits and to our amazing pension fund. Let's talk about the budget in terms of how it hits on our strategic goals. So you'll see $31 million in new investments or continued investments that are directly aligned to our strategic planning and our goals. $103 million in equitable community development, $84 million to expand economic access and opportunity, $259 million to develop world-class livable environments and infrastructure, $23 million to raise municipal service standards, improve quality of life, and $44 million to support this corporation being the highest performing government corporation anywhere. So let's dig into these priority goals and see some of the highlights of the 26 budget. I'm also going to highlight some of the big investments we're going to be able to make because of SPLOST 8, and that our voters across the county approve that investment for the City of Savannah, for all municipalities in the county over the next several years. So we're going to talk about those investments too. SPLOST 8 funds are not built into this budget. They will be built into additional budgets, but we want to talk comprehensively and holistically about the investments that our community is making in these goals. So you'll see these SPLOST numbers highlighted here through my budget message as well as these slides. Talked about 30 firefighters. We've got to add those for the new fire stations that we're building out west. We've got $3 million to rehab the Savannah Fire headquarters. They're on Oglethorpe Street. In SPLOST funding, there's $26.5 million to construct a brand new South Side precinct, as well as a Northwest precinct to include a real-time public safety center. $900,000 to improve the police administration building at 78 Ross Road. $218,000 for new equipment for the Savannah PD. We've got new fingerprint scanners, which is a must-have for us. $200,000 to support a new substation in the Highlands area, and about $300,000 for one fire prevention inspector, a fire prevention plans reviewer, and that's really going to streamline our safety and inspections and increase community safety. This bullet that I just said could also be under high-performing government. This is where we're constantly trying to understand where our gaps are, understand where our bottlenecks are in our services, where we're not meeting the needs of our community, and how can we fill in those gaps to make sure that we're streamlined, we're efficient, and we're effective. And this fire prevention inspector and a plans reviewer is exactly what we identified we need in our fire department to help us move forward with some of our community safety goals. And of course, we're going to continue to invest in our Fusus real-time intelligence platform that has helped us tremendously over the last year and a half of implementation. On to investing equitably in community development and resiliency. We're going to continue our support based on the Housing Savannah Action Plan with $3 million in continued support for the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund. I know you're going to hear from the housing team later. I know that you heard from them on Thursday about the amazing work that we've been able to do with these investments, the amazing work that's in the pipeline. This $3 million is going to continue that amazing work. $1 million for our CPP program, $685 million for our arts, cultural, and enrichment program, $175,000 for a Housing United initiative, which is really the latest outgrowth of the Savannah Housing Action Plan, which calls for greater availability and capacity across the county. And I'm happy to say that we've got county dollars here, we've got CETA dollars here, and this is going to be, I think, a game changer in our community. Of course, we're going to continue and increase our contributions to homeless support grants, $2 million for blighted property acquisition and redevelopment, which is a part of our Affordable Housing Action Plan, $80 million, $40 in this capital budget, and of course $40 that was passed in SPLOST 8 to fund the City Council's Civic Legacy Plan, which deals with this building and with the parcels around it, and $17 million to support the Southside Retrofit and Revitalization Plan, which I think, again, is going to be another game changer in our community and a place where we can think about placemaking and anchoring business development and quality of life in all corners of our city. For our goal for expanding economic access, opportunity, and vitality for all, $60 million in funding for the Savannah waterfront redevelopment. Of course, that's our tourism product development funds and funds available thanks to City Council increasing hotel motel taxes. That's the true two for $20 million in funding for the Waterworks building redevelopment to preserve and restore that historic asset. I know that Council will be approving some of those contracts here shortly. Another investment that could go under good government as well and high-performing government is for a new floodplain coordinator to help work towards a higher community rating system, resulting in greater flood insurance premium discounts for our citizens. I think we're at a level 5 right now, which is really one of the best in the state. We're going to continue to increase that number and continue to lower our premiums for our residents as it relates to flood insurance programs. About $240,000 in CDBG program income funding for education and workforce development. That's the work that Human Services does for our child care support for CDL drivers, et cetera. About $350 in community block grant funds for small business lending, $167,000 for 2 contract coordinators to assist increasing opportunity for local and minority businesses through vendor outreach and compliance diversity initiatives. I want to thank Council for authorizing me to enter into a contract for a platform that's going to help us manage that program a little better, be more transparent, and make sure that our vendors and our Savannah business opportunity ordinance is fully enforced and complied with. $3.1 million for a continuation of the DOT shuttle and the Savannah downtown. Or let me kind of pause here for a minute. I know there's been a lot of activity lately in terms of our great partners and friends at Chatham Area Transit and some of the funding complications that they're working through perhaps with the county, but we want to make sure that our residents know that the City of Savannah is committed to our portions of public transit, so we're going to be continuing to fully support those endeavors. $130,000 for easy charging stations installations, city's parking facilities, and of course a gap analysis for our minority and local business growth opportunities and development to reach market demand. So we're hearing Council loud and clear about those issues and investing in those here under this priority. For developing world-class livable environments and infrastructure, Infrastructure is the most expensive thing that we do. And you saw on the earlier slide of this where a lot of the money is going to, and that's because it's really, really expensive to build the kind of infrastructure that we need now and for our future. This first bullet's $4 million in additional investment to strengthen stormwater maintenance operations. And this is directly tied to that stormwater utility that we're going to talk about a little bit today, but we're going to have a really deep dive on our next council member meeting workshop with Ron and his team. We've really focused any new investment that a stormwater utility would bring into operations that our residents and neighborhoods are going to see right away. So that's what we built in this budget that contemplates a half of year funding of that fund. And that's going to expand our ditch, canal, hand crew maintenance from 2 crews to 5 crews, so more than doubling our capacity there. Adding 2 hydrojet vac trucks, that's doubling our capacity for vac trucks and doubling our capacity for television inspection truck, which is how we go and visualize those lines and know what we need to do to clean out those stormwater systems. I know when these trucks and crews comes to neighborhoods, when water's backing up into the streets, it's a godsend. And so we need more of those crews and more of that equipment to be able to invest. $64 million in SPLOST funding for large capital drainage projects, including those related to the Springfield Canal and to Casey Canal. $146 million spending and improvement for the city's drinking water infrastructure, and of course you know this is all state funding. $42 million to initiate the overhaul of the Georgetown Water Reclamation Facility, address current and future growth needs out west. $26.5 million to support city's water infrastructure. $6.2 to continue modernizing the city's water metering system. AMI Smart Sheets, this is a long program that's going to pay dividends for our residents and for our water customers in the long run, and it's really one of these things we don't talk about, which has been a huge success. $6.2 million in capital allocation supporting streets, sidewalks, traffic calming, and Vision Zero to provide safe transportation, including $44 million to improve Highlands, Benton, and Skidaway Road, and of course that's all your SPLOST state funding as well, and projects that we're excited to get underway. To improve the quality of life by raising municipal service standards, there's $18.7 million in capital investments for your recreation programs, and continue our Rec Reimagined initiative that has really transformed recreation. We've got more transformation to do. $330,000 to improve litter collection services, another thing I hear a lot from council about litter in the streets, litter in our boulevards, litter in our canals and ditches, and we want to increase our capacity to handle litter. We have two new maintenance crew workers to address increased daily maintenance of the landfill, $2 million to address deferred facility maintenance and HVAC repairs across our city-owned facilities, $1.5 support the maintenance needs of city parking facilities, $350,000 to restore the Ellis Fountain, $180,000 in electric signage on East President Street, General McIntosh Boulevard, and northbound Truman Parkway to notify approaching drivers of alternate routes when the railroad crossing is blocked, and this was provided through a grant as well. So this is also just highlighting that this isn't all local taxpayer funded. We're going out and we're winning investments from the state and from the feds as well. $77,000 to enhance accessibility to customer lots and create more aesthetically pleasing and maintenance-friendly environments at the Laurel Grove North Cemetery. I think another legacy that this council will have will be the investments it's made in our city cemeteries and the operations there, and we're continuing that in this budget. And finally, always be a high-performing government. Of course, the biggest bullet here and what Taffany is going to talk about after I leave the stage a lot is how we're implementing Savannah GPS, and that's going to be our roadmap to being a high-performing government. But of course, we also are asking to invest in a 2.7% COLA this year and a 3% general wage increase for unified and managerial pay plans at the midpoint of the year, and a 2.5% increase for the public safety plan. $62,000 for our comprehensive paid internship programs. Any interns in the room today? All right, we got them there in the back. That's an amazing addition that we've made, and it's a big part of our recruitment strategy. $60,000 for Team Savannah's fitness reimbursement program, 36.6 in SPLOST 7 funding that's included in this budget for new municipal office space. As we know, we've talked about space planning for 4 years. We're in kind of dire straits right now, but I think this budget gets us out of that. On-call pay increases from $32 to $125 per week. This is really important for a lot of our employees, public safety and otherwise, that have to serve an on-call shift, which really means they can't be out of town, they can't be doing anything fun. That means they can't jump into a city vehicle and get to a scene or get to their duty station. And $32 for on-call pay, really doesn't satisfy that need. So I'm proposing to increase that to $125. Restructuring of the utility billing and internal auditing departments. You'll remember that, since about 2017, instead of internal auditing, we've had a department called the Office of Performance and Accountability. That is really now the Office of the Assistant City Manager and implementing our strategic plan and making sure that we're performing and measuring against those goals. But we've got to get back to internal auditing. We've got to get back to those core basics of risk management that we need. We're a large corporation, and we've got to be able to do those things without going outside all the time for management reviews and audits, et cetera. We've hired a terrific internal auditor to join the team and lead that small but mighty department. We're going to maintain fiscal discipline. There are no draws on the general fund reserves. I know David Maxwell is going to talk more with you today about how we're being great stewards of taxpayer dollars and keeping our credit rating high and doing everything that we need to do to protect the solvency of the city, which is in really great shape. And we're going to right-size fleet to match workload demands. Fleet is one of our biggest expenses, and it's one where we can get out of control pretty quickly. And we've really taken a pretty intentional effort to understand our fleet better, to right-size our fleet investments to make sure that we're getting the most out of our rolling stock, not over-investing, but making sure that we've got the vehicles that we need. So this is really about saving money and streamlining our processes so that we can share resources and be more effective with our fleet services. So here's a snapshot of what our capital investments are in this budget for this year. $204 million in capital investments just for fiscal year 2026. And you see from across a whole lot of different service lines where we're making big investments. And I wanted to show you, of course, every year we adopt a 5-year capital plan. And what that capital plan outlay is, $791 million, more than $750 million over the next 5 years in capital improvements for infrastructure, recreation, you name it, it's in there. Talked about how we want to talk about SPLOST 8, because SPLOST 8 is going to really be able to fund our capital investments for the next 5 to 6 years, and what that SPLOST 8 penny means to the city of Savannah. I know you're familiar with this. You passed this list earlier this year, but here's a snapshot of what SPLOST 8 is going to provide to us in terms of those different service lines. $74 million in traffic and transportation, $72 million in community development, $11 million in public safety, more than $68 million in stormwater and drainage projects, more than $38 million in parks and recreations, and $17 million for our multimodal infrastructure and mobility projects. Here's our org chart under the City Manager's Authority, and hasn't changed much since last year, except for the creation of an Assistant City Manager position that's really focused on implementing this strategic plan. I think that's really important. Of course, we've had Assistant City Managers before, and they've all been wonderful, but they've also led operational portfolios. And that's really hard to implement a strategic plan when you also have the day-to-day operations of a daily portfolio to check. So that's really the kind of the innovation here for this org chart for this budget, which we implemented actually in 2025. You're going to see Team Savannah come up. We have 8 service centers, but I think of them in kind of 4 big buckets of work that we do. So we're going to talk about our work in those 4 big buckets of work. We've got public safety, which involve mostly police and fire, but that's also WUNS, that's also our court system and others. We've got our public works, which is our government operations team, our water resources team. We've got community development, which is planning and economic development along with community services. And of course, we've got governance, which is our management services, as well as our information public affairs. It also includes you. So our agenda today is going to kind of follow that work a little bit. We're going to hear first from Taffney about implementing Savannah GPS. Then we're going to move into our functional areas of the budget and hear from our leaders in those areas and about what we are investing in for 2026. And finally, as I get off the stage, I want to say that you're going to hear a lot from me and a lot from Taffney this year about setting the Savannah standard. And as we work towards the theme of this budget is securing our future, and you're going to see a lot of investments about securing needed critical infrastructure like water, sewer, and stormwater. You're going to see investments about making sure that we have the right public safety and fire coverage. You're going to see investments related to cybersecurity and others. This is really about securing our future. When we set out this year to come back to you for a 27 budget, and as we implement the Savannah GPS strategic plan, you're going to be hearing a lot about setting that Savannah standard and what that means for this city and how we're going to measure against these goals and make sure that we're transparent about setting benchmarks and having dashboards and measures that our community and you can follow to help judge our results. So with that, I'm happy to introduce this budget and happy to introduce your Assistant City Manager, Taffney Young, to talk about implementing Savannah GPS, your strategic plan. Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, wow, it is way too early for everybody to sound tired.
Where's your picture?
Huh?
Where's your picture?
Oh. We'll fix it for next year. Well, good morning, everyone, and to our mayor and city council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about Savannah GPS. So as you all know, the worst thing that can happen to a plan is that it ends up on the shelf, collecting dust. And for those who have been here at least, I'd say probably for the last, say, 10 years or so, you are probably going to remember the names of some past plans. Savannah Forward. There's a whole lot of work went into developing that plan. Probably not real sure about what part of that was implemented. We then had a former plan that we got off the ground right before this one, and that one also was not implemented. And I think the difference that we have with Savannah GPS is that everything that you hear today, nearly every slide that you see today, is going to have specific citations to the Savannah GPS plan. We're very serious about implementing this plan. It's a vision of the community, it's the direction of city council, and it's also the insight of the staff about the types of strategies that we can do that we believe will be effective in the implementation of that plan. As the city manager said, each chief is going to come up, they're going to talk about the investment that they're seeking council's approval of and how that ties directly to the plan. It's the job of the Assistant City Manager's office to execute 4 key things around that plan. First, it's our job, my job, to ensure that the plan is understood at every level within the organization, across all 2,600 employees. It's not going to be a top-driven plan. It's a bottom-up plan, including engagement of the community. Second, My job is to make sure we work in a coordinated and unified fashion, and I'll be sharing a little bit more about that. Third, it's my job to ensure that we incorporate the community, that the public is engaged at every opportunity, not just to watch the plan being implemented, to actually participate in the implementation of the plan and in holding us accountable. And then finally, to deliver real and tangible results to the community. The Savannah GPS plan is a contract. And when council approves the budget, I would say it's going to be a promissory note. We're asking you and we're asking the citizens of this city to invest their hard-earned dollars into this organization on the promise that we will deliver the vision that they have outlined. So the plan took about 18 months to be fully developed, and council approved it in July of this year. I'd like to share with you what we've been up to for the last couple of months to gear up for its implementation and how we are moving forward with a unified strategy. Let's see. When we did the strategic plan, you all have all heard of who, what, where, when, and why. When the plan itself was developed, it addressed two of those questions. That was the what and the why. Now we are engaging in the development of the implementation plan, and that's where the rubber meets the road, and we're defining who is going to do what specific task. When will those be done? Where will they be done? The why came from your voices. It came forward through council's visioning, through the leadership sessions, through the executive team feedback, community engagement sessions, online surveys, and even employee feedback. The why also springs forth from our vision statement, as well as the core values that City Council approved. The what in the plan is identified through 6 priority goals, 20 objectives, and 84 strategies. There are 84 strategies in the plan. And only maybe less than 10 of them actually have one activity to do, and when it's been done, that strategy's been fully implemented. Most of the strategies in the plan have 3 to 4 different strategies embedded in each one of those. So it takes a lot of coordination to be able to get an organization our size on that path together. In September, we had round 1 sessions. Every month, we are having monthly sessions on every strategic priority in the plan, and there are 6. We introduced implementation planning so that the staff would begin to understand what it means to move outside of silos and begin to work across the organization to implement shared strategies. Staff learned about lines of effort. Lines of effort is a new part of our vocabulary, something that the city manager brought back to us from his visit with the military college, where he learned about lines of effort. That's a military planning strategy that is now used across business and government. And what that means is that when we go to do any work, it's usually not one office that executes it. There are multiple lines of effort, multiple activities done across the organization. So if you think of the military trying to move troops around the globe, there's no one office that does that. That's a unified effort that involves logistics, medical, housing, transportation, equipment. But in order for them to execute it, we have to weave together those lines of effort into one unified action. All of the departments understood that strategy. They participated in that in September, and the slide that you see in front of you now are examples of the 6 priorities. Each row that you see is a separate strategy, and the final column exhibits the number of departments that step forward to say, hey, you know what? I might not always be in public safety, but there's things that I'm doing over in code compliance that affects public safety. Or maybe I'm in recreation, but I know that if I can engage young people, I can reduce crime because I'm keeping them off the street. It's that collective thinking and understanding how does your work in your department relate and tie in and further advance the strategies within the plan. That was the activity that we engaged in September. In October, we began round 2, building the actual implementation plan. Representatives came across the organization from different departments, some of them coming to multiple sessions because they knew that they could contribute to a variety of strategies within the plan. Now we are in the process of identifying the specific activities that we will be placing on our dashboard for the public to see. There are tons of things that the departments of the City of Savannah do every day to further Savannah GPS. But which of those do we want to highlight on a regular basis? Which of those do we feel will have the greatest impact is what the staff is deliberating about now. As you can see on this slide, for every strategy, all 84 strategies in the plan, we are identifying 3 top activities that we will engage in 2026 to further that plan. The wonderful thing about Savannah GPS is that it is written as a living document, which is so different from other plans. Many plans are written with a strategy as one and done. But the way that it's written, it is broader. It allows an opportunity to be creative on an annual basis, to go after new opportunities to further each one of the strategies in the plan. So what will we be doing next? What is our commitment to you around the plan? We will continue to hold monthly strategic action team communication meetings, and we'll be doing report outs from there. We will finalize our year 1 implementation plan build out. You all heard recently in one of our workshops about the equity implementation framework. That framework will be integrated with the strategies that will be implemented on an annual basis, and we will be tracking that information. For performance measurement, we will be honing in on our process targets versus actual outcome targets. We know that you typically see a bunch of numbers of what we achieved. We did 50 of this, 2,000 of that. But what is the true impact on the community? How did the community benefit? We'll be looking and tracking actual community benefits with the help of the community. Data reporting. There will be public dashboards and reports. We'll be working with our communication office to make sure that we have a strategic communication plan for both internal communication and external communication throughout the year. It's our goal to capture the work as it is happening, not giving you a number later on and saying, oh, you should have been there. If you could have just seen what it looked like before we touched that. So it's our intention to track everything and make sure we're maintaining a public record of the history of the implementation of the plan. And then finally, continuing to increase our effectiveness. We'll be working with our staff to skill up, even among our leadership team, how to manage complex projects more effectively, how to better engage the community, how to report on progress. And then finally, as the city manager said, and where I will end, is developing a culture of excellence. What is the Savannah standard? It is one word: excellence. That is the word that we will strive for on a daily basis, and we'll be working across the organization to implement strategies, to change processes, to improve communication, to ensure that we are now achieving the Savannah standard. So with that, I'd like to transition to our very first set of presenters, and that is in our public safety realm. And I believe we have Chief Handy, who's ready to come up and talk to you about Savannah Fire Department and their efforts to implement Savannah GPS.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, as Tiffany transitions out, now y'all see what happened. So Jay got us off time. Tiffany got us back on time.
You got us off time.
You saw that. You saw that. I just wanted to see that. Yes, ma'am.
So what did you say about questions? Are we to wait till?
Well, I mean, if you have them.
I have a quick question for Taffany. Yes, ma'am. So Taffany, during the implementation phase, I assume you all can hear me. Will the public be allowed to afford an opportunity? I know they have a dashboard, and I know you'll be providing reports during the process, but would they have an opportunity to weigh in regarding the implementation process? If so, how would that work?
It's our goal to, well, there's a couple of things that we're planning. One of the things that we'll be working on in 2026 is strengthening our neighborhood associations, advancing neighborhood certification, and having regular meetings where we're bringing them together. So part of what we want to do is to act through the organizations that already exist, but we're also looking at, as we are developing strategies within the plan that we want to roll out, part of the equity framework is ensuring that we actually have residents engaged in that process.
Okay.
We also have strategies within the plan that build that network. You have a strategy under community development and resiliency to capacity build within the community, to train volunteers, to integrate them with the work of the City of Savannah. So that core strategy in and of itself will create a base for us to begin to move and work with the community. We're also looking at, through our communications office, being able to have regular meetings that City Council will host throughout the year. We want to be able to work with you all to come up with a calendar for the year of regular intervals. We're not only reporting to people in those sessions, but asking them to engage. So if we're presenting the opportunities in a regular framework through your town hall meetings, through neighborhood meetings, our goal is to actually have a core of residents sign up to participate on whatever topic they feel strongly about.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Technically,
Would you just grab the mic?
I thought that was the original plan back in 2019, that what you just said, we were going to engage the community, make the community neighborhood associations as well as some of the engaged neighbors part of the process that we're trying to do now. It almost seemed like it's repetitious.
Well, in fact, you're correct. And on an annual basis, we actually need to make that the priority every year. So this would be, under the best case scenario, on an annual basis, we should be meeting with community organizations, identifying their top 3 issues within the community, and working with them to implement strategies to address those on an annual basis.
So
That's-
so you're comfortable with saying the closest able places would be our community centers. We enable our community centers to be a good hub for our neighborhood associations to perform out of?
I absolutely, yes. I think that those buildings are there for the community to engage. I think we need to take advantage of them, but I know we also have to recognize we have a lot of Savannah that doesn't have any community center at all. So it's really our job to identify locations within those areas. I know we were in a recent discussion around like Middle Ground Road, and identifying that there's no community centers on that side of Abercorn in that area at all. But we do know that we have churches in that area that would open up their doors and allow us to host meetings there. We know we have other organizations that would open up their places of business to allow us to utilize meeting rooms. We just have to be more strategic and make sure we're getting the word to residents that aren't normally engaged. So yes, I definitely say, you all know my history, support our neighborhood associations, build their capacity, increase their membership, but also recognize everybody's not a member of a neighborhood association. So
Thank
we
you.
have to
And
act.
to that end, I wanted to just let the city manager that him and me to a lesser degree are meeting regularly with neighborhood leaders intentionally for that purpose. I think our goal ultimately is to be over-communicative for not only those who remain engaged, but as you said, those that are not necessarily engaged. I mean, everybody just doesn't have the wherewithal after a long day to come to a community meeting or be engaged. So I think we're doing a good job, even if some people get it more than once. At the risk of being over-communicative, we actually catch people who may not have been caught before. So, I'm sorry, Jay.
And just to chime in there, I think, we do community engagement all the time, every day, every week. I think what we want to make sure happens with Savannah GPS is that all of those engagements become about hearing and collecting the vision and the needs and the concerns of our citizens so that we can have a process for addressing those. And I think I'm going to continue to lean on that metaphor of GPS, that GPS isn't something that you turn on in your driveway and turn off immediately. It's something that stays on with you until you reach that destination. And so that's what that Savannah GPS is also designed to do, not only set goals, but also create a common framework and language so that every engagement we have with our community can be tied back to this plan, that we can hear things and adjust to those plans accordingly. And we also have to be very, very intentional about setting spaces and times where we're talking specifically about the plan, about the strategies, about the objectives, whether or not they're still the right ones that we need to have this year or not.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Tiffany, I hear you talk a lot about our neighborhood associations. I would hope that you could engage young people. When I go to these neighborhood association meetings, there are a lot of elderly people there, and so our young people are not engaged. So maybe if you could go to our athletic departments and get those young people engaged and involved. What you're saying sounds good, but we have to get our young people engaged, because the elderly people, they don't have a lot of the vision and the wherewithal that the young people have. So try to find a way to engage the youth as well.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that feedback, and I would say, I absolutely agree with you. Our young people and also our young adults, our 20-somethings, 30-somethings, 40-somethings, is a huge gap. You know, we have more contact with young people through our sports programs and other activities, leadership programs for young people, and then you're right, it jumps up to seniors. But we have that, I don't even know if we can call it a missing middle, it's darn near everybody else in between, that we don't utilize those opportunities. Our goal is to look at all of the points of contact that we have with people in the organization and begin to put Savannah GPS in front of them so that they're able to see what we're doing. But as the city manager said, we've got to begin that two-way communication where we're continually getting feedback and continually adjusting to changing needs. So for example, if people are coming in to pay a water bill, where is Savannah GPS in that interaction? If we have job training programs under Coastal WorkSource or under Human Services that the city manager mentioned, why are we only doing that? Where is Savannah GPS in those moments? I think we also have to make sure that you're equipped with Savannah GPS information, because if there's a #1 group that has contact with the public, it's elected officials. Everywhere you go, you can't go into a grocery store, you can't go to church, you can't go anywhere without somebody coming up to you. So you're one of the best vessels in order to be able to share what's happening and also to receive information. But that means as a staff, we have to keep you informed.
Exactly.
We have to give you that material. That's why that dashboard and regular reports and making sure you know what we're up to will serve, honestly, our purposes even better than we could, because you're out there so much. So all of those things are discussions we have now that we are planning, and we'll be coming up with those strategies. But please reach out to me, to the city manager's office, to let us know if you have any ideas. All ideas are welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I wasn't sure about the procedure here, so I guess this is a J question, really. I didn't know we were supposed to be asking the questions as we were going along. I actually read through this stuff, over the weekend and had some questions, and I thought we would kind of discuss some of this important budget material here. And looking at the agenda here, if we're on time, I didn't see any time in here for our questioning or any kind of discussion. So right now, I'm feeling a little bit rushed that all of this information and the discussion and the questions won't be able to be had. I'm curious because one time we used to meet mid-year and have a mid-year budget session similar to this and look at the funding and what we were going to move around for the rest of the years and adjustments, and we stopped doing that. And then we used to call in at least each district person and sit down, and you have a discussion about the needs, wants, desires of the district and meet with budget and finance. And I didn't get a call this year to do that, so I hadn't had an opportunity to sit down and have any kind of discussion about the budget. I know we're using a different process, but this one seemed to be even more limiting, because I don't know if we're going to to have the discussion I was expecting for us to have around all this information today. So I guess me reading through all of this over the weekend and putting all these tabs in here was for nothing.
No, it's not for nothing, ma'am. I think, again, as I said in my opening comments, we will have as many additional sessions to drill down on whatever council wants to drill down. I think it's important that the staff has the opportunity to present the information. So our budget, we have till December 31st to approve a budget. And so whatever time we need to take, we'll take that time to be able to do it. But I think it's
Back
equally.
to Jay,
Right.
who's responsible for this. I was trying to talk to
Yes,
you
ma'am.
about.
So,
Wait a minute, I'm not through. About this process. Coming back, the parking lot and all of that, that seemed to be diverse of, we need to be having certain conversations as we go, as the department heads and everybody come up and we go over these numbers, we should be having some type of dialogue. And we're just sitting here, and I'm checking the box of us going down the list, but we're not having this discussion as elected policymakers. And it just seemed a little rushed right now.
Again,
And like,
and
and like
I'll
we've,
answer
I'm
this.
talking, and like we've had no process and no opportunity to have these conversations, Jace. This is seeming like it's a little off-putting from being an elected sitting here going through this process. This is really just, we don't really need to be here as far as impacting what's being presented. Jay.
Mr.
yes,
Manager.
ma'am. So we haven't changed the process this year from previous years. We did have budget engagement one-on-ones with council members, and I can, I remember that you brought in we had the large sheets up on the wall for you, and we can discuss that. We have notes from that meeting as well. And from others, we want the discussion today. We're also trying to make sure that we get you hear from all of our service center chiefs about the budget enhancements. And I think that we've just included time for the discussion within those times that we've allotted for today for those discussions. So we'll try to make sure that our presentations are quick so that we can have time for that discussion. We also added additional engagements this year for the budget, which was our Speak Out initiatives that went out into communities to talk about budget formulation. So we have not made any changes to the budget process. We also did do a mid-year budget workshop with council. You may recall, I think we were still at the school board building when we had the mid-year budget workshop with council. I think that was in late June. That's also when we began our millage rate discussion. We joined that up with our millage rate setting discussion every year. But certainly open to any type of change in the process that we might think may lead to better discourse and more understanding from the council so that we can receive your adequate direction on how to shape the budget in the future. And apologies if there was, any miscommunication on, my part about the process, but it was the same exact process that we've done for the last 4 years,
Maybe
at
I'm
least
just
that
the
I've
only
been
one
here.
getting left out.
It wasn't clear,
Again, I think
because I didn't get it.
I took advantage of my opportunities. I hope council members as well to interact. But as I said, this is not a one-off opportunity. This is an opportunity for the staff to present.
have an opportunity.
We will have as many opportunities as council would like to have, whatever departments we would like to meet with. So again, the goal is to get the information out today. The parking lot is for opportunities for us to focus to come back. So, yes, sir.
Respectfully, sir, some of us, we do meet with the city manager.
Yes, we do.
And a lot of our issues that we have brought forth. And I don't want it to seem like it's the same thing being said over and over. I mean, that's why you may seem like we're giving you some pushback, but a lot of the stuff that's in here that we may not agree with, that money is being poured into certain areas that we feel like it should and have been for a while, going in these areas that should be going and allocated in other places, sir.
That's the purpose, that's the purpose of this budget session. Ultimately, the recommendations are made by the city manager, it is the council's budget. So we vote, which becomes the city's budget, so.
But what I'm saying, I don't want it to look like it's a lot of pushback.
Oh, no,
But
not at all.
but collectively, I think everybody's in the same mind of, we really wanted to deep dive into and consider the time of today. I know I see the parking lot, but I just wanted to make sure everybody
Yeah.
was on the same page
Yeah.
of, we really want to make this a priority when moving the city forward. And when people ask us in the public about what's going on with their money, what's going on with their safety, and what's going on with the future, we will be able to have a conversation that reflects why we're here today.
That's why we are not only live streaming this, we're also televising it, and again, for the purposes of having those conversations. We have well over a month now to get all of this worked out, and again, let us take advantage of this parking lot opportunity. Again, we will set as many additional sessions as council wants on any department that we want to deep dive on to be much more surgical. We just can't be surgical on everything today. We'll just never get through the presentations.
Would it be more helpful for us to use this pad and write down the departments in which we have,
Sure.
want to really get into, so that
Sure.
it'll actually streamline it a little bit faster?
Sure, but for us, let's use that parking lot as well, because that helps to inform staff.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. City Manager and Council, each week we meet with the city manager, and it's not been a time that I haven't specifically addressed my budget concerns. And so collectively is the concern that I have now, because when we disseminate the money and we put it in those specific treasure troves, we don't get that information until the end. The whole year is an explanation and a reason to tell you what I want in my budget. I think I've been very adamant and succinct about that. The problem that I'm having now is during the year when we have these presentations and in this budget, I would like to see a budget that is in parity of what we are investing. We always say what they need, and the need does not always benefit those who need these things in our community. And I say that because we keep giving the same people money, and the information that I get from my community is the service are still less than. And so if we're gonna keep giving people more money or less money, inside this book and this summary, and when they do the presentations, it should tell us who they serviced, because we don't know that. We have presentations all the time, and they tell us what they're gonna do. But I worked for a Fortune 500 company too, and every time we gave a department money, they had to show us who they served, what was the difference from that year and this year. We don't get that. And so I'm saying that I get it because those same people who get money, they don't always do what they say they're gonna do. And it's proof positive because we're getting the same concerns that things aren't measuring up. And people are getting $10,000 and $20,000, and I've had a nonprofit for 10 years, and I can tell you what I can do with $20,000. I don't know where they're buying their things from, but $20,000 should be an amazing. When people say that they're not getting what they asked for, I believe everybody is saying that they're wanting to feed people, and we're giving people programs, but we're not taking care of the holistic child. We have a recreation department where y'all saying that, I was trying to take these notes down, and I'll be brief, but we really do need to hone in on recreation for our children, because we keep saying that we want to give them things to do, and then we have so many gaps in recreation. It's not meeting where our children need to be. The centers, they don't close. What is, Mr. City Manager, what is the average time for the centers to be open in a community? In my community, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Most service centers stay open till 7, others stay open till 8.
Okay, and that is one of the problems I have. We have to do something about the times that we're saying that we're saying that we're giving people tools, to take care of our children when we're not. Because most of the programs don't reflect the need from our community. And so if we're gonna keep giving the same people who saying they're taking care of our children and we're not getting a return on our investment, the return on the investment that we get should be that we really are taking care of our children, and it's not a PowerPoint. And the strategy should meet the implementation. And there is a gap between what our strategy and our plan is and the implementation. I'd like to see us do better.
I'm going to get us back on extract, because now we're getting into presentations that should be coming up later on, so.
Well,
let's-
Mr. Mayor.
No, I understand that, I'm just saying, let's
Okay.
go ahead and get Chief Handy and the gentlemen who've been standing here, let's get started on that.
But one thing
And-
I'd like to ask a question, since we got everybody here and the community. When the alderman said that we would have an opportunity to have questions, will they be after? Because I'm an older person, and I learned, I can't see everybody's presentation even when I take notes. I will be a little shorter, but I want to be able to ask a question after they leave.
Again, we said we would, but not extensively. And again, if there are areas that we have on the parking lot that we need to drill down on, we will bring them back.
Okay, so are we going to bring the public back? Because the questions that I have.
Everything
down
we
here-
do is before the public.
I want to be clear.
This is a public meeting.
This is a public meeting. Are we going to have another public meeting like this? That's my
Yes.
question.
We have everything we do, our workshops, everything are in
No, sir,
public.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm asking. This.
No, will it be
workshop-
set up like this?
Yes,
No.
that's what I'm
No, I
asking.
mean, but then, most of the folks here are not public, they're
Okay,
staff.
I'm glad you said that, and I have one more thing. We got to do a better opportunity in how we get that information out, because we're not getting to where it needs. A lot of people who I need to get this information, they're at work, they either working the hours that we don't offer it. Now, we are having later meetings, I appreciate that, but we have people working all over this city that are 20 and 15 minutes away. And so I just like for our marketing to make sure that a newsletter or something, or give these, we've got people sanitation out all the time. How come they can't have flyers in their car, wherever they are, and say, do you know about this meeting?
Ma'am, this has been
Point of
public,
contact.
this has been publicly noticed as a public meeting.
I'm not talking about.
Well, but it is,
I'll
it
wait.
is. And although I think the release went out a little later than I would like to, it's been done in accordance with the law. And additionally, we are publicly streaming this meeting, and we're showing it on our stations. We have been announcing this for well over a month, and it's been in our newsletter.
I'm not talking about this specific
All right.
one. I'm
Okay.
talking about the
So we-
all
neighborhood
right.
meetings.
We
in
also
Well,
have two public hearings,
For the budget, correct.
so we've run the same budget process for the last 4 years that I'm aware of. We actually added to it this year with our Speak Out Savannah initiative, where we did specific budget engagement and forums with the public. We created a budget formulation tool that we asked members of the public to complete as well. And those were some of those survey results that I shared with council in my opening. So we have, I want to, I'm hearing the feedback that we want more engagement, and we can find ways to do that. I want to also say that we did take extra steps this year to get with our public, to get with our residents specifically around budget engagement. And that's different than we've done in previous years. And that's a direct reflection of some of the feedback that I received from council. I also know that we sent council that budget engagement survey. We have, for the council members that filled out that survey, we have those results. We do meet, I do meet weekly or bi-weekly with most every city council member, and we've talked about budget issues, either directly or indirectly in those meetings, and happy to point out where those are reflected in the budget as well for the specific things that I've heard from council. But I want to just acknowledge, hear council about more intentional engagement around budget formulation. So continue to increase that. But I was proud of the Speak Out Savannah initiative that we did in August and September of this year with our residents.
Mr. City Manager, I'm not negating anything that you've done. I'm just saying that we can do this. This is a budget where y'all saying this is the most money that we've ever spent. Why couldn't we have 2 days or at least a day and a half so that we wouldn't have to be rushed? I'm feeling rushed right now. I do meet with you.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, I don't think you all are hearing what the council members are saying. We've had meetings, but we have not specifically had a meeting with all of us talking about what it is that we need or we want for the city of Savannah collectively as council. And this is being rushed. And my question to you, Mr. City Manager, is this. The items that's in the budget book, they came from the community, true indeed. But we as the elected officials should be the ones sitting down and having the conversation with you, with budget and everybody else saying, this is what our community needs, our community wants.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all they're saying.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that clarification. I do hear that. We did, and you may recall, it's been a long year. Budget formulation is a year-long process. We sent out those meeting requests to council in May.
Yep.
We had those meetings, and I can provide a report to council for the council members that attended those meetings or signed up to attend those meetings. We have the budget surveys completed by council that we've kept, as well as notes from council members on those specific meetings about what they wanted to see in the budget. Council was our first outreach in budget formulation, and that was in May and June. In June and July, we took those as a team and started to develop some of our service enhancement requests, understood what our millage rate was going to be, et cetera, to kind of put the broad strokes together for a budget. Then we went to the community in August and September, and then September and October, we finalized the balance for the budget, including the new initiatives and new investments that we were going to make as a result of what we heard from our community, from council members, as well as gaps that we identified in our own staffing. And that's been the process every year that I've been here. If there is and I completely respect, this is your budget, you have to adopt this budget. So if there is a change that we want to make about how many days or how often we meet specifically as a council on a budget, I'm happy to implement that. Unfortunately, I wasn't aware of a need to change the process until I'm hearing it this morning. And we can do what we need to do between now and December 31st to have those engagements. And we certainly have all of the, if we want to be more intentional about the FY 27 budget development process, we absolutely can. So I'm hearing you, but I'm hearing it for the first time this morning. So as we continue today, I'll be kind of thinking about how we can better meet the needs for this budget as well as budgets to come.
Let me say this, and then we're going to move on. The Savannah GPS process begins with council and it ended with council. The budget process begins with council and it ends with council. The city manager and his team had done their due diligence to engage us through surveys and through meetings. If we didn't take advantage of that, that is not on them. So they've done and asked and met. I know because I've took advantage of my opportunities to do that.
We need to do it collectively.
Well, again, no, it becomes individual.
It's collective.
No, this is the beginning of that collective process. The city manager has presented a proposed budget to us that is a reflection of his interactions with council, staff, and the community.
The process is worse.
Well, no, this is how the process goes. And it comes back to us.
Been around a lot of
We
processes,
now
and it's
take this
not.
proposed budget and then we work on it in terms of what our needs are.
What does
So
that
again,
mean?
huh?
What does that mean?
Man,
We
can make
work
no
on
sense.
it.
Oh, ultimately, he's giving us a proposed budget. This is a proposed budget because ultimately it is not the budget until council adopts it.
Exactly, and I think all
So,
they're
so,
asking,
let me
Mr.
finish.
Mayor.
So, this is, the purpose of today is for these presentations, for us to hear what the basis is of the city manager's proposal. Again, this is not the adoption of the budget. In addition to the two public hearings that we must have by law, we will have as many engagement sessions as you want. We can do them 5 days a week, all day, if that is what you want to do, for us to get to the adoption of the budget. But to insinuate that the staff has not engaged us, tried to engage us, and have taken what they've gathered from us, not only in the specific budget considerations, but also in their meeting with us. Again, they meet with us all the time. Hopefully you meet with them. It is really not fair to them. And so we're gonna let them
Mayor
get.
Johnson, it must be something wrong.
you know,
It is.
All of us
well, I think
feel
it-
the
I
And I
think-
meet
same
with
way.
them
I think it's
regularly.
called reading and meeting. So again, we're gonna let them get through these presentations
I
today.
read regularly,
Well, good.
just about everything.
We're going
and
to
meet with
let
them
them
regularly.
get
And something is still
through
wrong
their
with this process.
presentations today. And then at the end of this, council gets to decide, and if you look at the very last item, it says council direction. And then
How much
we
time
will
do we get for
decide,
that?
as much time as you want to. Again, we be all night.
No,
Well, but at the end of this, the council will decide how much more engagement we need, we want, and we will have it. We could have it every single day. The goal for us is for us to be able to come to a meeting of the minds to approve a budget. And I think that is what this process is all about. I'm asking all of you to allow staff to make these presentations that form the basis of the city manager's recommendation. Okay? And so that's how we're going to proceed today. We're going to let them make their presentations, and then after they've made their presentations, we get to decide if we want them to come back, if we want to have additional information, whatever or however this collective process will be. But the goal is ultimately, this is not the budget until the city council votes on it. So, Chief Handy, would you please proceed? And I'm sorry for some of that delay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And good morning. My name is William Haney. I'm your interim fire chief for Savannah Fire Department. I'm grateful for this opportunity to stand before you to talk a little bit about Savannah Fire Department's accomplishments and moving into our FY 2026. You've heard a lot of conversation about Savannah GPS. You've been involved in Savannah GPS. And out of the 6 goals, we know one of them is public safety. Certainly, we are embedded in public safety, but we feel that we are connected to all 6, and we have a part directly or indirectly involved with those. Something important with us is we are in the final stages of Savannah Fire Department's strategic plan. We've deliberately held off on that plan so we could make sure that we have aligned our plan to support Savannah GPS. And that's important to us, it's important to our staff to make sure we are facilitating the items that you are wanting to see in Savannah GPS. Our 2026 proposed budget, you see an increase of 32 FTEs. That great increase is, I'm going to go into it later, but a lot of that is operational staffing and to help enhance the public safety, the safety of our inspections. Also, what the men and women do supporting fire stations. I want to hit our mission statement, protect life, property, and the environment through prevention, education, emergency response. Provide professional and compassionate service to our community. Maintain readiness through training, teamwork, and dedication. Foster safety, trust, and respect among our members and those we serve. That's extremely important to our folks in the fire service. I'm going to go quickly through our 2025 accomplishments. Before I hit in our accomplishments, I want you to know that in 2024, your fire department responded to 13,960 calls for service. That's what we responded to. That's what the men and women, when the bell rang, they responded to support our citizens in need. To date, to this day, we're at 11,992 calls for service. We are projecting to meet the same number or around thereabouts with maybe a minor increase. If I focus in on our medical responses, last year in 2024, we responded to 3,710 medical calls. To date, we are 3,518. We are forecasting that we're seeing an increase in our medical responses. So those are with that information, that data, that's what we are using to help forecast our future. Excuse me. In our expansion with 16, we had a groundbreaking in February, on February the 7th for Station 16 to put needed services out in New Hampstead for our communities. That station is 3002 Highgate Boulevard, New Hampstead West. That's going to dramatically reduce lengthy response time to service in our community in that area. Our leadership, we had 46 promotions. That is huge for us. It's bolstering our succession planning and moving our personnel through the ranks. I should emphasize, from assistant chief to our battalion chiefs, to our captains, our fire engineers, and our advanced firefighters. We've had a lot of movement through the ranks, and that is helping us continue and leading with the level of service that's deserved for our citizens. Preparedness, emergency management conducted the first citywide full-scale hazmat exercise back in May. That incident was located at 1201 West Lathrop. What this did was tested that facility's emergency operations, their personnel, and how they react to their plant issues or incidents that occur, but it also tested first responders, our command post operations, and medical facilities in simulating a call that would affect our community and how would we react. We are cultivating that data now to make improvements to responses to help holistically. Innovation, leverage software to reduce the amount of staff time calculating personnel hours, created automation for 56-hour work week employees. Basically, that is helping reduce staff errors for our personnel. Use of incident data to aid in our responses, adjusting where do we see the need and focusing our responses to improve our community's well-being. Excellence, grow and educate our youth. We're hoping to prepare them not only in life experiences, but also hopefully we see the return on them coming back to working in our city, whether it's in, personally I would prefer them to come to fire, but I'm okay if they go to another department. But just as long as we are cultivating the youth in our community. We've done that by our ladies Camp Ignite, our Explorer program, which is continuing today. Camp Hero for our young men, that was our first inaugural camp this year, great success, and our job fairs. Community outreach, we hosted 2 open houses to invite our community in to meet their firefighters, to see the equipment and the investments that their money goes to fund. It was important for us to develop those relationships with our community. We want them to see it. We want them to touch the fire truck. We want them to truly understand what firefighters do. We had 2 of those, one at 10 West 33rd and one at 5 Skyline Drive. We will continue that into 2026. Firefighters have gone into the community installing smoke alarms, replacing batteries, trying to ensure that we can reduce fires or early detection for fires in our community. Our Youth Fire Centers program made contact with 8 at-risk youth to help them through fires. So a holistic approach of trying to reach our community in Curve. Our wellness, it's important for us to have healthy firefighters. That's going to reduce accidents, injuries on scene, whether it's around the station, And we are seeing that improvement. Our personnel are really go-getters in physical fitness. We appreciate that, but it's not only in fitness, it's their wellness. We've contracted with Candler to make sure, St. Joseph Candler, to make sure that we're doing tests for them for early detection. Physicals, we're taking a step further for gear bags. We have gear bags that are completely sealed. When they're having to travel from different stations, their gear that may have particulates on it is not extending into their vehicle or into their personal clothing. Training is huge for us. We've completed the first phase of removing the older burn building in our training tower. That was huge for our personnel to see that, and we're moving into a new facility in the future for construction of a new facility. That is our center point for all of our folks in advancing our training and focusing on resilience in our training to make sure we are doing it right. That doesn't stop there. We've had numerous classes from liquid natural gas, marine boat training, and also our hazardous material training. Collaboration, we're working well with partners, establishing even more partnerships. Red Cross, we have a great partnership. United States Coast Guard, Second Harvest for helping distribute food, and also our area departments working well with them and creating that collaboration and a great working relationship. Enhanced fire response and community safety. The 30 personnel that you've heard talked about earlier, that is going to help staff our New Hampstead Highgate Boulevard Station. There's going to be 2 companies there. Those personnel will staff that. What that does is that secures a permanent foothold in that community that those communities can go to and see. They have the ability to go to a fire station in their community that also, and I'm sure it's going to be talked about, it's being utilized as a public safety facility. They will get their needed resources. This is dramatically changing response times for us to get services to our residents in those outer reaching areas in New Hampstead. It's going to enhance our fire safety education in those areas. We're going to spend more time there. They have a facility they can go to and see. This all aligns in with our goals and what you see listed, our public safety for faster responses, better coverage. It's building a stronger and safer community. I'm not going to go through all the goals. I'm going to hit this one: high-performing government, efficient staffing, sustainability, and service excellence. Our citizens demand the best, and that's what they deserve. Strengthening safety and service. You'll see PPE listed on there, and that's personal protective equipment. It's that gear that you see firefighters put on every single day with their helmets, their coats. I'm going to go into that, but the increase in what we're seeing in our budget is the staffing, and that is falling into what we use to prepare our personnel for those roles. It's working to their certifications, advancing in our EMT certifications, recertifications for those, so we are able to deliver that high quality service. Moving into our protective equipment, that's crucial. We are working, and this council is working, as we appreciate this council's work, in helping us provide a second set of turnout gear, PPE gear for our personnel. So those carcinogens that are on there, they're able to remove that and go into a cleaner set of gear. We were able to send the other set for laundering to clean. It's important for health for our folks. But not only that gear, but as we look to enhance to newer technology, they have I'm going to go past this, but PFAS, you've heard PFAS talked about, non-intentional PFAS in the gear. So those are things and technology that we're looking through to help enhance the longevity of the gear, our personnel, and making sure we're in compliance with NFPA standards. Facility and station upkeep, A new fire station coming online, Station 16. It's definitely operational cost and making sure that we're able to meet that. Here again, you see our goals that we are working through to make sure that we are honoring that of what's in this plan of Savannah GPS. Streamline of fire safety inspections, increase community safety. Fire prevention plans reviewer, a fire prevention inspector. That's additional plan reviews that we can remove backlogs, improve permitting. Not only that, but quicker turnaround for those who have having issues with their permitting. We can readily address those issues quicker and get those businesses to turn around and continue their operations. So we want to make sure that we are enhancing and we are supporting fire safety code, life safety code for those. It's creating a healthier a healthier city for us having those initiatives. All this for us to have in these building inspections, existing. I was talking about new building inspections. That didn't even speak to current existing building inspections that our team goes through to make sure that they are compliant with code. All this, again, to create a safer community. And the last slide, just want to thank you for allowing me to come up here and speak to you shortly about this, but to let you know that everything that we're doing here is to continue pushing forward the Savannah standard. And that's what we are taking forward to set with our fire department for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And for council, for any questions, let me just make sure that to ground you, in page 106 of your budget book is the beginning of the Savannah Fire section. If you look, you can see that the investments in Savannah Fire are mostly in personnel services, and that reflects the 30 new firefighter officers and inspectors that we're proposing in this budget to staff the new Hampstead Fire Station, as well as to improve community safety in our fire marshal's office. So you can look through the book to see those investments there.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief?
106.
Begins on page 106.
Yes, 106 of your budget book and your third tab in your binder.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to tell Chief I appreciate you and your staff. You already know there's not been a time that I've not asked him or his staff for something that assisted the 3rd District, and we appreciate you and thank you. Hold it in the middle.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it. Again, I know we had a fatality last night. Again, I know we did the best we could. So, again, you've saved far many lives. So, thank you very much for your service and for what you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you all for recognition. Thank you very much.
All right, Chief Gunther.
Good morning.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, Assistant City Manager, Team Savannah, and the community members of the greatest city in America. The Savannah Police Department is committed to greater public service and equally committed to the success of the city's adopted strategic plan. We recognize that we're responsible for enhancing public safety and our collective sense of security. As a service center of the City of Savannah, we recognize that SPD will have a vested interest in all priorities in the city's strategic plan, but there are 3 priorities that will drive our efforts in 2026. You see the 3 major goals. Goal number 1, increase public safety and our collective sense of security. Goal number 2, to invest in equitable community development and resiliency. And then goal number 6, always be a high-performing government. These 3 goals will serve as our North Stars. Here's a snapshot of our proposed budget. Our major budget drivers include personnel-related expenses, education and training, contractual services, and operating supplies and materials. This is one of my favorite slides because these 4 pillars form the core foundation of SPD. They are now directly aligned with Savannah GPS, as they are crucial to achieving the strategic goals we discussed, as everyone's discussed earlier. We're going to find ways and new ways to utilize technology and maximize our current resources to prevent and reduce crime through our auxiliary units, such as the HOPE unit, POW, SIP, and community engagement units. We're going to continue to make meaningful investments and partnerships within our community. We're going to keep holding our staff accountable when needed, upholding the trust and integrity expected of us. And finally, we're going to keep investing in our staff and our people, making sure we continuously build a stronger, more resilient workforce to serve our community. Now we'll take a snapshot of our current crime stats. Based upon our current reporting, year-to-date through November 1st, we've seen an overall 3% decrease in Part 1 crimes. But like I always say, one crime is one crime too many. But a 3% decrease indicates that we're headed in the right direction, and it wouldn't be possible without the historic investments that all of you, council, have made in public safety. But so far this year, we have seen rises in street robberies, residential robberies, and aggravated assaults without a firearm, both domestic and non-domestics. Our domestics are driving our numbers. We're going to keep collaborating with our community partners to address domestic violence incidents while using technology and both internal and external resources to lower crime throughout the city. Now let's discuss some of SPD's major accomplishments in 2025. This year we hired our first full-time clinician for the Behavioral Health Unit, BHU. Our clinician is highly trained to respond quickly to certain crisis situations and, more importantly, to provide essential resources and ongoing support for individuals referred to the BHU in real time. The addition of this position has significantly enhanced the unit's value. I want to shout out to Savannah Impact program. Did a tremendous amount of community engagement this year. They initiated an anti-bullying school tour, toured 9 schools, touched 5,179 students, and throwing it back. We got Toyland coming up next month, but last year's Toyland, we touched 430 families. Our accomplishments include our community events, hundreds put on, Second Chance Extravaganza, Teen Maze Simulation, Coffee with a Cop Monthly, Trunk or Treat, roll calls in the streets. We stay in the streets. Additionally, we received $972,000 for public safety through the SCAD SERV grant. These funds will be used to expand our flock camera system, add to the city camera network, enhance our speed trailer network, and support other technology-related initiatives. All these improvements will help SPD advance Goal 1, Strategy 2 of the GPS plan, equipping our safety personnel with modern tools and resources to meet today's challenges. We also received $193,000 from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety through the HEAT grant. This funding continues to support our mission of keeping Savannah streets safe with a distinct focus on DUIs and distracted driving. Finally, this year, SPD successfully assumed management on the on-the-job training program in partnership with the Office of Veterans Affairs. This program allows veterans that are training to become police officers to receive funding through their GI Bill benefits. I'm proud to report that SPD successfully passed our first audit for managing this program. Moving on, as of November 1st, 84 out of the 100 people on our top 10 wanted list were arrested. Shout out, Mr. Mayor, appreciate you. In addition to keeping our streets safe by removing violent offenders, we're also opening our doors to give our youth a behind-the-scenes look at how we operate. As most of you know, this year we hosted 10 young women in our inaugural Behind the Badge initiative. This program provided participants with the opportunity to be mentored by our female officers and staff. And most importantly, it inspired and empowered these young women to succeed in life and in whatever career path they choose. Chief Handy, as long as it's not the fire department. We're on the same page, correct? Okay. Training remains a top priority for SPD. We work to enhance and expand training opportunities throughout the whole department, including for our civilian staff. We've continued to focus on recruiting and retaining qualified professionals, recognizing that providing all team members with access to high quality, ongoing training is one of the most effective ways to achieve this goal. I'm going to dive into some of our key investments we're requesting for 2026, but we always highlight our sworn personnel historically, who are crucial to daily operations. This slide focuses on the commitments and sacrifices made by our civilian personnel, our professional staff, who are just as vital to the success of the department. As chief, I'm immensely proud of the excellent work all members of SPD contribute. So these two investments are mission critical and directly support goal number one, enabling SPD to effectively address modern challenges while strengthening community protection. The drying cabinet will provide our forensics team with an essential tool for preserving sensitive, high-value evidence. Meanwhile, the requested increase to our annual ammunition budget serves two purposes. It offsets rising costs and expands access to additional, less lethal options. To complete the request related to Goal 1, we propose adding new rapid ID fingerprint scanners to our patrol units. Mr. City Manager already mentioned that. These devices will allow officers to quickly and accurately identify individuals in the field, improving both efficiency and safety. As you see on the screen, this investment is tied to Objective 3, provide public safety personnel with necessary tools, resources, and training to effectively meet modern challenges and enhance community protection. One investment we look forward to in 2026 is the CLEAR Required Workload Assessment. This is a commission accreditation for law enforcement agencies. As our city continues to grow, this investment is crucial, especially as we diligently pursue CLEAR accreditation. One of these requirements for this accreditation is to complete a workload assessment. This assessment will be conducted by an independent organization through the city's procurement process early in 2026 if provided. This is us planning for our future. This is something we do every single day. The organization will review the department's structure, our current deployment, our crime trends, our call volume, and key operational areas. Once completed, a detailed report will be provided with recommendations for our operations and deployment strategies. This investment will enable us to allocate our resources effectively and efficiently, while at the same time identifying opportunities to eliminate redundancy and enhance overall performance. As I conclude, SPD will continue to advance our initiatives across the department with the help of patrol units, SIT, POW, community engagement, our professional staff, the HOPE unit, behavioral health units, everybody. Looking ahead to next year, I have challenged my team to stay focused not only on recruitment, but also on retention. We aim to retain our talented staff and continue building on our valuable institutional knowledge. Additionally, we're going to maintain a strong focus on community partnerships, relationships, and engagement as we recognize that these investments are vital to ensure that Savannah remains a safe city for everyone. And Mr. Mayor, we mean everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Savannah Police you can find on page 100 of your budget book. I want to thank the chief for going through those enhancements. Want to call out the biggest investments in SPD are coming out of SPLOST 7 and SPLOST 8 funds with money for the construction of a new Northwest Precinct and real-time public safety center, as well as a Southwest Precinct. We currently lease a lot of our precinct spaces, and we're on a plan to build purpose-built precincts, which is going to improve operations. It also improves morale as well. I want to go back to last year's budget, where our big one of our big back to basics investments was doubling the size of our community specialist program, community service specialist program at SPD, and they have spent the year cross-training not only in the police department, fire department, fire marshal operations, code compliance, et cetera. So they are, as well as alcohol, beverage, and compliance. So they are really a one-stop shop kind of compliance force that we're building in the community, and we're still building that team out and getting them the equipment necessary. So a lot of big investments that this council has made in the Savannah Police Department in the last 2 years.
Thank you, Chief. Let me just, two quick questions, well, one quick point and a quick question. I want to highlight again, we often get called to the carpet about what the Savannah College of Art and Design does or does not do. They don't pay taxes on most of their properties in accordance with the law, not our law. But there was a $972, $975.
$972,000, yes.
$972,000 investment from Savannah College of Art and Design to fund something that we wanted. So, I mean, you call it, people can call it a pilot, a payment of little taxes. They can call it whatever they want to call it, but it's almost $1 million to fund something that our taxpayers would have had to pay for. And due to this investment, they did not. So I wanted to lift that. The other thing was, and I found out actually in the middle of an operation, we don't have, is it a bomb dog or a gun dog? But the only reason I found out was because we had to actually seek another agency in a mutual aid situation to have their dogs come in. And my question would be, why, let's get what we need so we can be self-sustaining and have everything that we need without having to go to partners.
Absolutely. Well, I'll take a look into that.
Do you know which one it was?
It's a bomb dog.
Huh?
Bomb.
Yeah, so we have a full bomb unit, right?
We do.
Right, so we get either bomb dog or Mr. Manager, we can get Spot.
Yes, sir.
From Hyundai.
Yes, sir.
To go in those places.
Another thing that we've been really working is, we want to get as much state and federal funding to support our budget needs as possible.
Right.
We were successful last year with a GEMA, a Georgia Emergency Management Agency, grant at the end of the year for a bomb containment device.
Yes.
That was delivered, that's specific to our bomb unit. We're also working with them this year on some critical equipment that really our award-winning SWAT team needs to stay at their peak performance. So we're working on that as well.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Let's start Alderwoman Bell.
I would like to have to introduce the rest of this.
Oh, they're coming to speak, right?
Yeah, come on, team.
No, they're not speaking yet.
They'll stand there holding papers like.
Good morning. I am Dr. Kimberly Cunningham. I am the senior accountant over the SPD's budget.
Good morning. Kelvin Bryant, Director of Police Administration.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Assistant Chief Robert Gavin.
Okay, Alderman Leggett.
Yes, yes, sir. I just wanted to, just to highlight a couple of things. Special shout out to PALS. As you know, they're continuously doing a lot of work with our young people, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager also, and our Savannah Impact. I look at those Savannah Impact as really being like our highlight for the east side of Savannah because they're doing so much. And thank you, Mr. Manager's office, for getting some of the things that we need, like a bounce house that we didn't have to rent. But those kids are very, very happy to have that. But what I'm looking for, and I think last year I said the same thing as we went through the transition of the ONES program, I want to be able to see a lot more come out of that happening, to see if they can be a lot more into the community, because what we came from, we asked to have a new director and to have our community see exactly what we've been asking for. And we highlighted it. There's a lot's been going on, and I want to be able to see these guys in the public when we're at the, either at funerals or we at the hospital with Mr. Mayor and myself, or we're just dealing with families on one-on-one. I had an opportunity to meet with some young people, and I see also in here that they are, we have individuals that are working with gangs and some at-risk youth. I don't know if that falls underneath our ONES program, but I want to make sure that we are utilizing our programs as we are funding them. So we want to be able to see what we're funding and if they actually meet what the ask is for the community, because when the community come to us and they want to know what the programs entail, and I'm telling them all that I know about it, and it doesn't reflect on what it's been designed for, it's hard for me to be credible with the community.
Okay, yes, sir, and I can get with the director and make sure we get you a full report on all of their activities, all of their community engagement, and how many young people they are working with. They case manage young people that are our high-risk folks. They report to the hospitals when there are shootings that happen. SPD engages them, but I'll get you the information on how many, what the outcomes have been, and what their activities been, so you have full information.
Yeah, because when we get the update from the police that certain things are happening, this is why I give the feedback that I do, because when I'm there, I'm there. I want to be able to see the reaction at the same time when those things are happening. I didn't see the ones, I saw the police the other night when they had a shooting on 33rd Street. Those type of things are happening, and I'm giving information to police leadership about certain things that are happening, but I wanted to be able to reflect at the same time that there is a partnership between the community, between the different agencies within the community that we are funding and we are asking for, and we want to make sure that it's actually happening. And also I want to, when we look in our budget book, we see an administration for the police department. A lot of these things look like it's repetitive. We have a operator, we have a manager. We have a analyst, then we have a manager. Some of those things, you don't think that we can combine some of these different positions so that we can have funding that'll go into attracting more police officers on the streets? Because I wanted to make sure when something happened, we have enough ordinances that'll go out on the street, and we don't just have some people that's typing at the keyboard telling us where we need to go. So we need some police that are out there, and we'll be able to fund them, and we'll be able to give them all the tools that they need in their tool belt to be an effective police department. Because in our mission statement, we say that we're going to be a safe city, and I want to be able to stand behind that for us to be the #1 city in the country to be visited and to be advertised. I want to be able to ensure people that they're going to be a safe city, and we're going to be a city of integrity, and be the council that we say that we're going to be. So we don't want to sit here and continue to beat the same thing every year. But it's frustrating when we continue to tell them we're putting money behind safety, we're putting money behind all these different initiatives, and it doesn't meet the ask each and every time we put it up. So that's just the only thing I have, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman, and to your point, I think the issue is not funding for police. I think we have all the funding we need. I think our challenge is being able to find competent, credible people that live up to our excellent standards to be policemen. I think the reality is that there is continually a war of talent, of individuals to serve in law enforcement. I think police departments are finding it harder and harder to be able to recruit, and we're finding it harder and harder to recruit credible individuals. Police officers are much more fluent and more flexible. They'll go from department to department to who's the highest bid. I think we're now at 60,000, or will be at 60,000.
No, we're over 60,000.
Over 60,000 in recruitment, which is, by next year is not going to be enough. What is our current vacancy rate?
122 vacancies, sir.
So 122 vacancies, but we're funded for all of those, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's not an issue necessarily of funding. We have we just need the bodies. But I think to the end of it, I think we all share the philosophy that if we hire just to put bodies in uniforms, that costs us so much more later on. We want to make sure we have competent individuals, and so how many have we recruited this year? What has been our?
We recruited about 66 individuals to the department this year, and for the January academy. Right now, we have about 22 assigned, hired. We're forecasting, looking about 30, but we're hoping to get, we have some potential right there that we're hoping to get 40 in the January class.
Mr. Manager, if you would just put this in a parking lot for our next deep dive, just want to
Yes, sir.
Have a little more information about the attrition, how many we've lost this year.
We'll do, and I track that every month.
Yes, sir.
With the chiefs. My number one administrative goal for Savannah Police Department is recruitment and retention. And they have a goal to cut the vacancy rate in half. This year, it's a tall order. I want to talk about some of the things that the department has done over the last several years to try to help with that. You'll see, this wasn't the same 4 years ago where we had civilian staff helping to run the administration of SPD. Most other large departments do, and that helps free up our sworn officer staff to be leading in operations and to be leading in and not being at the desk, thinking about budgets and administration and HR, things that civilian professionals can do and can do well. So we've initiated that. We're working on several HR strategies in terms of night differential pay, take-home car timelines, increases to the uniform budgets, et cetera, all the things that we hear from our officers on the precincts and then the different units about what they need to be more comfortable, to have the equipment they need and to feel supported. I have Chief and I meet regularly with the PBA as well to talk through their issues and to try to make progress on making sure that we continue to have a very healthy, positive, and productive force. The chief and his executive staff knows that I believe that recruitment and retention and driving that vacancy rate down is going to be what I like to call a change on change. If we can change that number, I think we'll see some other changes in not only in some of our public safety data, but we pull a lot of officers for overtime for a lot of issues. They get called back on vacation days. There's our ability to go to an 8-hour or a 10-hour shift versus a 12-hour shift, right? So there's a lot of change on change that can happen when we are able to drive down that vacancy rate. But I'll tell you, it's a problem that every department has across the country. It's not an easy one to fix. It's not something that you can do overnight. But it is our goal, and we know that that's kind of our change on change metric that we need to be able to perform better on.
So, Mr. Mayor, one last thing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Manager, I don't see in our budget, are we budgeting any monies for our police training in the vehicles that's wrecked? Was that last year? Do you know how many vehicles we wrecked in?
We have an audit coming on. That's the very first audit that our internal auditor is doing, is around vehicle accidents with Savannah Police Department. I'll have that report as soon as it's done. But we're making our replacement schedule for our police vehicles.
We just voted on it last week.
Yes.
And also, I know we talked about it once before, inside the training aspect of it, do we know, do we have a maintenance schedule for our vehicles? Because some of the vehicles, the way that they are driven, some of the engines are blown, and we have to continuously purchase new vehicles.
You're 100% right on that. Well, let's think about a police vehicle. Unlike a personal vehicle, it's out on the street all the time. It's get a lot of wear and tear. Police vehicles are used a whole lot. Our police officers are in their vehicles, they're riding around. There's a lot of miles that are put on those vehicles, and they're very hard miles, right? So we have to have a preventative maintenance schedule as well as a replacement schedule that recognizes that. We can't have a 10-year, police cruisers don't have a 10-year lifespan, right? And if we think that we can get a 10-year lifespan out of a police cruiser, that's not feasible. That lifespan is more like 5 years, and that's with a very, very healthy preventative maintenance. That's what I was talking about in my presentation about right-sizing our fleet. Some of that right-sizing our fleet, most of it is about that preventative maintenance schedule. And I'm very proud of the efforts that our fleet department has done there. We're making great strides in being able to track our preventative maintenance, make sure that those vehicles come in for their preventative maintenance, and an ounce of prevention is worth of a pound of a cure when it comes to fleet. So that's exactly the right kind of, those are the things that we're looking at, and I'll get you those metrics too, and that audit on our police accidents is forthcoming.
Thank you, sir.
Let me, the other thing, I saw it over here, we'll go ahead and make sure when we do our follow-up sessions, I think we're gonna just do ahead and do a deeper dive on police. We'll just set one of those sessions to do police.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sure a lot of questions will be with that, so, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, thank you so much, Chief, for your presentation. I see where we're going to be increasing our on-call pay. Will we do any increasing for the off-duty police officers? What is that rate right now?
So we increased off-duty rate last year. Chief, maybe you can talk about how often we look at that, but we did increase it last year.
We did? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So every
Which,
couple of years.
unfortunately, Chief, it also, we get the other side of it, people saying now, when they're expected to have off-duty officers, they can't afford to have them. Because
I just want to know what
you
it
know what I'm
is.
saying, yeah, I think that, I think we raised it on one end, but on the other end of it, people saying, well, it's harder for us to afford it. I'm sorry, Chief.
Okay, so Alderman Blakely, Alderwoman Blakely, I apologize. So every couple of years, we take a look at our off-duty rate, get with the other chiefs to see what they're paying their staff. Currently, we're at about $55 an hour.
Ooh.
I know, yeah. Come to the Savannah Police Department.
No. It's
And-
off-duty,
This is off-duty.
$55
Yes.
an hour?
And we just,
Wow.
and we just increased that rate a couple of months ago.
And it's a minimum, is it 2-hour minimum, 4-hour minimum?
It's a 4-hour minimum.
Right.
4-hour minimum,
So-
okay.
And that's, sorry, sir.
No, I was just want to add on to the base compensation built into this year's budget proposal. So police is, most of the police department is on a step plan, right? So every 12 months, you're getting a 2.5% increase in pay. So that'll happen automatically per individual based on their timeline. There's also built into the budget a 2.5% general wage increase for all police officers and firefighters.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make some statements, and they are, previously, before COVID, we used to have these budget retreats, and they would last for more than one day. And then even further back in the years, we used to have almost 3 days worth of our budget retreats just to give the room some history and herstory about what we're doing here today. So, and then we were getting a lot of complaints and because it was too long. And so we are here presently today. What I would like, because I'm hearing my council colleagues, and they're talking about some things that used to happen before, when we would have a day to go deeper into the numbers of our budgets and go line by line on what is being proposed. So that probably, Mr. Mayor and City Manager, something that we need to look at again in having another day and another day to this. But this day has always been and always shall be critical in having all of our departments report to us like they are doing today. This is not a waste of time, and this is not an oversight of what our staff, this city's staff, and I have to pull back on all this because everybody in the room besides us start working on the next year's budget time they walk out of this room or when the budget session is over. So if we have to add another date to this, and I think that's what I'm hearing from my council colleagues, that this information is being presented to us, and now we need to do a deeper dive and going into these numbers and also finalizing the requests that we don't see here and making some corrections from what our constituents and we hear. We are the rubber that meets the road when it comes to our constituency. So I just want to make those statements on today. And we have, thank you, City Manager, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership in hearing us, especially when it comes to our public safety. You all have included it in our budget, and there's just some more tweaking that needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, Mr. Mayor. Couple things, and maybe to put it in perspective, just from my end, I don't even know if it's.
I hear you.
All right, there we go. I got to jump right up to it. But take it from a person who is a practitioner in the public safety field, current and has been for a while. I will tell you that, and I'll echo what the mayor and the city manager said, especially the chief. Recruitment and retention is extremely hard, no matter what department you're at. And there are two different focuses, right? You have recruitment, getting the people on board, onboarding these individuals, and then keeping those individuals here, and also keeping the individuals here that have been here for a period of time. So it's not enough just to find the quality candidate, but it's also, you know, it's extremely important that we keep the quality candidates that we have. What we're seeing in the public safety trend is a younger group of individuals who are joining into this career, this profession, and we are losing out on a lot of our experienced people that have been in the field for a long period of time. So it's hard and it's challenging when you lose that experience and you get some of these younger folks in the job. You know, I see us making record investments, and I'm glad we are in public safety, whether it's through fire department or the police department. I'll tell you that just from the police perspective, seeing the record investments going into things like the behavioral health unit, which was just a thought many years ago and practiced throughout, you know, the United States and several other big cities, and we've seen some massive success here in our city with the behavioral health unit. So some other things, you know, we talk constantly about how many of us in this room have pounded our fist on a table and said, we need more traffic calming. I've been one of those individuals myself. And, you know, this is an opportunity for us to say, okay, traffic calming not only encompasses traffic calming devices, but changing behaviors and changing patterns and how people drive and how we reaffirm that you can't speed in certain areas. So this is an opportunity to look and say, hey, you know, do you need more traffic officers? Do you need money for more traffic enforcement? Because not only does Savannah PD have that traffic enforcement unit, they're not just strictly traffic enforcement. They do educational programs. They're out doing community engagement programs. So I think that this is an opportunity for, at least for me to say, Chief, that I appreciate what y'all do. Chief, Handy, I appreciate what y'all do. All too often we take for granted that, you know, people pay their taxes and then this is where the money goes. But I will say, I hope that we can allocate, and I see in the budget there is more money for traffic. But I would like to definitely see, I know our folks are working a lot, but if we can get more traffic officers out there to help change that behavior in our community, I think that's going to help us in the long run. I don't know what we have for traffic officers just off the top of your head, Chief, so I don't know if you know how many. 11. It's 11? Okay. And all, often, you know, not all 11 are working at the same time because of days off training and other issues that you have. So really, I think it would be beneficial as we look at what we've had in trends in the city. You know, people complain about speeders up and down the secondary roads in the neighborhoods. I think it would really be beneficial for us to look at how many traffic officers we could add that strictly focus just on that aspect. So just kudos to y'all. Thank you for doing the hard job that you all do. You know, I applaud you, and I applaud you guys. No way in heck would I run into a burning building at all. That's just not something I would do. So you guys are really the heroes of both of y'all. Both departments are really the heroes of this community. And thank you so much for what you do, and we will continue, at least from my perspective, we will continue to make record investments into public safety, both police and fire. So thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Lanier.
Yes, thank you. I think we need to recognize there's a difference in policing and public safety, and I know the police are somewhat responsible for maintaining, assisting in public safety. And we want to make sure that you have all of the tools and the resources and the manpower, woman power that you need to operate efficiently and effectively. And my question to you, Jay, is at what part of the process, I heard the chief refer to, you have an opportunity to sit down with other chiefs and other police officials in the area to collaborate. Where do you all sit down with the chiefs and with other leadership to discuss public safety, be it with the homeless and the police together, along with fire and economic development, where we could look at the big picture on what's recreation, all of the, where do you all take an opportunity to all get in the same room and discuss public safety and in reference to how we spend resources, how we allocate resources?
Yes, ma'am, we do that in a few different ways. One way that we do it, there's a 911 committee that I co-chair and the county manager co-chairs. That's a place where all of our law enforcement agencies and municipal and county managers come to discuss mostly joint investments that we're making in our unified communications, but also where we talk about public safety needs and the individual investments that we're making department by department that hopefully is moving as a collective in the whole. So that's one of the places where we bring, the Sheriff's Department is there, all of our local law enforcement agencies, C&T is there, the 911 Center, of course, SPD is there as well. We have also started this year through the Interagency Council on Homelessness, a criminal justice kind of working group. And the second meeting was last week. The DA is a part of that group. The Sheriff's Office is again a part of that group. The county, the city, and their respective police departments, as well as the chamber, the Downtown Business Association, and others, where we're talking about public safety impacts as it relates to homelessness and panhandling and other type of behaviors that happen in the public realm. So those are a few of our places. We also have a quarterly managers meeting, which is hosted in a different municipality every quarter, where all the municipal managers and the county manager and their respective staffs come together to discuss topics affecting the county, and public safety is always on the agenda there.
Okay, let me say this. That's good. That's good that you all do this 911. What is it called?
It's the 911 Advisory Committee.
Advisory Committee. Yeah. That's very good. And is economic development a member there or one of the stakeholders?
Like from the Savannah Economic Development Authority?
Like from the city level.
Okay. Not that I am aware of, but they can certainly join me anytime.
And I noticed through some of our correspondences lately that we are focusing more on the investment in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we move towards more economic development at the community, at the city and community level, I think we need to make sure that we relate that to our youth services, recreation, economics, wherever we invest, have an opportunity to invest in the youth. And I contend, I'm just thinking that's the weak link of the whole chain of when you come together to discuss public safety. I think when we invest more in that area, we may see some tweaking of the numbers, and our research tells us that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not
You're
just
right.
pulling this from
No,
somewhere, that's what our research tells us.
You're 100% accurate. And I'm going to go back again to the GPS process. Every department was required to have to participate in the public safety goal, because every department touches that in the exact ways that you're saying: recreation, economic development, our infrastructure, all has a big impact on public safety and our collective sense of security. What we'll try to endeavor to do is to be intentional about meeting around that goal department-wide and with our partners across the region, but also to have meaningful measurement impacts through all of those different lines of effort as it relates to public safety. So we can pull out the work of economic development and talk about the work that they're doing that we think advance our public safety goals, and see how we're measuring against those.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. City Manager and Council, there are 4 current post-certified officers who sit here and have some type of knowledge of what's going on. You know, half of my livelihood was spent as a police officer in the state and corrections, post-trial, pre-trial, and transition. And so you can put a police officer on every corner. That's not going to stop the crime rate for domestic violence and incest and all the things that are internal. We have to do a better job of externally, right? There's not been one opportunity that the members of this council have given you everything that you needed. There is a need for better training. We have had a lot of excessive force, and as try as we may, you know, we've increased the salary, we've increased the amount of training, and it is just the times that we live in. 40 years ago, when I started in corrections, the off-duty job was $20 an hour, or $15 an hour. It's significantly changed, so you really can make a good livelihood on this. The problem that we're having is the leadership. The leadership. If we are to retain credible people of integrity, then we have to start at the top. And I've noticed that during the years, the police reports, they're not, that's how we build cases. And if the police report, if we're not getting training in how we make cases, then we lose it. We're losing. And so I would like to see more training so that we can put criminals away. And if you have people who can't connect sentences and who can't say what actually happened, then that summary report is just a report that has no bearing. It tells the time and the date, but none of the important stuff inside there. And we have to look and see and listen to the times. You know, we've got so many different distractions, you know, that are come in with, you know, when they say weaker but wiser, we are. And so a lot of times we're geared to making sure that we have enough staff when the staff that we have sometimes is less than. And so more money for training, more accountability, and we really need to do something about the police reports. A lot of times the citizens ask about the time that lasts between when they can get their own things taken care of that the city doesn't have to do, like when somebody wrecks a car, you know, you have to wait until the next day, but the insurance wants you to report what happens then. And so a lot of the things, when we say we want to take care of our community, we're tweaking it. And again, the presentations are good. You know, I appreciate everything you do, but these presentations are not exactly different. It's like a recap so far. I don't know what the other departments are going to do, but basically they've told us what they've done for the year, and now they want us to vote on this budget, that it's a proposed budget. I get it, I understand, you get to shoot your horn, you do an excellent job, but the retention and recruitment, we gotta do a better job than that. And we don't just want warm bodies, we want our community to reflect the people that secure our community. And so what are you doing about recruiting people that reflect the community that they serve? That's the other question that we have. We've got to make this job more inviting so that the people in this community want this livelihood. $55 an hour, and sometimes when we used to do the off-duty job, we were required for 4 hours, but if they finish in 2 hours, we still got that 50. So I see what you're doing. You're trying to make it more inviting to work here, but we need to do a better job of that. I appreciate everything y'all do. You know, you put your lives on the lines, and whatever you do is not going to be enough from everybody's perspective. But I appreciate you. Y'all continue to do what you need to do, but we got to do something about brutality. We got to do something about the mental health, and it has to be in parity of what's going on with the Sheriff Department. I would wish, Gavin, you do a good job with that mental health, but we want to make sure that everybody's needs, when you say all, then that means everybody, and that's what we want to stand on. Thank you for your time. The other question that I have is, please explain to me, and anybody who's listening, the difference between SIP and ONES.
Mr. Manager.
So the Savannah Impact Program is designed mainly to support returning citizens, right? And the ONES office, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, is designed mostly to support at-risk youth. And trying to keep them out of the criminal justice system, and when they are involved in the criminal justice system, to try to wrap around resources so there's no recidivism. So it's really about a difference in the age demographic that we're trying to support in those programs. There is an overlap. You know, we think about youth even as old as 24, and the SIP program you know, serves adults, and so there's some overlap there, but that's generally the difference between those two programs.
Okay, so basically there's not really a difference what other people are seeing. And so for me, it's kind of like a duplication of services. You're talking about transition for older people. And so right now we're kind of top heavy. We have bureau chiefs and directors and supervisors. How come we couldn't just put SIPs? They're in the same program. Why couldn't one director be over both of those programs? Because the difference that you said is transitioning for people that are over 18 or coming from out of the system.
The other big important thing about community safety, and what we see across the country from peer-reviewed studies and other cities that take on upstream violence prevention work, is that when those upstream violence prevention works programs are connected directly to the police departments, they don't get the same results. So we purposefully have you know, it used to be the gun violence reduction. We purposefully pulled that out of the Savannah Police Department and put it into community services in its own agency so that it was not connected to the police department. And that is a core component of successful upstream violence prevention and disruption programs.
Mr. City Manager, I understand that. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
I'm saying that we have civilians already working for SPD. Why couldn't it be a civilian to keep them disconnected? Because they're in the same building. I don't understand.
We do have a civilian leading SIP. But the civilian programs are part of the Savannah Police Department, right?
I don't believe you hear what I'm saying. I'm saying that SIPs and ONES are basically doing the same thing. You're saying that for references, whatever what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever the word is that you said that best practices are, we keep them separate. It's still gonna be separate. I'm just saying that we are really top heavy, and why couldn't it have been somebody, a civilian who was already in there doing what you're saying that either one of them should be doing? From a civilian's perspective, or as a fiduciary member on this council, there are a lot of duplications going. For one thing, I wanted to wait until we got into the services, We have nonprofits, and everybody in Savannah wants to have a nonprofit.
Alderman, let's deal with
Listen,
policing.
I'm dealing
All right,
with
no, ma'am, now.
Sir, I'm dealing with policing.
Now.
No, sir. No,
You're
sir,
talking
I'm
about
doing that.
nonprofits.
But I'm talking about, would you
all right.
please let me finish my
All right,
statement?
let's deal with police,
We
okay?
are dealing with police.
All right.
Some of the crime prevention things that you're saying that they're doing, we have nonprofits saying that they're doing the same thing. And that is my point.
And we also, part of the upstream violence prevention work that this council has supported was a grant program, right? Because we know that the city government isn't going to be able to reach everybody that we need to reach, and that there are community nonprofits doing this work, and we want to reduce the administrative overhead of the city. So we do have a grant program that is funding violence intervention work as well. What is she?
I can tell you what I'm saying if you let me finish saying what I'm saying. I'm saying that we have the park, we have W.W. Law, we got all of Moses Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of the programs that you have in, when I go inside the park, you got offices that nobody's in there. And the things that we are paying other people to do, we should have them in our parks, in our community centers to do the same thing, right? And so there's nothing wrong with getting outside help. I'm saying, why are we creating these big spaces and they're empty and they're closing at 7? And so the services that we're getting, we're paying somebody else to do. And one of the services that we're getting, we can't get a weekend or an evening. And that is my point.
Okay, I understand. So
Yes.
for the nonprofits that we're funding, try to make those nonprofits operate more in the community spaces that the city builds.
Well,
and that
not
we
only
run.
that,
Show the work.
not only that, I'm saying that if we're gonna partner with people who are doing things and we're gonna give them funding, shouldn't they have a model in the community saying, like, if you're gonna do this, then we're doing this at the park. We're doing this at Moses Jackson. We're doing that, and that's not happening. So we have these big, beautiful buildings, and they're empty, and they're closing at 7. How is that supposed to be taking care of the community that we live in? That is my point. I sympathize with nonprofits. Everybody in Savannah is getting it from the same pool, and it hurts to see that people are asking for $50,000, and they're only getting 20 and 15, when we could be doing some of that same thing and keeping that money. We've got the space, we've got people. Why can't we hire some people internally to do the same thing so that we can minimize or maximize what we have going on in this community? To continue to build spaces and not utilize them in the communities that we serve gives me heartburn. So it's not so much of the nonprofits. I'm saying, if we got these buildings, what are we going to do to increase the quality of life where we're putting these community centers, and then we can't get the full value of them. But then we say, do something about crime, and the things that we can do about crime, we're not actually connecting. So your strategy and your implementation is not pairing, it's not in parity. And that's what, we can talk about this all the time. If we had $1 million, we give you $1 million, put a police officer on each corner, it's not gonna stop crime. We have to do something before they get to that point. That is my point. And so if these nonprofits are going to say they're going to be doing stuff, then they got to show us that they're doing something different, to continue to give them money and we don't get a return on our investment because we're having the same problem. It's not something that I want to do a budget every year. And they can come and do the presentation, but it's not going to be, if it's not going to be different, then it's really a waste of time. You know, we know what they're doing. We get these presentations and workshops and they hadn't told us nothing different.
So the presentations, every presentation today, and I appreciate that feedback, should focus on 3 things.
Yes, sir.
And they're going to tell you 3 things. One is what we've been able to do with your investments that you've made last year and in previous years, right? 2, they're going to talk about what challenges their departments and service centers are still facing despite those investments, or emergent issues that need to be solved. And then finally, they're going to talk about how they believe the proposed budget is endeavoring to meet those challenges. So in the last several slides from Chief Gunther's, you saw him walk through every different goal in GPS and the specific service enhancement request in SPD that we've proposed in this budget. that's new or different from last year's continued spending. You're going to hear the same from Ron when he comes up to talk about water resources, and Gene with government operations and so on. Those are going to be the three things in their presentations that they're hitting on. They're going to do it in different ways, and I'm asking now, I know that, you know, I've already instructed chiefs, like we're going to try to keep our parts of the presentation focused on what we've been able to deliver this year as a result of prior investments, what our challenges continue to be, and what new investments we're proposing this year to help meet those challenges, so that we can have more of this discussion, which is most helpful.
Yes, sir. And so the three things that you said, it would be more advantageous to me, I don't know about everybody else's. Can we just cut the fluff and get to those three things so that we would have more time to answer? Because most of the stuff that they're telling us, they were already in workshops. I'm wanting to know what's going to be different. What's going to be different that you're going to do from this budget when we give you $1 million or $20,000? What is your presentation to say? When I sat here last year and heard, not just them, I'm talking about anybody, the services that we're giving money. The bottom line is those three things that you mentioned. Why not just touch on those three things? I mean, it would give us more time to ask them what they're actually doing, as opposed to them telling us the plan of what they want to do.
And we'll do that, and we appreciate the feedback this morning. Obviously, we planned this presentation similar to the 4 years prior, which, you know, had been successful, but we're hearing the direction, and we'll try to call some audibles as we go through today, and certainly be better prepared for next year. But as we move forward, our chiefs are going to focus and get right to the bottom line up front, what we were able to achieve, what challenges we still face, and how this budget aims to advance or try to meet those challenges. I think some of them, just to be clear, you know, I think the mayor called it, you know, there have been budgets where there was like Christmas morning. There's a lot of Christmas in this budget. We've got, you know, SPLOST 8 funds and SPLOST 7 funds that are being deployed, but not every, you know, not this, you know, this is a lot of the things that are going to be new are going to be talked about in water resources as it relates to stormwater. So some of these departments aren't going to have the meaty kind of investments that every other department is going to have, just because we live in a constrained environment, right?
Well, I just want to be perfectly clear that I'm not beating up on them.
Yeah.
These are the type of conversations that we should have, and they should not be rushed, sir. And I know that we meet every day, and I appreciate what they do. I scream and holler for Team Savannah all the time, but I want Team Savannah to be held accountable, and I want Team Savannah to be doing what Team Savannah say they're going to do, and not in promise, but in practice. Thank you so much.
Yes.
That is the purpose of today.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that they have to talk about what they've done. Each budget is a 12-month cycle, and I think they owe it for accountability to talk about what they experienced last year. I mean, we hear about it in pieces, but not in a whole organization standpoint about what their challenges were over the last 12 months. And then, of course, the city manager gave an overview. The city manager talked about how things should fit in our strategic plan, and then they being able to talk to us about how that all fits in. Alderwoman Lanier said something that I think is very important, particularly when you talk about this presentation. Public safety is not the police. Public safety is a total public responsibility. And I think we get that mixed up when we say public safety and we say police. Public safety is also fire. For us, public safety is also SIP. I was here when SIP started, and SIP was to be able to address the issues of people who were just as involved and just as impacted, because we know, and Chief will tell you, even now, when we have issues of criminality, particularly violent crime, these are people who are known to us. And so, therefore, that is a much more law enforcement involved response. The one's office was for us to be more preventative. And I will tell you, as a person who not only was a part of my brother's keeper nationally and other types of preventive measures, we know that the data says that these programs do not work when they are connected to police, because credible messengers and neighborhood, they don't have any hood credibility, so to speak, which is why you have to have programs that are separate and apart from police, very viewed in that way. For example, people won't come talk to a program like SIP but they would come and talk to ones.
Well,
because,
why have them in the same
well,
office?
No, well, I mean, because that's not the issue. The issue is
That is
not.
the issue.
But ma'am, I'll let you go
No,
through
you
all,
stop
I'll let you go through all you want to go through.
You stopped me there.
So this council, and we've seen the dividends of this, of being able to address these issues. Of the 25 or so homicides we had this year, and I think I said this during the State of the City, if you take out the ones that were totally random in no way, shape, or form, the individuals who knew each other, domestic issues, that's 20 of them. We have seen considerably a demonstrable decrease in violent crime. Beyond that, these men and women who work very, very hard, in spite of having vacancies, they get up and they put on their uniforms and they bust their behinds, have a closure rate that exceeds the national average. And I think that's important as well. To Alderman Perttee's point, the fact is things are changing, and I see it not only from a law enforcement perspective, but I also see it from a human resources perspective. These kids don't stay around. They're not going to make 30 years on departments. They're following that money. That is just one of the trends of the new generation they're in. And so on the other end of that, because of that movement on those ranks, we find our older officers who can retire will retire and go work somewhere else, and now they're getting 2 checks. They loving that money. I mean, it's just the way that it is. I do want to thank you, Chief, because I think that you have certainly embodied, Chief and Manager, the sentiments of this council that we want the police to be much more community and actively involved. The 100 days of summer, police have been all in all kinds of ways, doing all kinds of stuff. Again, Halloween, all kinds of ways, Christmas. I mean, we're doing those things much more proactively to build relationships. And the fact is, that's not reflected in an arrest log, but it is building those types of relationships. And that's why, to me, when we put out a call to the community that we got people on the streets that we're trying to locate, 84% of the time in the last year, they have come to us. And so I want to thank you for that. The only other thing I want to add to this, and again, we'll do a deeper dive in police, and again, we're going to have as many of these sessions between now and the end of the year as y'all want to have, and we'll have a whole day on police if y'all want to sit there and talk about that. That's fine.
We actually
Mayor
one
Jones,
more.
that's not what we're
Well,
saying.
I said whatever. No, listen. I said whatever you all want.
No,
What?
that's not what she's
No, I'm not talking about what
saying.
she's wanting.
No, we're talking about the point.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I've already asked that we're going to have a deeper dive on police. I'm just saying we'll discuss this all. What I want to see in that discussion are 2 other things that are particularly important to me. A deeper dive on the crashes. We talked about that, and I asked before about how many of these were at fault, because I think there's a difference between at fault and not at fault. Obviously, every time we have a vehicle that is involved in an at-fault accident, I think we have to be very careful about that. There was a point made earlier about officer-involved shootings. I commend you all. I think one year we had a bad year. It was 2023. We had like 5 of them. It was 2024. One of these years we had like 5, and then we now was 21. Yeah, it was really a bad year, but I know we have gone into simulation. We have really gone more into training and judgment, and so obviously we're seeing the results of that. The only other thing to add is that I want, and we need a policy, and it goes to, I think, Alderman Perttee's point about traffic. We have to have a funeral escort policy. We started this some years ago when I was an alderman, started talking with funeral homes. We have a bunch of funerals here, and the fact is, it's become very arbitrary about who gets an escort and who doesn't, and if you know somebody, you get escort. And the fact of the matter is, we need to just charge for that, charge the funeral homes for those services, because what happens is, sometimes you have funeral directors stopping traffic. It's not safe, and we just need to be able to have ways of moving people safely throughout the city. And I know that when you're asked to do it, you sometimes have the resources, you sometimes don't, and maybe we could create a unit to just do escorts of maybe individuals who can't serve in a full capacity, and, you know, be able to use those funds to be able to fund that so that we're able to provide public safety.
Mr. Mayor, to your point, we're already in conversations with the city manager and our funeral service providers to find out what the challenges are. And
We've started that work, yes.
Yes, sir. We've already started in that conversation.
But we need to come up with a policy, because we've been batting it around for a while, and, you know, it's, if you've ever gotten caught behind one, when I came down, you know, they said in the South, you know, people pull over for funerals. They don't do that no more. And so we just need to have a way of making sure that if they're going through our city, that there's a policy that everybody knows, and, you know, that something like an escort for a service of a certain size is not arbitrary or based on a request from a council member, or, you know, just, you know, have a flat policy where all means all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Get on it.
Thank you. If we want to move on to water resource, oh, you.
We need to take a break. Y'all got 5 minute break.
Y'all need a break?
Yes. These people need a break.
Well, I mean, I think they're good. I mean, council, if you need to.
We done with them.
Yeah, no, Chief, you're good.
Okay. Thank y'all.
Chief, right.
The other thing with the city of Savannah, people should not be afraid of their jobs. We got a lot of people afraid of their jobs here.
All right.
Yes, they are.
I think it's time.
Yeah, they need a break. Mayor Johnson, they ain't saying nothing.
No, I mean, they can get up and go when they want to.
We need to keep going.
We're now, I mean, again, you can't have, let's go ahead and move forward. Please, Mr. Manager, staff, as you need to be able to manage yourself, please go ahead and manage yourself.
So,
the
Team Savannah members who are here, they will take breaks as needed quietly to allow for the conversation to continue. And I've seen council do the same, and I appreciate that. So we'll move forward with water resources. Just to let you know that this section starts at page 144 of your budget book, and continues until page 169. And with that, we'll turn it over to Chief Ron Feldner for a brief presentation on the achievements of last year, the challenges faced, and how this budget seeks to address them.
For your presentation, you know, looking at the numbers and getting the feedback from the folks that were part of the conversation with the stormwater focus group on the south side. They're very supportive of it. You know, I think it's a shared responsibility not only of the city, but also folks that have their own property to be part of that solution rather than solely relying on the city. We know that stormwater touches every single part of the district in the city. And, you know, we have some aging infrastructure, but at the same time with the growth and development that we've seen, and then the lack of maintenance on private property of folks that may be contributing to some of our issues throughout our stormwater systems. I think once we have this plan moving forward, I think we'll see a good shared responsibility between the city and, you know, private residents, owners to be able to help manage that stormwater. When I did look, I know Melissa pointed it out, where was it, the stormwater management, 7.3 mil back in 2024, the projected of 9.9 in 2025, and then 13.5 million is what we're looking at for proposed 2026. I think that is a record investment into stormwater, and I think with what we're hearing from the community, you know, that's what people are concerned about. We've experienced flooding, you know, from areas of downtown to the east side, to the west side, all the way to the south side, and even the far great parts of the south side, all the way out to Bradley Point when we had some issues out there a couple years back. But I think once we've heard the public loud and clear, and we've identified, you know, the issues that we've seen in stormwater, and I think obviously this is an ongoing process, right? It's evolving. It's going to keep, as we grow as a city and as we maintain some of this stuff and fix it, it's going to be a continual maintenance project. So I am happy to see that we are pushing forward with this amount towards stormwater. So thank you for what you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Bell.
Quickly, Ron, thank you for not only engaging the public by way of public forums, are in the development of this whole stormwater utility process, but thank you for involving citizens in the process. The citizens group, I think, is key. You all heard us, I guess, the early part of the year. We, meaning this council, when we talked about that, and I thank you for including a group of citizens in that process.
Well, thank you for identifying those 9 citizens. They were very gracious with their time, and once again, a lot of candor and directness with us as the staff about what their expectations were, and there's nothing better to calibrate your work plan than that kind of feedback.
Ron, I want to thank you for, and Jay, I mean, and really this council. This is, and, you know, I was asked this question, I think in the District 3 meeting. It's like, why are y'all doing this now? And it was like, because we refuse to kick the can down the road any longer. You know, we could do like other folks have done to us. I think the reality is that if we don't really take big, bold steps to be able to protect our infrastructure, what does that ultimately say for our city? And so I think the council has been very slow and deliberate. I think Jay's been very thorough, Ron, you and your team, to help us get to where it is we need to be able to address some of those issues. The fact is very clearly that it's only going to get hotter and it's only going to get wetter. And we can either do something proactively and cost us less over the long run, or we face some type of catastrophic issue that it costs us a bunch of money in the short run. And, you know, and folks look back at us and say, well, you knew about this, why didn't you do anything about it? And so, again, I just think this has been very, very thoughtful. I think that your public engagement has been outstanding. I think folks have learned more about water than they really, really wanted to know about water. But I think it also highlighted the outstanding work that your team does every single day of managing just large amounts of water and infrastructure and miles and all those things. So just thank you for that, for your work and service in that. Alderman Blakely.
Thank you so much. Mr. Felder, thank you for your presentation. I greatly appreciate it. But my question is for Melissa Carter. Did I hear you correctly when you said that the proposed budget for 2026 is $13,548,891, $400 more than 2025, correct?
Yes, we're referring to, that is not the total budget for water and sewer. The total budget for water and sewer that's being proposed is $139,258,847. Excuse me, $258,847. It is shown on page 146. The general fund revenue or income stream to support the water and sewer utility for 26 is being proposed at $13.5 million from the general fund itself.
Right, so that's a $4 million increase, correct?
Generally, yes.
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
so my question about the stormwater, is that included in that $4 million?
So if you want to, yes, ma'am, and if you turn to page 150, you can see that much more clearly. 150 is going to be the stormwater management budget. Now, that's part of the bigger budget that Melissa just read out to you, but this is specific to stormwater. And this is the numbers that Alderman Pertee referenced earlier. So you see in 2024, we spent $7.3 million in stormwater operations. We're projected to spend this year just under $10 million. And what's proposed in 2026 is a little more than $13.5 million. And that increase is specific to the revenue that would be gained from a half of a year of collection of the proposed utility.
So let me ask you this. The SPLOS funds that we receive, how much money from the SPOS funds
Yes, ma'am.
will be going towards this?
So SPOS funds are capital
Let
funds.
me say this right here.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm asking this question is because I recently found out that our city gets surplus SPOS money,
That's right.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that money is put into an interest-bearing account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have we decided what we're gonna do with that money? Can that money be used to go towards our stormwater fee as opposed to us asking our residents to pay an additional fee on their water bills?
So all of the SPLOST 7 funds that were not allocated in prior years, meaning they're referred to as SPLOST 7 Tier 5. Tier 5 was the tier in the SPLOST agreement for SPLOST 7 that accounted for any funds. I believe it was over $435 million. I'm looking for Joe, but I think that's about right.
Yes.
In collections countywide. You'll see, and it's on the back page, 321, you'll see the SPLOST 7, and the new projections are highlighted in kind of a light blue color. The total SPLOST 8 contributions to stormwater are $68.3 million. So SPLOST is definitely helping to fund. When you ask the question, could council use SPLOST funds to offset or to fund the utility?
I'm talking that surplus money that we get.
I
Can we
understand.
use that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We call it SPLOST 7 Tier 5 funds. The issue there is that the proposed utility is supporting increased operations. It does include small capital projects as well, but to kind of go back to something that Alderwoman Lanier said is like stormwater is one of those issues where we kind of like realize whether we're doing a poor job or a good job kind of immediately. It's like a comedian, like they're either going to laugh at you or you're not. And so
Just answer that one question. Can we
I
use
will.
those funds?
Well, that's what I'm trying. So you cannot use SPLOST funds for operations. You can only use SPLOST funds for capital improvements. We use a lot of our.
What about that surplus money and
It's
that
the
money from
same.
the interest bearing?
It's the same.
account?
It's all
Oh.
SPLOST.
That ain't true. Okay, go ahead.
It's not, you saying that that's not accurate?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the SPLOST funds are capital funds. We want to use a lot of our SPLOST funds on stormwater. That's where you see our big capital projects, Springfield Canal, Casey Canal projects, our water, our pump stations. Those are funded through SPLOST. Those are big dollar SPLOST funds, and that includes any interest that's borne on those accounts. That includes Tier 5. You have to spend those funds in accordance with the state law and with the SPLOST IGA that those funds are collected under. The proposed increases to stormwater through the utility are in operations. So you can, they're for the additional back trucks, they're for the televised line, they're for the additional ditch maintenance crews. We wanted to make those investments because those are the things we need to see. We need to see the small cap projects too, which the utility would support, and we have to continue those big capital projects that we fund in SPLOST as well. But I can ask the city attorney to provide council with a paper on the allowability of SPLOST funds, including any SPLOST Tier 5 and including any interest that's borne on those accounts as well.
How much was the overage? I think you said 68 million, right?
No, ma'am, that's what the SPLOST 8 is. So if you look at, if you turn to the last page in your book, page 340, you'll see the 6-year SPLOST 7 implementation allocation plan. You'll see for columns within FY25 and FY26, there are a lighter shade. There's a kind of a blue shade to those numbers, and that's well, it's purple text, I guess. Those indicate the Tier 5 projects at $125 million. So the city collected $125 million in SPLOST 7 Tier 5, which is what you're calling the surplus funds. And we receive 50% of, the City of Savannah receives 50% of SPLOST 7 Tier 5 funds. It's based on a pro rata share of population. That's the same as what we agreed to in SPLOST 8. So that includes all of the additional collections for the city, as well as any interest borne on those accounts.
Thank you.
And you can see in purple, and this is the projection. Of course, we're not done collecting SPLOST 7, but you can see in these purple text what is proposed for SPLOST 7 Tier 5.
Alderwoman Shabazz, then Alderwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to commend our city manager and Mr. Feltner and all of our water, stormwater, our sanitary sewer, and our water department. Since the city manager's been here, he's been talking about the 2 pipes, well, 3 pipes, but 2 of those have been funded. And the 3rd pipe is what you all have been doing a great job. And the video showed the last public outreach that you did for the fee, for the stormwater fee over at Beach High School. So thank you all for showing that. It's just been a good thing with the public, and I do believe that with the operations of this stormwater fee, it will help to fund that 3rd pipe that we need. And as you stated in the outreach program that you were doing, is that in having this type of utility fee, it will be sustainable for us to continue to improve our services. So I am glad to see that this conversation started in 2024 and in 2025 with a great outreach, and people were concerned, my constituents and others throughout the city, about this fee. But you all have done a tremendous job in educating the community about what we are hopefully about to do with the stormwater fee to help with our stormwater improvements throughout our city. I just want to also commend, as Alderwoman Lanier has stated, that for the since the inception of the City of Savannah, and I can say that, that we are now on the other side of Bull Street, and I'm talking Bull, Abercorn, straight across through the 1st, the 5th, and the 6th districts, and part of the 4th district, that we are working to improve our stormwater systems and to reducing our drainage problems and our flooding problems throughout the city. Good job, Team Savannah. Let's continue to be Savannah strong.
Thank you, Alderwoman Bell.
Oh, she answered it already as she walked by.
All right. Well, thank you all. I think, so, Mr. Manager?
I just wanted to, not to take up too much time, but I'll tell you, 3 years ago, we've always had great people working in water resources. This is one of these areas where the city has led for the last 80 years. But we were in a really inflection point 3 years ago. We had probably, from a leadership level, had not prioritized or focused on water resources like we should. And it's a huge, huge piece of our critical infrastructure. It is our critical infrastructure. Through council's leadership, we've been able to bring on the right leaders like Ron. We've been able to, the leaders that were already there be promoted and be able to fund and resource these departments. We've gone out and won huge federal grants and state grants to help fund this work. We've prioritized this and SPLOST 8. And I think we're on a really, really good trajectory for water resources. The work isn't done, the hard decisions aren't done, but we've got a plan. We know what it's going to cost. We know what we need to do. And I think we've got the right team in place to implement it. And I think it's one of these issues where this kept me up at night when I got here, and I sleep. This isn't one of those things that keep me up at night anymore. So I just wanted to say that and to thank Ron and team for just really running with this.
All right, well, thank you very much. Nick, you raised your hand? No. Oh, all right.
We're
so,
not behind, no.
All right, so how do you want to move forward now?
So lunch is ready, and if you would
You want
like,
to get lunch and work through lunch?
yes, sir. If you would like, we can let council move through and get their lunch, and then we will go with government operations, and staff can quietly get their lunch as we're going through.
Well, let me insist, go team, y'all eat first. Since y'all have to present, go ahead. Y'all come on. Y'all go ahead and eat, we'll eat.
Mr. Mayor, can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
The city website, stormwater utility in the search box, all of our presentations, position paper, all the information we've been sharing in the last 15 months is there, so please direct citizens to that website so that they are able to see what we are involved in and ensure that there's a lot of transparency in this process. I just wanted to make sure people were aware of the website, that's all. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Ron. You've been a great addition to our team. Thank you. All right, we're gonna let the go. I don't want the go to present on a empty stomach, so we'll go ahead. Alderman Pertee, will you bless our food and?
Yeah, absolutely. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time we're here gathered today. We thank you that we are making decisions that's best for the community. Lord, we ask that you bless this food before us, stay in the hands who prepared it. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. All right, so we can go ahead, council, and eat, and once we get to a good point, we'll go ahead and just restart.
Nobody knows how bad I want you so. If only you knew how I felt long ago. If I stopped and said it all, could we last forever?
Compliance, this is goal 5, objective 1. We're going to continue enforcement of quality of life codes, continue our blight eradication and graffiti abatement programs, and we're going to continue our collaboration and outreach among our different code enforcement agencies. Park and Tree, their objective, goal 5, objective 2 is to keep public spaces and infrastructure safe, clean, and well maintained. We're going to be sure that our staff is fully equipped. That includes education and training, the right tools and supplies and everything necessary to maximize the upkeep of our facilities. We're going to update our standards so that there is a checklist. You know, if you go into a park, is it clean? Is it well maintained? Are the facilities where they need to be? Do the water fountains work? You know, do the basketball courts have the nets on the goals and things like that? And also leveraging new technology to streamline and improve processes. One of these, you'll see it soon at council, will be a remote controlled track mower for mowing our bridge abutments, our inrows, and also through some of their management platforms for keeping track of work and making sure that we're getting there when we're supposed to. In sanitation, we're going to continue to meet service delivery standards and provide timely updates on schedules. We're going to expand automated solid waste delivery. Now our standard unit is to use a 3-person crew with a rear-loading truck. We'll be moving forward beginning in our recycling department with automated collection. That is a truck with, it's a 1-person crew with an arm that can be controlled from the cab that will actually reach out, grab the cart, dump it in the back of the truck, and we can move forward. It's more efficient. It seems to work, it will work best for our recycling program. We can't use it throughout the city, mainly in our areas where we don't have the density that we do downtown. And our newly annexed and developed areas are ideal for improving for that. We're also proposing an in-cab monitoring system that we can see conditions in real time, and we will move to that in a moment. Fleet service is going to update vehicle diagnostics using digital technologies. I'll have some more on this in a minute. Also, continue the fleet right-sizing. We started in government operations. We got that done first. We're working in the fire department, and that will branch out throughout the whole city fleet. And we're looking to improve operational efficiencies, to eliminate redundancies, and optimize partnerships with our user departments so that they have a stronger role in maintaining or meeting our preventive maintenance schedules and operating the vehicles. Okay. I've got 2 initiatives here on this slide. First is a litter collection vehicle for downtown. This is will be used in our service lanes where it's very congested and cramped, but there's a lot of activity and a lot of litter and a lot of trash on the ground. This will make that work more smoothly and allow us to move some of our litter people back out onto the right-of-ways where they can be more effective. We're also proposing 2 maintenance workers for the Dean Forest Road landfill. Landfill operation is basically a slow construction project. We spend a lot of money putting the garbage where it's supposed to be and then covering that with soil and grassing it so that all of that doesn't erode away. We have done a lot of this work with temporary labor, and the problem with that is that you have to train them every time they show up, and they require a higher level of supervision. This we want to have full-time staff who know what the job is, and they have that quality mindset. And 2 more here. The first is in-cab mounted cameras to monitor crew behavior and conditions outside the vehicle. You can see at the slides there, those are in the lower side. This actually looks out in front of the truck. It actually looks into the truck as well. It will give us alerts if somebody is perhaps driving without a seatbelt. It will send an alert, and it will also send a reminder to the operator, an audible reminder to fasten your seatbelt. If we're picking up a phone, while we're operating a truck, it will actually tell you to put the phone down, and it will also alert management on that condition, on that. So all that is to create that mindset of quality, high-performing services. The next is on the upper portion of the slide there. This is $59,000 for diagnostic devices for fleet. These are tough books, computers that actually plug into the vehicle. Kind of like if you've been in a hospital room, you've seen the monitoring devices. These will actually look into the truck, tell you where many of the problems are, and you don't have to do the trial and error troubleshooting and find out diagnosing a problem. So I think that's basically it, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Gene. I just want to point out for Council Government Operations, begins on page 126 in your hymnal. And I do want to point out that every service center, every service.
Y'all in these past references, I mean.
It's like
Gene was coming through with scripture, and now.
Now we got a hymnal.
Now Jay is leading the choir, so.
In our line of work, it pays to pray.
Every day.
That's right.
Yes, sir, it does. I just want to note one thing, and it's for every service center. You'll see that we have workload measures broken out by our strategic plan for each service center. And you'll see the department next to them, just as a guide to help you read the budget and the performance measures that are there. Both the performance measures as they've been measured for the current year and what our proposed 2026 measure is for that.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. How y'all doing? Just want to thank you guys for the cleanups that you did during the hurricanes and getting the stuff mulched and out of the way. But I especially want to thank you guys for an initiative that started in the 3rd District, Rock the Block. You can continue to do that. It adds value to all of the districts, and wanted to just make sure that we talk about doing things that change the quality of life, and that y'all are receptive to ideas. We have a problem with young people selling water on these corners, and so in the 3rd District, we've started a joint program with the school and some of the counselors, and I want to thank Bates for taking care of the legalese. We want to make sure that we give these kids lawnmowers so that they can get community service from the schools, and also take care of some of the elderly people in the neighborhood. I think it's a good initiative. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to recapture and keep it green. So I'm just challenging all the other districts to come on board. If they're having problems with these young people giving water, give them a lawnmower, let them make some real money, and keep them off these streets. We have to make sure that we connect and meet people where they are. Thank you, Collins Bates, and thank you, Cynthia and Prevette, for allowing us to have these type of things that take care of our community, the people, the elderly, the kids in real time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Prevette. Do you have in budget considerations about the parks? We talked about making sure that we maintain our parks, which is our largest green space in the city. And I know we have a plan to do some renovation to our parks. It's already November. Do we already have our winter ride out, and are we ready to go as far as?
We have a project for Daffin.
Yes.
To remediate it. I believe that includes some irrigation, is that right? Right, so yes, so we're dealing with that.
So will we be ready, budget-wise, for our young people in next summer when it's time for them to go out and play football?
Yes.
Okay, so also, are we ready to have that conversation about updating our cemetery spaces and working with our providers to make sure that when our funeral providers go to the cemetery, they're not being bogged in, and we just look a little bit ahead to see if there's anything that we can do as the service providers to have a better outlook, I guess, and budget for, for the cemetery itself. Driving into it, most people get bogged down.
There's been quite a bit of work of late to improve the roads.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a very wet summer, and so we're trying to catch up there. I believe Evergreen is up, that we're putting a bid package together for the project there.
Yeah, I
and
know
that should go over the first of the year.
We did a lot with the Evergreen. I wanted to make sure that when we go into Bonaventure and everything else like that.
Yeah, we want to thank you too for Greenwich, and Tommy Holland too for stepping in, and for you, sir, for having that, bringing everybody out to take care, when we take care of one sacred place and we get it right, then that means that we're taking care of all of them all the time. And I appreciate you and bringing everybody out, sir. Thank you so much.
So with that, also, thank you, Carlos Bates, and also with code compliance for being able to do what you guys do, knowing that you had a limited amount of staff, and also working with the police department. So thank you for always meeting the challenges and everything that come along with it. I even had an opportunity to go out with the code enforcement over the weekend, and the police came in and we resolved the problem with the short-term vacation rental. So thank you with that also. And I also look forward to working with you with our nightlife management possibilities. So thank you with that. Also, thank you, Q, for your department also being accessible with our churches and continuing with the litter mediation and stuff that we're doing. So continue to do what you guys doing. We look forward to all the work that you're doing and helping out.
Yes, thank you. I think Cynthia Knight is doing a tremendous job with our code compliance.
Yes, she is.
Yeah! Woo-hoo! Girl power. Woo!
We rocking it.
Gene, thank you. I think my concern is a little bit different in that I know we pick up a lot of litter and a lot of trash, but the behavior is not changing. Every day I leave my home and in and around somewhere, I'm seeing the litter team out picking up stuff. And the fact of the matter is, it's clean and then it's littered again. And so I'm really interested, and you hate to, do the carrot, but I think, if we pick it up and people just throw it back there again, I'm really wondering, are there ways or best practices, and some of us going to NLC this week, of really finding ways to be a little more in the punitive space for people who want to just choose to litter and throw stuff down. How do we better educate people about what this is, what this means, and how convenient it is sometimes. I know for me, I'm famous for, if I have a cup and I'm finished with that cup and there's not a trash can, I'm just putting it in my pocket. Yes. I get home today, I'll still have the cup. The challenge downtown is that there's just not a lot of garbage cans. And so I end up in my pocket and I just hold on to it. So how do we, create opportunities for people, to do the one look, two look, and have a place to put it. But on the other end of it, particularly in neighborhoods, how do we create those opportunities where people say, you know what, it's a penalty for me doing it, I'm not gonna do it. I know for us, when we were coming up, we had to go out and we cleaned up our own neighborhoods. That was our job. And so therefore, I wasn't throwing anything on the ground because I knew that there'll probably be trash I had to pick up. Right. So how do we, move forward with better education, better public awareness of just saying, you know what, we're a beautiful city, but it's not beautiful when you do this crap and drop this right here when you could put it somewhere else.
I think the answer is in the question with
Yes.
education and outreach and cultivating those values where we don't throw it on the ground. Wherever we are and wherever we go, there's a trash can. And why not hold it? Why do you have to get it away? But you've seen it. You've seen bus stops where there's a bench with a canopy and litter baskets on either end, and underneath the bench is full, almost touching the bottom of the bench. I've seen people be this close to a trash can and drop it on the ground. So it's a perennial question. There was an earlier question or comment. I think we've got to do more in getting that message across, and I would hope that we would find ways to start very early. Maybe in high school, but I think that's probably too late. I think we need to start in kindergarten.
Yes.
But on the other hand, high school students have to have a number of community service hours to graduate. Could we connect them with our neighborhood associations and get some synergy there?
Yes.
Get it clean and then start creating that value.
And maybe, Jay, I don't know, hopefully it's not a huge budget ask or something to be absorbed in, but maybe we could look at really pushing forth in Q1, Q2 of, you don't pick it up. Don't
Yeah, I
do
think
it.
we've gone through cycles where we've, had an anti-litter campaign, and it's probably ripe to do that again and think through some of the best practices and look to other communities. There have been plenty of studies about, that show that the presence of public litter baskets does nothing to decrease the presence of litter in public space. Of litter in public spaces. Of course, we need to have the issue. It's how do we, respect our city. I think the thing that we also need to realize too is like when we build and maintain beautiful public spaces, people are going to be less likely to litter there too. So I think one of the best things that we can do for litter prevention is to make sure that, one, we're building great public spaces and infrastructure, and then maintaining it at a really high standard as well. So that's, I think, that's what's on us.
I think that's Alderman Bell, then Alderwoman Shabazz, and Alderman Bell.
So quickly, Taffy, I'm going back to you again, but in the past, haven't we, as a city, had some implemented anti-litter campaigns in the neighborhood by offering some sort of incentives or prizes to neighborhoods at certain points during the year when the city inspects the areas and find that, evaluate them, that sort of thing. That's not a question really for you to answer, but it's just one of the things I think we've used in the past, and we may just need to return to some of those kinds of activities and around the schools as well, on the school grounds, to encourage not only adults, but children as well. And if they know that there's an incentive, there's, a pizza party for the class or whatever, and especially if they're unannounced, you don't know when the city's crew, the Keep Savannah Clean crew is gonna be coming around. I think there are ways, we can get creative. I mean, I'm just, off the top of my head. So you can respond to that, because I see you're going to anyway. But there's one other thing, Jean, and this isn't a new thing with me. And I know that there's probably, it's not just a garbage collection issue, but it's probably a code issue as well. At the corner of Bolton and, Drayton, is an accident waiting to happen. There is a huge commercial dumpster on the northern side of the street, the northwest side of the street, northwest corner. If someone is traveling west on Bolton to turn onto Drayton, and traffic is proceeding north on Drayton, and neither knows that they're about to approach each other, somebody's going to be hit, because there's this huge dumpster that protrudes. We've talked about it before, and you found out you were about to move it and realized that you couldn't do it. I think it's for service. I think it services the apartment building that's on the corner, but we need to figure out something to do.
We will circle back on that.
Please do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Chief Provette in your leadership of your team for doing the hard work. And you do such a superior job in your leadership and with all of your department heads. So I just want to thank all of you for what you all continuously do in our city to follow up with the codes, with our parks, with our fleet, with our sanitation, and everything. And that's the overall comment that I have.
and just wanted to express that on behalf of myself and all of my constituents and all those throughout the city of Savannah. And the other thing is with the cemeteries, our hands are just up in praise with Evergreen Cemetery as you all continue to just make us proud in maintaining that cemetery. You brought it up, you got it right, and you continuously keeping it right. So thank you all so much. There's one practice that I do in my district, throughout the district, because you've been around and you see hot spots. And what some of my constituents, especially those who walk, who bike, who are out there on the ground, I ask them to please be my eyes in these certain areas because it works. Once you see some type of dumping happen, they are sending me pictures, they're calling. I get in contact, call 311 and through the city manager's office, and you guys are on it. And it works. If you get on top of it and you all stay on top of it, then it doesn't become this continuously So thank you all so much for everything that you do.
Thank you for your kind words, and I am definitely surrounded by the dream team.
Absolutely.
Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Pravat, thank you so much for the hard work that you and your staff do, especially your sanitation department. They're A1. But I have a concern, and I have been talking to the city manager about this. It's our thoroughfares and our medians. And you talk about litter and people just dropping trash wherever. If our thoroughfares and our medians looked better than they do, then I think people would respect the fact and say, okay, this is cut nice, it's not overgrown, and I don't want to add trash to it. And in the past, when we had our own department, park and tree, road maintenance and what have you, our city never looked like it's looking right now. So if maybe we need to go back to the old way. I've always been told, if it ain't broke, why you trying to fix it? It wasn't broke. So I don't understand why we just got rid of that department, because those individuals that did the medians and the roads and the streets, the maintenance of it, they did a phenomenal job. But now, if you look, ride down Abercorn, ride down, what is that, Montgomery Street and those thoroughfares, main thoroughfares, Victory Drive even, you see where grass is growing out of the street, trash everywhere. So maybe if we focus on cleaning up those areas, then people will stop and say, okay, I don't want to drop trash. I don't want to, make it worse than what it is. So I just think that's something that you should take in consideration, Mr. City Manager. I tell you this every week. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, you do.
All right.
And I put medians on our hot list. I've got a hot list. It's on the hot list. 2 years ago, council invested in a Back to Basics program for Park and Tree. We renamed it Park and Tree. We added several dozen staff members and continue to invest in the equipment that's necessary. So we're trying to build that department back to the people power that it had years ago and then some, because we've grown tremendously since those times. We still do utilize contracts as well to help augment that service. And it's been something I've talked to with Alderwoman Linda Wilder-Bryant, who's seen concerns in the 3rd District, and with you as well. And so it's on the hot list and something that we're really focused on improving this year.
Thank you. You know what, maybe if we tell the contractors that they will not be contracting with the city anymore if they can't get it right, then maybe they'll do it better than what they're doing, because they're not doing a very good job. Understood. At all. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we will be following up with that this week with Park and Tree and Greenscapes, looking into that.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Jean, for your presentation, and thank you and your department for you all being so responsive. When there's a problem and it's called in, you all are right on it. It's recognized, so thank you all for that. Regarding the cemeteries, I need to know whose department is that?
That actually comes under Park and Tree.
On the Park and Tree, okay, I'll be getting with you, and then regarding Woodville Cemetery and some requests.
Okay.
I've got a problem in the first district, a notorious problem that I've been battling since 2020 and making some recommendations, some policy recommendations, and that's on illegal dumping. That is a huge problem. And since we are focusing on solving issues like the trash and the litter downtown with the litter crew, I think we need to, this problem is solvable. I see it as being solvable. And Jay, you know, I've many times come to you about this. I think you're working on something, but I wanted to mention it today. It is something that I think we could impact positively with some policy initiatives, because we know what we're seeing in that illegal dumping. It's the same thing all the time. It's construction material, and it's furniture out of these flipping and these renovation of these housing. And we're gonna see more of that in the next few years. And so we need to get out in front of this and request and require these people who deal with tires, furniture and this housing developers to provide a landfill ticket to show that they had to discard this material, and fine them starting at about $5,000. That's what I recommended to Jay, because it needs to hurt. They need to feel it. The mayor talked about behavior modification. I think that would modify some behavior really quick if we could catch some of these people dumping all of this trash on the sidewalks and the right-of-ways. That's a huge problem. Let's have some more discussion about that, and I look forward to see what you all bring before council in the workshop on that. And we would like to have code officers pay a little bit more attention to small businesses, to these businesses like the Dollar Generals and some of these other businesses that you could see a trail of trash from the store into the neighborhoods. And their parkings, when they don't fit those small lots, they need to go and find another place where they could conduct all of the business on their lots and not conduct business on the streets. You can't maintain and fix vehicles on the street and park your industrial vehicles on the street. They need to be able to be secured on that lot, and we are overlooking that, and they're not mowing and maintaining, some of them, the grass, and as well as they should before. I don't know what that is. But anyway, I think that's all I have for right now. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. And again, illegal dumping is the biggest problem that
we will follow up on those.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more thing. Mohawk Lake, Alderwoman Blakely, Alderman Purty. Now, what my talking point right now is using Mohawk Lake as the centerpiece, and then going throughout those arms, those streams, those canals that feed off of Mohawk Lake in those canals and in those waterways. We've got to do a better job around that area, because Alderwoman Blakely, Alderman Purty, we talk about it, not often, you know, it's something I just wanted to point out. But there is an area behind Quail Forest, particular, if you all could go back into those canals back there. It's been done?
Done it.
Okay.
You did a phenomenal, go ahead and turn the microphone.
Fantastic.
They did it, and y'all did a phenomenal job. I'm so proud, and I thank y'all so much. The name of the company is At Your Service Tree Removal. we need to hire them. I'm not advocating, I'm trying to push them, but their work
They're doing a
was
good job.
impeccable. It's so good that I sent pictures to Daphne, city manager, to Lita, and I believe to Taffany. They did a phenomenal job. So please, and I would like to see all of our canals and ditches look as nice as the one that those individuals did. So thank you all so much.
I will make a plug for the canal and ditch maintenance service enhancement request in the budget. Yes, ma'am.
That's so good, that's so good to hear, because that was a sore spot, glad to know that.
As a matter of fact, can you send all those pictures to all of the council members?
Yeah.
So they can have yes, thank you so much.
I just
Thank
want a
you.
picture of third district.
Thank you. All right, so, thank you, thanks, Gene, to all of you, and really to the employees that you represent. It's not easy work, but it's work that folks show up every day and they continue to do. They do at high levels, and most times, they do it so well that people don't realize the work had been done. They think it just stays, it's just supposed to be like that. So thank you all so much.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Can I have a question? One more question, please.
Oh, go ahead.
Gene, when we have contractors, let's say landlords, and when they evict people, you see all of these items that they put out on the curb. Now, sometimes residents place items out, and we pick those up, and sometimes it might be a fee. But when you have a landlord placing these items out, that's a business, and that should be a different type of fee structure for them. It's a cost of doing business when they have to come in and clear out those houses, and it happens a lot in certain areas. So could we consider that or look at some type of solution, or they should be paying?
Those would be special bulk collections, and they would be charged in accordance with the revenue ordinance.
And they pick them up on the regular bulk pickup day, or they have to call it in? They're scheduled?
Particularly with evictions, they're a priority to us, and we clean those up as soon as we get a notification of them, so they don't stay there.
Just a quick idea, and then we'll move on. And maybe this might involve also Chief Gunther. We have these portable flock cameras. Are there opportunities, particularly in the places around that we know dumping happens a lot, that maybe that could be kind of a opportunity to catch some of them? I mean, you know.
Your Honor, we actually did a pilot with flock cameras for 2 years, and we had some cases we made, but the images that we got were not sufficient to the judges to cite the individual.
Okay, because I just think, you know, to Alderman Billionaire's point, you make some examples of some folks, they'll stop. They'll stop.
I think for the flock camera pilot, flock cameras are very good at catching individuals, and they're very, very helpful with SPD and others, but we don't make the case using flock cameras for crimes. When we were trying to make a code compliance case or ordinance violation with a flock camera about, hey, we saw this truck here, they're dumping, we just didn't have the kind of success that we have. So we've got to continue to try new things. And per Alderwoman Lanier's request, we're going to do a workshop early in the year. There's some policy proposals that we're working on as well, to try to have a longer and heavier stick as it relates to illegal dumping.
And I think hopefully our Light Up Savannah initiative will work as well. Some areas in our city are just dark.
Yes, sir.
And we know where it's dark, you know, it's easier to dump. So maybe that'll help as well.
Yes, sir.
Gene, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Go Team Savannah.
No, see, Gene, hold up, because, see, Gene turned around, Gene gone. He's gone.
Wait a minute before you start praying again.
Gene said he's out.
Just
He
wanted
said-
to piggyback on what the Alderman Ms. Bell said. The 912 rollout was simply amazing. You did a really good job on that. And so when the mayor said that, and Alderwoman Bell said that we need to be creative. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, can we not roll out something where, I'm all about getting these kids engaged, can we maybe, everybody's saying keep Savannah beautiful. I think that's kind of stayed. We need to get these kids involved and maybe creating a slogan. Can we work on getting kids involved and let it, filter down from, we have these interagency agreements, and I think we're in a good place. We left the school board better than what we found it, and we appreciate them. So I'm thinking that, like Alderman Bell alluded to, that we get more kids involved and let them create what our slogan would be for keeping Savannah beautiful. If y'all would just
Pick
add
that blank up.
And they're saying SHIT too, but anyway.
I ain't say that, but I'm just saying.
Blank means that, but anyway, I'm saying,
Pick
can
it
we
up.
get more creative and get our kids involved? Anything that we can do to get these kids thinking and being innovative, we need to incorporate that and run that out of the parks to get those kids, because we do have some programs. I'm just interested in getting more and getting our kids at an earlier age introduced to what we actually do and what good government is. And good government is always going to be including our children so that they can be viable and productive citizens. Thank you for what you do, sir, and thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Gene already came down the steps. Gene said, I'm not going back up there. Thank you.
So I'd like to
Thank you,
now.
Gene and the Go Team.
Yeah, yes.
I'd like to now introduce Faye DeMassimo, who's Chief of Planning and Economic Development, and her team that's behind her. And I'll just remind all of our chiefs, the nugget of this is the discussion after the presentation, so we'll quickly get through those things.
This
Thank
is
you so
Faye
much,
and the
Faye.
PED team.
Very
The
good,
PED
thank
team,
you.
that's right.
PED
So
team.
what we want to focus on in our conversation with you today is what we've done, what is upcoming, and how this ties to GPS to make a difference for your constituents and for the residents in the city of Savannah. So on our proposed budget, you'll note, I'm going to call out just a couple of particular things. In development services, the new floodplain manager position, we're going to talk about that a little bit more in the presentation, but you've also heard about it, I think, earlier this morning as well, and the importance of that. In parking services, we've done a little bit of reorganization, and there's a small incremental change there to support the implementation of parking matters. And then there was a big change, which Gene also noted in his presentation, where the TCOs as well as another support staff member moved over to codes enforcement from our special events film and tourism team. We support all 6 pillars of GPS. There are certainly some that we are particularly core in expanding economic access and developing world-class livable infrastructure, but literally everything we do has some relationship to these key parts of GPS. We're going to talk about those now. So in development services, I want to call out a couple of things. This year in our 2025 accomplishments, we maintained our Class 5 rating in the National Flood Insurance Program Community Rating System. What that means is a continued 25% discount in flood insurance premiums for those policies. And that means an annual savings of over $600,000 to those that hold those policies. In addition, wanted to point out our commercial sector is leading growth. The major projects include multifamily, hotels, and warehouses that are driving higher valuations above last year's levels, and our residential construction is slightly down. In our 2026 goals, so what are we going to be doing in the coming year, that new floodplain coordinator position secures our future through proactive floodplain management and reinforces our commitment to build resilient infrastructure to protect our residents. Again, an additional savings to our residents, and we hope to improve our standing even further in the ratings. In economic development, I've got a couple of things on here I want to particularly call out in our 2025 accomplishments. In the Mayor's Small Business Annual Conference, we had 315 presenters, attendees, and resources for small business. We completed the inaugural Harvard-Bloomberg Leading Economic Development Cities program and developed an interactive tool for residents to identify resources to help them improve economic mobility. That tool is continuing in development now. We graduated 13 new businesses in the second cohort of Launch Savannah. And this one I am particularly, or at least several, I'm particularly proud of, and I want to emphasize them. In FY '24, our outcomes in contracting included 24.61% overall DBE and 14.2% local DBE, representing 58% of all DBE dollars remaining local. We're going to continue to build upon that this year, and we are excited about that success. In addition, and this is just remarkable, 14 minority and women-owned businesses became primes. So they are now successfully competing at an even higher level. In our 2026 initiatives, real focus obviously on the Waterworks facility in the Canal District and continuing implementation of our priority corridors initiatives, including Waters Avenue and MLK. In planning and urban design, key accomplishments included the recent adoption of the Canal District Master Plan. I know that was a tremendous accomplishment. Certainly that Alderwoman Lanier did such a tremendous job in helping to provide key leadership to, but something that the entire council has supported. So we appreciate that. Adopted the Affordable Housing Overlay District. And you can see some of the others that we're relaunching the CNU Southside Retrofit Study. And in terms of ongoing initiatives, we're developing housing tools. There will be a workshop later in the month that talks about what some of those housing tools are, including inclusionary zoning incentives, development standards, additional revisions to the ADU standards, and so forth. We also are expanding the Hotel Development Overlay District, the Victorian Streetcar and Kyler Brownsville expansion to prohibit hotels, collaboration with Hudson Hill on zoning changes, the River Street Vision and Implementation Plan. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in relation to our Savannah Moves, our multimodal transportation plan. We recently held the kickoff of the Safe Streets for All 37th Street corridor. Had a great night that night. People enjoyed spending their Monopoly money, and we got some great insights and input from our residents and businesses along that corridor as to what they want to see there in the future. And then the I-16 flyover and MLK celebration corridor are continuing to advance in a strong partnership with the Georgia Department of Transportation. In the Office of Sustainability, on-site solar, 27 city facilities, $100,000 in annual savings, and energy efficiency facility upgrades, including 29 city facilities, over $115,000 in savings. And for 2026, we are focused on the update to the 100% Savannah plan. And we are challenging ourselves. Up until this point, it's been a little more internal focused about our buildings, our facilities, and so forth. We're going to make sure that the community and community assets and community needs are also reflected in our 100% clean energy plan update. Special events, film, and tourism. The FY25 accomplishments permitted approximately 500 special events. It's been a very busy year. Managed around 235 buskers and street performer permits. Oversaw 110 tour companies, working on the development of a nightlife program manager role to help guide our nightlife activity citywide. And in FY26, and we are really proud of this, and it's something we have seen the success of, including just this past weekend with the Savannah Southern Half Marathon. We've developed a planning process for how we advance major events, both those that use routes like a race, but also those that use locations. So maybe a large concert as an example, and ways to be good stewards of the public spaces, to make sure that we're coordinating on all the required location stuff initially, the traffic management information next, and then lastly, the communication plan that needs to go along with that. Very dedicated effort to how we accomplish those things now, and it's resulting in really good outcomes for the events themselves. We are also reallocated positions within the division to better serve our citizens, and we're looking at how we can best do that now. Parking and mobility, 2025 accomplishment. The Parking Matters study updates. You'll see final recommendations later this year, and that addresses our current and future issues in parking. And then in 2026, our garage is in design at Eastern Wharf, and it will add nearly 400 spaces of inventory. You see the goals here that are stated that we are supporting through both the work that we accomplished this year and the work that will be coming up. In transportation, the 2025 accomplishments include Vision Zero initiatives. 50 traffic calming devices were installed, nearly $2 million spent towards the elimination of traffic fatalities and serious injuries. We lowered speed limits and updated more than 400 signs on 100 city streets, allowing for enforcement of reduced speed limits. Road resurfacing, more than 21 lane miles milled and resurfaced at $4 million. Transportation improvements, $1.3 million, and design is underway. 2 new sidewalk projects, 2 new signal installations, and 2 new roundabouts. And in our winter storm response, transportation worked a combined total of 846 man-hours, including traffic control, traffic infrastructure repairs, clearing the roadways, spreading more than 60,000 pounds of material, and helping to alleviate hazardous road conditions. In our 2026 goals, we are keeping that ambition rolling with the MOVES transportation plan and the development of a multimodal transportation plan. This will be a really important part of how we compete most successfully for partnerships, public-private partnerships, local partnerships, and federal and state dollars that are available, and also really aligning the community around the system that we want to see. Vision Zero Action Plan update will also be underway. Benton Highlands concept development, and again, another strong partnership with GDOT there. If you recall, on the SPLOST list, Savannah's got $24 million in there for the Benton Highlands system area improvements. Port Wentworth is in for 12, and GDOT is in for $62 million. That's pretty good leveraging, I think. And then on the pothole patrol, you will soon see Uncle Phil out on the streets in all of his grandeur. The initiative will ensure complete city coverage via a rotating schedule to improve consistency, response time, and overall road conditions. In addition, a part of what we've done there is a real strong partnership with the water department, because sometimes the things that people think are potholes are actually a utility matter that's in the street. And so we've worked together to figure out how our improved process for pothole repair will also be complemented by another type of support and assistance and response from our friends in water. So on our SER investments, the benefits and return on investment, again, we mentioned the floodplain coordinator earlier. This enables better flood risk assessment and mitigation. It strengthens our compliance with federal, state, and local floodplain regulations, and ensures that local building and design standards integrate flood resilience and sustainability principles. On parking enforcement positions, this assists in implementing parking-related recommendations and providing enforcement across a larger service area. Supports the parking matters by enhancing enforcement area and time. And then the transportation planning manager position. This is as a part of our development into a Department of Transportation that runs planning all the way through operations and maintenance. This position will be essential to meeting growing community expectations for safe, sustainable, and well-connected transportation infrastructure. They'll be the primary holder and implementer of the MOVES plan as it moves forward, and they'll also be key on things like grants and project support and assistance and development. So with that, I think we would like to close by saying thank you so much to Mayor and Council and our City Manager for the support that we enjoy to enable us to make sure that we're meeting these critical needs throughout the city. And thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Team, and however you want to. Jay?
Yes, sir. Faye, why don't you go ahead and introduce the team real quick, and we'll get to questions.
Good afternoon, Bridget Liddy, Director of Planning and Urban Design.
Good afternoon, Julie McLean, Development Services Senior Director.
Good afternoon, Miranda Lumpkin-Lawson, Economic Development.
Good afternoon, Sean Brandon, Senior Director of Mobility and Parking.
Good afternoon, Nyla Oliver, Sustainability Director.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Jason Pagliaro, Special Events, Film and Tourism.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry. I'm Senior Director for Transportation.
Yeah.
Mayor and Council, just a reminder, the Planning and Economic Development was a service center born out of our executive realignment 2 years ago. And I think has really focused in all of these departments that think about land use and above grade infrastructure and how we maintain them, how we build them, how we operate them, and how we manage and create policy so that we have the right kind of land use development patterns as well. I think you're going to see, you've already seen in the 2 years the service center has existed, and you'll see a continuation of a big emphasis on community planning, a big emphasis on having the right plans, on sophisticating our own projects and processes as we grow into a major city function and not a small town function that maybe we came from. So I think hopefully you're seeing those as in response to the priorities that you have for our ability to plan and execute on our big above-grade projects.
All right, so Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Damasio, thank you for your presentation. Thank you to your team for doing the job that you do. As you all know, I am a stickler for small business, especially African-American businesses. And I heard you say that there were 13 DBEs that turned into primes.
14.
14.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me correct that. 14. I would like to have a list of those businesses, the names of them, and how we as a community can support them. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Alderman Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Faith, for your presentation. Mr. City Manager, what I kept bringing the city staff was I was having an issue with, I needed to try to have either a dashboard or some kind of way for us to be able to recognize and get information about either constructions or demolitions, because we've seen a lot of construction in our community and some demolitions also, but nobody that's doing the work can show me the actual document that shows that they have a permit to do either one.
Okay.
So we've been asking multiple times, can we get it? But I'm still waiting on a couple of them. But I've seen on 37th Street that one guy hit a gas line, but still to this day, I don't see that white. Is it required? I'm not sure. Is it required for them to have a box that they put in front of a site that shows that they have permits or?
I can ask Julie McLean to address that. I will say in response, she's walking up to the mic to address that. I know I was proud of the team who created a GIS map layer for all current permitting that I know that they shared with council and with you, and I think that's a really remarkable and transparent way where you can, look at a map and see all the dots on the map and click on those dots to see what's been permitted and what's been proposed there as well. But let me turn to our city engineer to answer that question for you.
Yeah, thank you. So just to add to what the city manager was just saying, we are actually trying to expand that GIS-based map to include site permits. I know there was a recent issue where there was an active construction site and it turned out they had a site permit. So we are expanding the tool that we have in place to include that information as well, just to make it a little bit more comprehensive. But regarding whether permits are posted, for building permits, typically, yes. We have always required that they have the permit on site, that it be posted in a visible location. It is a little harder on demolition permits where they're tearing the building down, and site permits. A lot of times there really isn't anything active to post the permits to, but we are, based on the concerns we received from you recently, trying to start enforcing that for those types of permits as well.
Because when we show up to a neighborhood association meeting, the first thing they ask is, what's going there, what happened, why are they tearing down the building, is the building historic, or any of those questions arise and I can't answer, and that's one thing that as a council member, you never want to go to a neighborhood meeting and say, I don't know.
Right, understood.
And I see that we also have, a couple of building inspector FTEs out, and everything that I'm asking for, you guys already have it here, to try to, and we have some permit supervisors. So everybody will be able to go out on site and you'll have some people on ground to be able to answer those questions for us.
Yeah, it's typically the building inspectors and the site development construction inspectors who are the people who are on site, actively inspecting the work being built.
Okay, thank you so much.
So what I'll ask, Julie, why don't we look into doing as we're looking into how we can require that posting even for demolition and site plan where there's not anything structural there to post it to, but maybe we can require
Right.
some type of a posting out in
Post,
front.
exactly.
And continue to build out that public-facing tool, which I think really is a phenomenal tool, and we'll continue to build onto it to incorporate as much information as we can.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Because that's one where you don't have to know the name of the project, you just gotta know where, you know, you got
Where
a
it
question,
is.
you can pull it up on the map and be like, okay, that's what's happening at the
Right.
end of my block.
So Jay, also, is there a way for us to streamline with parking services and, parking services, our police, and also with code enforcement about parking in STVR areas? Because I know every house normally has 2 parking spaces.
Yeah.
But when you have a STVR, you have 18 people show up to a house, and that put a pressure on the entire street.
Right.
So,
One of the things, we've been working on this issue for a little while. We've got a few more things to tackle through in terms of due diligence, but a few things we're going to be bringing to council hopefully within the year. One, we've got the parking matters study, which is, starts to address a lot of those, and it's focused on the areas where we allow STVRs as well, and what are the parking constraints there. I'm going to tell you that, like it was, years ago when we did the first parking matter study, there's going to be some people that aren't happy about it, some businesses or some institutions. So it's going to be a difficult thing, and the more we make exceptions to our parking, the harder it is to enforce and comply. So let me just put that in your head. The other thing that we're working on is we want to bring in some automated camera-assisted parking enforcement. You've seen this in other places where you've got parking enforcement with cameras on either side, and they're running the plates as they go down the street, and it's going to alert who's been there for too long, et cetera, who doesn't have a license to park there. And that's something that we're working on with parking services as well as code compliance to help us and with sanitation, our street cleaning services, to be able to better enforce our parking laws. But we've got a few more things to go through in terms of due diligence before we're ready to invest in that kind of technology and operation, but we hope it'll be this year.
we definitely want to give a special shout out to Ms. Lotson and the rest of their team for looking and listening to what the community has been asking for, and realigning with the neighborhood associations to figure out what we're going to do, especially at one of our flagship Waters Avenue corridor, and to try to mimic what we have over there in certain areas so that we can continue with the gateway process. Special events, thank you, Pagliaro, for working with Linda and us to create a dashboard so that we know, not only us, but the community also know what's going on, what's on the radar, to street closures and just like the marathon the other day that went well. Wonderful. Thank you, Faith, for the updates. But I look forward to working with you guys as we work with the Nightlife Manager program. I've always had some apprehension about it, so I'm going to continue to go through the process and figure out what's happening in other cities. I will be looking at nightlife as it pertains to Savannah while we're in Utah, and see what they're doing in Utah as far as nightlife, and I'll bring back whatever I can.
Yeah, I think that's probably not the right.
Comparison.
You be hanging out the Mormons, huh?
No, nightlife, I'm talking about nightlife.
Other people bring ideas.
Yeah,
and that's
other
what I'm saying.
ideas. I mean,
I know what
they
you're talking
have
about.
they have a basketball team there, and how they're parking and how their police are working in concert with those to make sure that nightlife moves.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna make sure,
absolutely.
because nightlife in Savannah is a whole different animal. So
Yeah,
we want to take
it
that
is.
very, very seriously.
And
need some Mormons
and
over
there
here.
is
Tabernacle.
it's in the proposed budget, there's a reclassification of a position for nighttime management services. It's not only to help us think more critically about our nighttime economy and nighttime activities as it relates to entertainment districts, which I know you were involved when we went through the RHI program and others. But it's also really the more fundamental approach to that, and the thing that we're going to start with first before we move into any kind of nighttime economy coordination, is really just making sure that we have clear coordination on all the activities that the city does at night,
Right.
or where we need to have activities when we're not having activities. So it's really going to be a position and an office and an initiative that looks at the city from 6 p.m. until 4 a.m. in the morning, and thinks through critically what else needs to be out on the street besides, police and fire, et cetera. What's already out on the street, how can we better coordinate, how can we better know and understand what's happening in those hours so that we can better respond and govern to them.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderwoman Wilder Bryan.
I'm just going to be really brief. Just wanted to thank you and your team. But, when I worked at EOA, they were in partnership with some of the housing authority. And when there is no money, we need to be more creative. And part of the problems that I have in the 3rd District is not just in the 3rd District. Most of the single mothers or 2-parent households, the problem that they have is daycare and housing. We have these centers, right? I was talking to Ms. Lotson and one of the owners of a development here. We're trying to make sure that we match what she's doing over there with small businesses and putting some daycare in these areas and creating a partnership. Mr. Bates, don't go because you're an integral part in this. We want you to give us some mission and scope about how we can change the quality of life for parents, especially in these, Ms. Hester's here with Housing Authority. She's open to not reinventing the wheel, but keeping it really some resilience and some vitality in the neighborhoods, and seeing if we could put in our centers some daycare opportunities. It's doable. I think now more than ever is crucial with all this funding that's going away. If I have a plan that I'd like for you to put some legalese in it and talk to the city manager about incorporating daycare activities in our centers. EOA used to do it. Even the Savannah Mercy Housing offered a space for have a police officer there. I don't know what happened to that in light of the shortness in there. Those are some things that should be a priority. We can't wait until they put security there, And I'm so glad Gunther got away with the dummy cars. People know when you put those blank cars in our neighborhoods, they're blank cars in our neighborhoods. So thank you, Gunther, for stopping that. We want actual people in those cars, right? Talking to people and not cars put in there. So, Mr. City Manager, to circle back, I think we do a disservice again by having these beautiful buildings. Buildings don't save our children. The programs do. So I want to, when you say improve the quality of life by raising municipal service standards and expand economic access to opportunity and vitality to all, we need to reach out to some of these single mothers and put them to work and offer daycare in some of those facilities that we have. Thank you, Miranda, for working with that. And thank you for the pieces that we're putting, recognizing you and Luciana, and East Savannah will get 5 markers for what's going on in their community, and I appreciate that. You too, Liddy. Y'all continue to, we gotta learn how to pivot and be innovative and save our money by being creative, and I think that would be a forward move when we talk about housing and daycare. That's where most of the money goes for the people in our community. Thank you so much for allowing me to say that.
I've long advocated for that there were 4 pillars to sustainability: employment, housing, transportation, and childcare. And so I pushed that for the Georgia Municipal Association and served on a statewide committee to help find ways of best practices to make childcare more accessible, more available, and more affordable. Likewise, when the RISE initiative started with CETA, I insisted that one of the independent pillars of that was to deal particularly with childcare for the same reasons. I mean, you could have the best opportunities in the world, you could have the best transportation, the best housing, but if you don't have someone to take care of your kids,
yes, sir,
that is, and so I think to that end, Jay has been involved in those discussions, and we're really looking at things, Bridget as well, about how do we create zoning opportunities for more neighborhood daycares? How do we create more employer-led or employer-offered daycares? I think to your point, which is very, very valid, I think we're moving really in that space. obviously childcare is a huge, huge, huge liability.
Yes, sir.
And so how do we do it in a way with people who are responsible? How do we do it in a way that there's some education involved and not just babysitting?
Right.
But then how do we do it in a way that is even on off hours? I mean, usually, from 8 to 5, 7 to 5, 6 to 5, but what about those who work, evening hours, or with the Hyundai plant advent, when they go to 3 shifts, what happens for people who need to have 11 to 7? So I think, that is kind of where we're moving with that, to your point. The thing I wanted to do before I go to Alderman
Well,
Shabazz.
to add to that, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We actually had a program at WW Law that we
Right.
worked with Greenbrier, and I think that those are some of the things that we need to incorporate back in good business and good government. And thank you for suggesting that,
Yeah.
Mayor.
No
Appreciate
problem.
that.
The other thing I wanted to, for me, was that I wanted our economic development department to get more in the actual theoretical practice of economic development. Essentially, what happened is that CETA was the economic development arm, and a couple of years ago, they kind of said, we're just doing industry-related stuff, which really left the more traditional things of economic development, building and strengthening businesses, forecasting and things. I mean, we'll say, okay, well, it's forecast, we're bringing TOMA, this is for the region, but not necessarily for Savannah. How do we foster retail businesses, regional competitiveness, particularly when you look at the businesses that we have, the storefronts that we have that are empty, and they're empty for a long time. Yet there are businesses that we find from like our launch initiative that need spaces, and how do we get them there? So, I mean, I think that, we say economic development, but we're really not doing traditional economic development things. And I liken that to SEMA. SEMA does emergency management, but we also have our own emergency management development to deal with the specific in particular, while SEMA deals with the more global. And so, although, CETA does what it does, they're not necessarily looking in Savannah's best interest specifically, because they are looking regionally. And so I would like for us to figure, and again, it's not necessarily right now, but we really need to be trying to vector into a way where we are performing the historic and traditional economic development duties for our city, to help us better forecast, for us to better, once we launch businesses, how do we keep them from year 2, 3, and beyond? How do we be able to, those types of things. I think.
I think you're absolutely right, and a pivot that we're trying to make. Years ago, Alderman Palumbo gave me this analogy that I always think about, where CETA is kind of the big game hunter, and they're going out and bringing in big industries and creating big jobs, and that the city of Savannah ought to be, our economic development arm ought to be growing those seeds and being the kind of the, growing and cultivating these businesses here. And I think that's so I always think of that metaphor, because I think it's really helpful for us to think about in terms of what that division of labor is, and how we become better cultivators of local businesses and business corridors. And so I think, when we think about the Canal District that was just adopted, when we think about the South Side retrofit plan, when we think about corridors like Waters Avenue, corridors that we're about to get started on Skidaway Avenue. So I think it's not only those, Bay Street, another corridor that there's money for improvement on. I think it's not only those streetscapes, but how do we create those Main Street programs and help with, whether it's facade programs, whether it's small business supports. We create, these, I know opportunity zones, but also there's enterprise development zones that we can create. And every month I'm signing waivers for businesses in those zones to, waive their tap-in fees and waive their business licensing fees, et cetera. That's a part of that program. So we do need to do more of those things. We're pivoting to think more about that. Of course, we're going to continue to support, entrepreneurs and people who want to get licenses and credentials and help their own personal career growth, but thinking really through our kind of Main Street and neighborhood corridor, commercial corridor development, helping to make sure that we've got, main streets in all of these neighborhoods that used to be thriving commercial centers, to help them continue to be and to strengthen, to support our neighborhood. So it's absolutely the right pivot, and something that we're thinking through. We're doing a few steps, that the Harvard-Bloomberg program that we attended, Miranda and Faye and I, along with Warp Source Coastal and CETA. We've got a plan called Savannah Thrives, another GIS map layer, which was a big product about how we're connecting, really targeted neighborhoods where we want to see, more mobility, increased mobility, and then where those mobility opportunities were, including those wraparound supports that you said. So we're building that, the foundations of that pivot, and I'm probably answering too much on that question, but it's absolutely the right thing that we need to be doing and something we're going to be focused on. So
I mean, also for the Savannah Development and Renewal Authority was doing some of that stuff in the absence that we weren't. And with SDRA kind of going through its transition, it's a good time for us to get back in that space. And it might be big game hunters. So, we have big game hunters for us. Let's go ahead and get that Apple store in Savannah. Let's go ahead and get that Trader Joe's in Savannah. Let's go ahead and, the things that we determine that we want. Locally, they're not necessarily industry, but we're able to now talk directly to those places and say, here's a space that you can be in, and be able to kind of keep all of our hands on all of the plugs at one time. So Alderwoman Shabazz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank you, Chief DeMessimo, for your leadership with your team, and just tremendous work that was done in the 5th District and far west of the 5th is where, in the entire city of Savannah, where there's land, where the land is left to develop. And I just want to just give a big shout out to our urban planning department with Mrs. Liddy, who really has been meeting the rubber to the road this year in all of that development that is going on, the annexations and everything, the good work that's been going on, and also with keeping the community, with the connectiveness and the togetherness and the conversations and the transparency. It's been some years, but I believe we got it right. So thank you so much for all of your work over there. Mr. Henry, with traffic calming, there is just one bullet point. There's a street that I'm just, even today, on Amaranth between Hopkins and MLK or Exchange, going to the east, coming from Hopkins Street on Amaranth. Can you please check out how we can get some traffic calming on their applications from residents? They're in the office. So please, if you could do that. Also, I wanted to mention at our last city council meeting, this is my last comment, is that the tremendous report that was given today, when a small business who comes in as a subcontractor, who becomes licensed as a DBE or operating as a minority woman business enterprise business for several years. And then when we hear the news today, I just don't want it to be short stuff in here and small conversation, because it's huge. When those companies can move from being a small business company or MWBE, DBE company and become a prime contractor, that is front page news on TV and print and social media. So I just want to commend the City of Savannah for the work from our Economic Development Department. Mrs. Lawson and your leadership, thank you so much, ma'am, on how we have kept our hands on the plow. And it's been some years in making sure we kept our hands on the plow of our small businesses in here to grow them. With this report in this room today, we got a number of companies have become prime contractors. They're not second tier, they're not third tier, they are number one tier. And I take my hats, kudos off to our community development department. Last thing on that, Mrs. Lotson, thank you so much for your text, and here we go. On our city council agenda, our last agenda, there was a wonderful item, purchasing item, that with your leadership and Mrs. Lotson work and everything, bringing it forward for our disadvantaged businesses and our MWBEs. And if you don't mind, Chief, for Ms. Lotson, the city manager, to just say 2 or 3 words. I wasn't up to it and talking about it at the city council meeting, but I'm pretty okay today. And if you could talk about what the city has purchased. Another front page news story. The city has purchased software in order to help to alleviate a problem that has been existing for decades in the business industry, in small business, especially in small businesses, where our prime contractors, general contractors, sometimes when they get paid, it doesn't always flow properly down to our subcontractors. But Mrs. Lotson and Chief Messimo, if you all can just tell us just briefly about what the city we voted on it on Thursday, just a little bit about it. Thank you, ma'am.
So we had the opportunity to incorporate technology into our workflow. And so we have done that, and with the approved purchase, we will be automating our daily workflow systems and our ability to process certifications, provide reporting, as well as contract management for our contractors participating on city projects.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alderwoman Bell, then Alderwoman Lanier.
Just echoing
Alderman
the request, Mr. Henry, that Mayor Pro Tem gave you about Amaranth. I just received a complaint on traffic on that corridor just this past Saturday, so I would appreciate it, as I reported to her, if you would look into that.
Alderwoman Lanier.
Please, you can go now. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Manager, what is our current budget, our credit rating?
Is AA+.
Fair, okay. I asked that because I know in the past we had a discussion and a problem with our credit rating that could have improved based on our reserve or poverty rating. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because in this book here on page 10, we're looking at the demographics. And as we could see up at the top of that page, clearly in the county, there are more impoverished people living in the city. 13% up from the national and the county. If you look at these numbers here, we could see a concentration of impoverished people in the city of Savannah. Down at the bottom here on this graphic, I just want to mention the 36% on this first pie chart. It represents the under $50,000 households. And right next to it, 47% represent inside of Savannah. This was the MSA. And the colors changed. That would have been a good idea had those under 50,000 stayed the same color, so you could get a good comparison of how that piece of the pie grow or differentiate. But because we have this poverty problem concentration in the city of Savannah, when you look at the whole Chatham County and the state and federal. At this point, we really need a rock star economic development department because of these numbers that have been persisting. In economic development, we have an international focus. We have a national focus in economic development. We have state focus. We have a state economic development. Then when you come down and you have a county or sometimes regional, or both, in our case. These regional focus, and they do different things. And all of these levels have a different purview. And we finally got a city focus economic development, and we have community level entities, CDEs, and CDCs. And if every one of those levels act in accords, they'll all be partners and working one with the other. I don't expect for the city economic development to have international economic development aspirations. There are people who take care of that. And so therefore, I guess first we need to look at, like was said earlier, best practices around the country on city level economic development, so they won't be trying to do community level economic development. There's a place for all of that. 21 years ago this season, I founded a community development corporation called Ivory Bay, CDC, in this city. And it's been a heavy load lifting and educating this community to understand what community development actually looks like from a neighborhood or community perspective, and that is an asset-based approach. So it's really good hearing the conversations that's bubbling up around the city now and the state about economic development on this level, asset-based, how we leverage community assets, how we identify community assets. And this work should be hand in hand with the city economic development. I know we're trying to create some things, but it's very interesting in having to be overlooked and left out and not worked with when you know you were instrumental in teaching the approach. Because when we started out, we were focusing on poverty reduction. And as a generational neighborhood organizer, I knew that's not the direction we needed to be going in the early 2000s. We need to be focused on wealth creation and asset-based wealth creation. And we're moving in that direction, and it just thrills me. But to be continued to be overlooked and left out, that's kind of interesting too. But I understand it, I really do. So in your department, we are working on these plans and these future land use plans, and we're tweaking these plans. And I heard us say earlier that we are looking at, I think, a River Street plan, but we really have to focus on, one time we were saying that we were getting out the business of creating these plans. We can't do that. We need more area plans. And then the work of doing the long-range plans wouldn't be as difficult if we fill in these blanks with these area plans. So that's an area we need to focus on more. I know we're capable of doing it because we've done it in the past in partnership with the MPC. I don't think we got the manpower on board to do it efficiently. We have some good people working in that area. I think we need to focus more on that area with resources, manpower, human resources, physical resources, because it's a lot of work that we need to do in that area. And we need to look at that future land use plan and make sure that we have an opportunity as policymakers here to work with that and tweak that before we send anything up to the state. And in our sustainability department, well, let me say this, we need to look at our partnerships and our stakeholders and partners in economic development and make sure we align properly there. In our sustainability department, it's sustainability, environment and sustainability. I think we need to concentrate a little bit more on the environmental piece. I think we're doing a good job on the sustainability aspect of it, but I think we're doing a poor job And I think really the county and the city is allowing a large portion of our community to be subjected to environmental injustice. And we've been quiet and looking the other way, and I don't think we could no longer afford to do that. We know what's happening, but we just been very quiet about not dealing with this because these are marginalized, low-wealth, underserved people that are suffering from this environmental injustice that we experience on the west side. So we need to put more focus on our EJ and our environmental piece as we continue to improve and build on the sustainability piece. And traffic calming leaves much to be desired in the first district. Thank you all for what you have done. There was 0 traffic calming devices in 2020. Now we got at least in the teens, maybe. But there's some areas in dire need of traffic calming in some neighborhoods that still doesn't have any traffic calming. And I'm curious about what's going on with the logistics technology corridor. That's a wealth of possibility there that we have not leveraged since that was created by the state. And I know there was some tweaks made to the area, but I still think, I know you all are looking at that and probably discussing it, but it's been laying pretty dormant for quite some time when it's a wealth of opportunity there and to partner with the state on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Palumbo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Oh, that'll hit you in the fillings. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation and the entire team. You all did great, and I just wanted to weigh in because I live this life. I'm so excited that we're talking about economic development because economic development is fun. It's exciting. You see emerging businesses, but I just have a couple of pearls of wisdom and some advice to lend. We have a very valuable role to play in the ecosystem because of things that the City of Savannah can do that only the City of Savannah can do. Helping accelerate businesses to do business with the city, improving that capacity, improving the contracting requirements to see that more contractors are now prime contractors because we have a $600 million a year corporation. Having entrepreneurs the ability to tap into that incredible capital is an enormous opportunity. But a lot of it's looking inwards. We're going to need a lot of help on the policy side of things that only we can do. And that includes parking requirements and variances and height, massing, taxes, and so many of that very granular work that can help assist entrepreneurs in such a big way. And we've got to be a member of the chorus. We've talked about the many layers of the economic development cake. CETA has to do its thing and be the tip of the spear. There's the Georgia Center of Innovation. It's so much more. But I think if we hone in on our focus areas, which are geographical, we've got a focus area in West Savannah, we've got a focused area in East Savannah, and now we're having an emerging focus area on the south side. So finding those different ways. And the last tidbit I'll throw in there, since we talked about childcare, is taking a look at some of our nearby partners that have more relaxed requirements on how many students and young people you can fit into a single dwelling. I believe the county has a higher limit. And I don't want to mess with the formula until we have some policy analysis to make sure that we do that right. But I'll be looking ahead to 2026 and having some help on those fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Chief, and the PEDS team. So we appreciate y'all and the work that you do.
Thank you.
No, don't step down yet. Oh, you can step down.
Yeah. This time. So now we're going to hear from Community Services and with our interim chief, Melissa Carter, who's been doing double duty as chief here and as budget director. We'll take questions for Community Services. And then we're going to hear from two chiefs, Joe and Seisha, back to back, and we'll take questions about both Information Public Affairs and Management Services after their joint.
We'll do that as one, right?
Yes, we'll do that as one.
Okay.
So with that, I'll turn it over to the very capable Melissa Carter.
Well, thank you so much. I do realize we are running about a couple hours behind schedule, so Community Services will try to help catch us up a little bit. So I think we all would agree that community services is at the forefront of improving our community's quality of life, advancing equity, as well as fostering resilience through inclusive and accessible programs. We do this through a workforce of 241 employees across all of our neighborhood parks, resource centers, as well as our community centers and pools, led by an expert leadership team that I've had the pleasure of getting to know a lot better over the last few months. I'll introduce them just for, of course, the media that's watching. To my right and your left is Mr. Martin Freddie, our housing director. You can clap for Martin. Yeah, I know he never gets enough of that accolade. And next to him is the illustrious Carrie Reed, our Human Services Director. Next to her, Stephanie Capel, our IACH Executive Director, right? Really a catalyst and keeping the glue together. And to her left and in my right, Stuart Miller, our Cultural Arts Director for our Cultural Arts and Resources Programs, followed by Jimmy Johnson, the Director of the ONE's Office, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and last but not least, Nick, I just learned his name really is Nikki, but Nick Roberts, our Recreation and Leisure Services Director. Now, the Community Services team utilizes two primary funding streams coupled together. That's significantly our general fund, but also they use our community development block grant funds as well. So, and they in turn, are recipients of grant dollars, but also are the administrators of grant awards into the community itself. So, I would like to say that primarily the community services team is going to support 5 of the 6 priority goals, but generally we are all going to be high performing as we conduct that work and administer that work throughout the community. Now, and I won't go through those. So I'd like to kind of go over some of the accomplishments though, because as you know, the manager said, you know, we got an investment and you invested in us last year for the 25 budget. We want to kind of give some feedback on what we did with that investment, how we turned that investment around. So over the course of this year, and we're certainly not done yet, we have assisted 90 individuals in earning job certifications through our training programs, with 16 of those resulting in pay raises and promotions for those recipients. That brings a graduate total of 332 individuals that have directly benefited from human services programming. We have had 734 attendees across 60 leadership sessions between April through October of this year alone. And within our neighborhood services and community impact programs, almost 2,900 people have received neighborhood-based services at our 2 resource centers, and 66 neighborhood association leaders have been engaged in our mini conference focused on networking and collaboration. A lot of the things that I've been hearing throughout this session today. And so one of our greatest accomplishments this year is that through our partnerships with 48 nonprofits in this community, services have been leveraged to over 21,000 individuals. And so investments in our young people and those unsheltered has also led us connecting with over 600 youth through our annual youth summit, soft skills and work readiness training programs, and through the adoption of the encampment management policy we recently received an update on from the Consortium of Care. Now, I know that we all just received a wonderful update on the progress our housing team and our Rockstar partners are leveraging through the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund, but it's definitely worth repeating here that we have exceeded our investment goals from both public and private investments, and are definitely impacting those that are affected by the affordable housing crisis. So as you know, 40% of households fall within that ALICE report, meaning that they fall below the poverty line categories. And in our community, fair market rents are ranging from $1,431 for a 1-bedroom apartment to $2,131 for a 3-bedroom. A low-wage earner would need to work over 190 hours per week in order to afford rent at those rates. And so this is what the impact of our investments through the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund and those partners are so important to our community. Now, of course, the transformative projects that we love mentioning and love to remind everyone of is the Dundee Cottages and Cove at Dundee was collaborative and extremely innovative for our community, resulting from 4 different revenue streams. And so those revenue stream sources came from both public and private, totaling a little over $6.4 million. So if you would like to donate to the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund, every $1 the donation has been proven, right, Martin, proven to leverage $8 to support individuals and families in need of affordable and workforce housing. So if anyone that is in the room or watching, please, if you want to donate even $1, please see Martin Freddy or Anita Smith-Dixon with our Community Housing Services Agency. So in our focus areas of violence prevention, community mentorship, and neighborhood engagement, 13 justice-impacted youth within this community have participated in our Youth Employment and Violence Intervention 8-week program that engaged them in wellness activities, academic development, and exploring different career fields for their consideration. 50% of them have either graduated or earned their GED certification and are currently employed. And so as a part of our Youth Violence and Reduction Initiative, 14 and 18-year-olds are given an employment option that keeps them engaged in positive activities while providing them with income. And over this past year, 10 neighborhoods have participated in that program, and 83 youth were employed over this past summer across our NIT teams, and this is on top of those 7 violence reduction grant awards and partners that have engaged another 700 of our community youth. One of our newest and most popular programs would be the Yazoo Young Artists of Savannah United program that saw record turnouts on their 2 most popular performances that were free to the public. But also I'd like to tout that we have also started a new Grow and Glow Link Up connection that has also proven to be very engaging and very well appreciated by our community. And so the Recreation Department, as we've talked about recreation and how impactful it can be with our youth, has also launched the city's first girls youth flag football league. And that's a milestone in both gender equity and youth engagement for our community. This program was fully developed, conceptualized, branded, and administered by our Rec and Leisure Service employees on Team Savannah, and they're very proud of this effort and the result of it. This was in addition to employing 52 high school students to serve as lifeguards, as well as summer camp counselors and athletic assistants throughout the summer program, and where they also received income. The department's program innovation, their capital investments and administering of capital improvements to our facilities, community partnerships like this have contributed to our Recreation Services Department receiving the GRPA Rec Department as the State of Georgia's Agency of the Year. And so I think we should be very proud of that as well. Now, our cultural arts team is also making strides by increasing our participation of the Cultural Arts Center. We have hosted 24,513 total participants and attendees across 300 programs. And we have awarded cultural contribution funding to 20 organizations supporting 29 community art projects and 3,005 services so far. That increase in our participation of our facility is a 20% increase this year over last year. And I think I heard one of the alderpersons mention we should be making sure that we have optimal use of our facilities. And I think Cultural Resources is showing that they have the ability to grow and increase that utilization for the facility that they administer. So I'm going to move forward to our 2026 initiatives and strategies and plans, and identifying the key areas of work to be done as we developed our budget request as a community services team. The following strategies and initiatives are being proposed with a community impact and a results focus. And so our strategies support goals and objectives within public safety, equitable community development, and economic access priorities are allocated partly within our Human Services Division. $5.5 million is proposed in this budget plan to maintain and enhance our annual youth summit, our capacity building and training programs, and to maintain our homelessness support programs through grants and continued investments in our homeless day centers. It does also include a $1 million proposed allocation set aside for our community partnership grant awards to local agencies that are outlined in your budget book on pages 257 through 263 of the proposal. We view these investments to offer leadership training, collaboration with local and developing nonprofits, and to support our neighborhood associations as key strategies to advance community empowerment and well-being. Major housing initiatives are outlined here to support strategic priority goals 2 and 3 of Savannah GPS, which are investing in equitable community development and resiliency and expanding economic access. A continued focus to continue support for and growth of the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund, to continue leveraging those dollars to actually make a meaningful impact through our partners to increase the affordable and workforce housing inventory within our community and even throughout our county. And so we fully expect to complete construction and renovations in 2026 on a total of 108 apartments next year, as well as begin new construction of an additional 105 low-income housing tax credit units, and implement 2 developments that are being designed, Fairgrounds and Dawes. To accomplish this, our housing and neighborhood services programs are proposed to receive funding of $3 million, plus an additional $3 million contribution from our general fund to support the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund, which is an increase above the current year budget. So when it comes to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, our budget proposal of $1.9 million is needed to both increase our youth success and decrease youth violence across 4 priority subsets of the GPS public safety goal. Specifically, ones will strive to enhance our path forward, our Young Artists of Savannah United programs, and Grow and Glow to support SPD efforts to drive down violent crime stats and preventable deaths and improve our collective sense of security. Our violence reduction grants will sponsor a total of 13 nonprofits through our budget request of an additional $250,000. That can be viewed on pages 264 through 269 of your budget documents. And our neighborhood improvement teams have proven to be a growing mainstay in our programming, providing income as an incentive to our youth while promoting neighborhood engagement and instilling pride in our community. Recreation and Leisure Services is to propose to have the largest year-over-year influx of funding allocations in this year's budget, with an allocation totaling $15.4 million. This will fund service enhancements to improve operational capacity for athletic field maintenance and assume operation of the Board of Education's Jenkins High Swimming Pool, and integrating the Jenkins site into our existing aquatics program will leverage current infrastructure and management systems, allowing efficient use of staff, equipment, and resources, and provide additional added opportunities for our youth through volunteerism and leadership within our aquatics operations. And last but not least, our Cultural Arts Division. In that program, we are proposing for 2026 an allocation of $2.4 million as a part of our budget request, which is relatively flat with the current year. Although we are expanding some part-time staff hours and instructional hours in order to keep and grow that utilization rate for the Cultural Arts Center. We're keeping largely a flat budget from this year to next. We have also enhanced our Weave a Dream program offering through grant awards. As we saw this year, we ran out of our Weave a Dream grant funding allocation within the first quarter of 2025. So we are proposing in this budget to expand that a little bit by $27,000 to give us a total of $50,000 for Weave a Dream grant awards in 2026, and that is subject to the council's approval. And as we discussed last week, we do have some provisions in this proposed budget for the public art master plan that's still pending decisions and direction. Thank you all for your feedback last week on November 13th. Now, community services is a catalyst for connection, well-being, and inclusive growth. Each initiative will be communicated in 2026, not just as a program, but also as a story of impact, because these are people that we're working for, emphasizing our human connection, community empowerment, and transformation. In 2026, we propose several strategies and initiatives to support the GPS priorities, and we're committed to them with your support for our budget requests. Finally, our alignment with Savannah GPS carries with us 4 overarching pillars to approach each strategy that we've discussed, each initiative and each program and service outlined under our employ as services offerings to our customers. They are: number 1, stability and independence, helping Savannah residents stay rooted in their neighborhoods and meeting today's needs, building tomorrow's independence. Number 2, safety, compassion, and resilience, from risk to resilience, preventing violence by investing in people. Number 3, creative and culturally vibrant. As we heard you say last week, your voice, your stories, your city in color. And last but not least, thriving people and thriving places, connecting communities where Savannah plays, grows, and thrives. Thank you so much for the opportunity to represent this illustrious team of Team Savannah. We're open for questions.
Thank you so much.
Lunch break, right.
Thank you so much.
All right, good?
Yes,
I
yes, sir.
saw Alderman Bell and I see Alderman Leggett.
You want to go first?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
I was just saying thank you.
Stop it. Thank you, Ms. Carter, for your presentation. I was looking at some of the cultural arts presentations or grant amounts, and I was wondering if we are careful to make sure that the requestors are not duplicating services that's being offered to another entity, particularly the school district. So without being specific, I hope we look at that and make sure we're not funding activities that are being funded by another agency in town.
So we will definitely look at that. We do run all of our grant applications through the smell test across all of our grant award programs for the city to avoid any particular agency being able to double dip, if you will, from the city itself. We will make a concerted effort to look for whether those agencies that are also requesting funding from the city, whether they are getting funding for the same program from another agency.
And not necessarily the very same, but similar if they are serving the same constituency base. You understand what I'm saying? If they're serving the same group of people.
The same
Yeah,
group.
children in specific, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We will put that on the parking lot. We will have to conduct a review because we did not look at it from that angle.
But you understand how.
I understand what
important
you're
that
saying,
is.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Johnson.
1 second, Alderman Leggett, Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Thank you.
Alderwoman?
Oh, I thought you was.
Yeah, he yielded to you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Carter, I'm looking at the agency name, program descriptions, and I'm just interested in knowing who all applied for these grants. Can I have a list of everybody that applied?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at legacy nonprofits, and I was just wondering, I thought a couple of years ago when we were doing our budget that we said it was in our job, if I can remember, I think the mayor said it wasn't our job to give nonprofits funding every single year. I believe, didn't you mention something like that, Mayor Johnson? I believe you said that.
I said it wasn't our role to be the sustainer of nonprofits.
Exactly. So I'm just looking here and I see where, since I've been on council, several of these nonprofits are continuing to get. So I would just like to know who applied. I would like to see the list.
Oh, Alderwoman, would you like that list for community partnerships, as well as
All
violence reduction
nonprofits.
and ACE?
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you so
Now,
much.
just to that end now, 'cause I want to make sure that my comments were not misinterpreted. If someone is doing the work, they're doing the work. I mean, I think every year, each agency has to come both on the cultural and the community partnership side, has to make their case. And Carrie and her team, I mean, they hard. They are hard. And they go do numbers and they go do deliverables. And so I don't mind, local nonprofits getting the money if they're doing the work. I think the concern for me would just be, you're just getting it because you've always gotten it. And I've always warned nonprofits, and Taffany will tell you, I would say, do not base your entire budget off of funds coming from the city of Savannah. That you have to be able to be aggressive enough to go out and find other sources of funding. So I just want to make sure that, in that question and in quoting me, that's what I was talking about. Again, we want people who are going to do the work. And there's some nonprofits who have been doing consistent work here every year, and if they come and they make the case, this is not a political decision, it's an administrative decision based on data, then I think, obviously deserves the support. If they're not doing it, I think Carrie and them they'll shut them down quick. And there've been some legacy folks that have gotten, they didn't make the next round, so. Alderman Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And also, thank you, Melissa. I think the overwhelming thing that's been ringing all day long is one, quality of life. And also we all want to make sure that the programs that we are funding is going to reflect the ask. So when we start talking about what the vision is, we ask this question, what's going to be the vision of leisure services? And how leisure services is going to continue to impact not only the kids that are on the football field, and that's another comment coming up, but the neighborhoods which surround the neighborhoods, the community centers in which we house our young people.
And so, Alderman, we're taking the Savannah GPS plans and thinking about them holistically for community impact. What we're doing for 2026 in this allocation, our budget request is based on, is how do we maintain those programs that we have in place right now. We have quite a diverse group of programs. Take the data that we're seeing in those programs and figuring out how we then grow that impact in order to report that back under our Savannah GPS plan. We technically don't have a lot of new programs coming in this budget request because we have seen some level of success in the programming that we've been doing. We're trying to scale up and scale them further. I believe that the only new sports-related programs that are coming for 2026 and incorporated in this budget request are to bring on some additional sports items such as boxing, if I'm not mistaken, girls basketball, as well as karate programs, and then of course to grow our aquatics division.
Well, let me stop you right there. We have to make sure that when I say again programs that reflect the ask, we have to make sure that we have multiple versions of success when we talk about the programs that made us. I came up through the Leisure Service under Mr. Baker, Mr. Shearhouse, and Earl Etheridge. They were the cornerstones who created the programs, and I think we veered away from those programs. And boxing and all of that, those are programs that may work in the future, but what I've seen currently is majority of our football teams who we have in our Leisure Service have starting to go to a travel team, and that's become, and I think that we took our eye off the ball, and I think those programs really do need to be reevaluated and brought back into the system, because if we don't, I don't feel comfortable with $15 million going back into Leisure Services until we realign what we're trying to do. And also within that vision, we have to look at how we are upgrading the facilities in which we're asking our kids to come to. And it's a big umbrella of an undertaking that we're talking about, not only just the vision of what we're asking from our kids to come into the facilities, but the facilities itself. I went into WW Law last week, and I know we're gonna do some work in there. And I looked in the gym, and I seen the mold that was in the gym and the development that we're doing in the kitchen. I've been asking for that for years, so thank you for that. But the issue that I found when I went in there, the moving of the Eastside Concerned Citizens room, they were supposed to move from one area to the next, but when I found out that some of their vital items that was in that room was trashed, but some of this, what you guys thought was important, was kept. I think each and every item there, all the vital statistics and everything, because if anything out of that room was thrown away, any one object was thrown away, that was a vital item that was put there by Freddie Patrick and the people who actually gave us our start. So I think every member of this body right here has a vested interest in what the Eastside Concerned Citizens was. And also the $1.9 million that we are asking to go into the ONES program, I don't have a major issue with that, but I'm still on top of programs that reflect the ask. I really need to see the work. You know, I'm a stickler on what the ONES was. If we had a director once before, I don't have a problem with the current director, but I want to make sure that we're putting this type of money in the programs. We want to make sure the programs reflect the ask. And we have to do that, and we're going to continue to have a conversation with the city manager and his staff to make sure that the undertaking that we're asking is going to be there, because we put a lot of money in into Delaware Center. We just filled in the pool, and we're going to make sure that the seniors that have programs over there at the Delaware Center is going to have their splash pad over there, and they're going to continue to be a part of that programming. But we don't want to take away from their quality of life by moving the people that they're comfortable with because of whatever issues they may be having within the center. But we want to be able to stock our center with the best employees we can, fund the programs that has been historically working, and continue to push all of these developments through, and make sure when we say that we are the Department of Fun and we have Recreation Reimagined on our forethought, we want to do those things and say those things, because if you fail to realize it, we all who live within the community, and what Linda said, some of those community centers that close, everybody else go home up 16 or outside of the service area. They don't see those young people that are playing football in the street, or they miss out on the programs that's happening within our community centers. We have to reinvest back into those community centers and be very, 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 very determined to make sure that the programs that we provide our young people in our community are geared directly towards them. It's good to teach them how to box, but the life skills that they learn within the community centers are always going to be paramount over everything else.
Well, let me tell you that the ask was mine for boxing, for karate, and for women's basketball.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not saying you said it had to reflect the ask. I made the ask because because it has been proven, particularly with men, young men, particularly men that might be just as involved or impacted, the discipline, and I'm one of them, that I learned from boxing and karate. There was a marked decrease and violent incidents in school and everywhere else because they've learned the discipline. In terms of female basketball, we started this year with girls flag football. I think that females can do things other than cheer. And with the popularity of female basketball, with the popularity of us getting a female professional team, therein lies an opportunity. And with working with neighbors from across the entire city, these are three elements that I've heard that they would like. And again, you know, I think the advent of travel teams have come up because there's a lot of money in travel teams. And so these folks who are in that travel teams space are able to get the best players and take them, and there's a lot of money involved with that, AAU and a variety of other things. You know, so I just wanted you to know when you said about the ask, that was what he asked, is that we need the opportunity to be able to diversify. Everybody doesn't play football.
But I think we have to first perfect.
I think we have to do both. I think we can do both. I don't think
I don't.
Now. Well, personally, I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think you can do both. I think, you know, perfection is a process improvement.
But that goes back to.
Well, but I think you could do both. I think you can continue to do that. We did it this year, and we added female flag football. I think
And we also had 3-on-3 basketball, where we got rid of that too.
Well, I mean, again, I think those are service improvements, and I don't think it has to be a it or this. I think you can do both. So I think, you know, in the money that's asking, if we're talking about program and service improvement, then let's talk about how you think the program can be improved, and then allow the professional staff that we hire to be able to do that.
But if we do that, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if we do that, we have to look at it holistically again. The entire city is our playground.
Well, again,
and if we put all of these programs together and do it the correct way.
Well, again, that's why we hire professionals that do this professionally, and so I think we have to make it upon them
But if
to
they
do it what's correct.
if they do it professionally,
Well,
they
I mean,
have to
again-
have some type of expertise behind it.
Well-
But we have to bring in the people that do
Again-
that. We
well,
have the
again-
management staff, but we
We
have to
have-
make sure that those people can pinpoint. You can't tell me as a football coach, and I'm not saying nothing against a woman, but women are good coaches and referees. But you can't tell me as a championship football coach that and I may say that you're going to tell me that you have more knowledge of the game than I do.
Now, look, I mean, now that we have female referees, I mean, I would beg to differ with that. All I'm saying is, I think we put the expectation on our city manager and on our professional staff to be able to handle it. I would be very careful of saying that a female would not
I know,
have.
that's what I said.
Oh, okay,
No,
yes,
no
I
problem
think
with
you'd be
that.
very, I think
That's
you're
good.
walking close to that third rail. I'm saying that we have enough folks, we've invested enough money to put an expectation on the things we want to be able to see. And to me, it would be a holistic program that looks at all of the possibilities that we can do, and that we should continue to evolve. I think we should continue to grow. At the same time, we should continuously improve the things that we do. If something that we say that for a program we want 3-on-3 basketball, then
correct.
Let's say that.
But that goes back to saying you definitely agree with me that says that the program has to reflect the ask, correct?
Right. Well, and again, now you're making the ask. I made an ask. You made an ask. I think again, we charge our staff to be able to deliver on what we have asked.
So I think this is exactly the kind of feedback that we need to hear, frankly, so thank you. To answer some of the questions about the vision and where we're going and some of the challenges, and I know that we talk a lot about this, Alderman Leggett, and I think that you've got to be a big part of helping shape what leisure services is in the future. We're in a transformation of leisure services that was started by this council through Rec Reimagine. Some of that transformation is about recapturing, you know, some of the glory and the gold that we had in leisure services in years gone by. So here are some of the challenges that I see in this transformation. One, there's a facility challenge, right? We've got only so much space to accommodate the growing services that we want to provide as a city, as well as to accommodate organizations and teams that form themselves and that have historically played in city parks, and we want to continue to support those leagues as well. I think if we're talking about a budget discussion, this budget as well as SPLOST 8, which has almost $40 million, in reinvestments into some of our biggest sports complex. That's really good news. The work that's going to happen on Daffin Park later this year to regrade those fields, to add some lighting, that's really, really good news.
Yeah, that's
for this work and for other places in our rec portfolio.
But I'm glad you said that, and I'm gonna leave it right. I'm gonna leave it when I say this. When I say that the ask have to reflect, when we have our youth who are using the parks for programming, and we have to continue to have those challenging conversations with people like the Savannah Bananas that want to use parking spaces on Daffin Park, and we have to schedule around who rent from us before we put programming that's has been historically on the park, then we have to have those challenging conversations.
That's right.
And I look forward to those conversations because we have to do what's best for the community or what's best for the pocketbook.
We're going to do what's best for the community, and I think that it's not an either or, it's a both and, right? And so I think there are many amenities that our residents enjoy. Daffin Park is our central recreation park, will always be our central recreation park. But I also think that in the SPLOST program, we invested more in Guy Minnick Field, which is not only to refurbish the fields that are there, but to add a football practice field there, right? So to add capacity as well as to upgrade all across the city because we need to support these growing programs. I think it was going to be helpful for city staff, where we need help and direction from city council, is how to best integrate some of our celebrated and historic youth teams that operate outside of a city system, while also being able to build a city program that provides equity, that allows anybody who wants to play, and to create a team and a league that has parity and competitiveness. So that's, I think, some of the challenges that we need help solving too, because we want to be able to support, you know, the Whippers and the River Boys and these phenomenal teams and youth programs that have happened for decades and decades. We also want to rebuild and grow our city teams and leagues as well, so that anybody who comes to the door can play in a league and can play competitively and benefit from that team sport activity. So that's something I think that we've got to continue to have the conversation with you, with the rest of council, with stakeholders and teams, with Nick and his team, and I'm committed to having those discussions with you and to shaping that future. I think that these budgets and the information and the emphasis that this council has put on recreation is a good thing, and we're just in the middle of a little bit of a transformation and a turbulence there, and we've got to figure it out.
But I don't want to be on the back end now that we have all the talent here, we have the facilities here, we have the model of how do you build a good leisure service program, and we're right there on the cusp of being a good organization getting it done. And you have places like Port Wentworth and everybody else that's growing and advertising in our face with our same model, and they're growing and they're taking our talent, everybody's moving west, and then we're left holding the bag, and we don't have any talent, we don't have any young people, and everybody's moving west. But we need to learn how to attract not only our young people, but our talent back into the city.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and we're going to need your help in doing that. I think it's also great that our neighboring municipalities are getting in the recreation game as well, because this community needs a whole lot more of what we're doing, and we've got to be a huge part of that. But I'm thankful that other municipalities are getting in the game.
We have to be receptive of people, and we're not as a city.
Go ahead and say that, I didn't hear you.
I said we have to be receptive of people, of the community, and we're not. The reason why our Little League teams have left is because they don't feel welcome. Just put it out there. Daffin Park, our Little League football teams used to practice on that park out there, and they're not there now because of you can't be here. The individuals in that area feel as though that park belongs to them, not to the city. So we need to bring our...
You hear that?
Yes, you know it, y'all know it.
Well,
It's a city-owned park.
A few of the things.
It's a city-owned park, but the people in that area, when you put up obstacles and you constantly tell people that they can't practice on this day, they can't be here, they got to constantly negotiate, and what you think they're gonna do? They're not gonna stay.
Let me ask you a direct question.
They're gonna leave.
Let me ask you a direct
And that's
question.
what's happened.
Let me ask you a direct question. Have we stopped programming? Okay,
They
so-
cannot practice.
Nick is saying no.
What was the answer?
Hold 1 second.
Nick.
I'm asking, because the question is, regardless of what people say, the question is, have we stopped programming in those parks?
No, we have not.
So what you're saying is that they can practice football in those parks?
Yes.
Little league football?
And they do.
Well, then it's hard for them to schedule a time.
That's
They
probably
can't-
true, because there's so many of them.
Scheduling is off, they can't do it.
So we do
That's why
have-
they're not there anymore.
Yeah.
I think
Let's
they're still
just be
there. I think
for real.
the challenge is so many of them.
Scheduling.
But
Because
you
I
know
know I've
what?
gotten some to say, well, how do you know, we want our
They
boys to
have
practice at
lacrosse
this
out
time.
there, Mayor. They have pickleball now. They have all of these other
Soccer,
type
rugby.
sports activities.
We-
When Little League went out there to practice, they are given so many obstacles.
Are those rented, the lacrosse, is that rented?
The lacrosse fields are rented through our athletics office, but in terms of programs and teams, if they're playing in our league, we have a spot for them. There are plenty of teams that don't play in our league that also utilize those fields, but we never kick anyone off of those fields.
It's not kicking them off, it's scheduling, it's time. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I guess my question.
I think there is if I could just answer, I
Yeah,
think there
please.
is an issue. So again, this
There
is also born out of the growth in our own recreation program. So this council has invested mightily in recreation programs. We've grown city leagues, we've grown the numbers of teams, we've grown participation. We also have non-city league affiliated teams that rely on city fields to be able to practice, and we want them to be able to have access there too. When we think about Daffin Park, what I understand some of the issues is trying to balance and create more opportunities during the weekday for other teams to practice, versus I think what we all remember, like these long Saturday, activities were the all Daffin Park, and maybe we need to go back
Which
to
were
that
great.
all day Saturday. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
They're great. So I think that there's not to say that you're wrong about the making it accessible and welcome. That's probably true, and
I'm not wrong.
we need to adopt that. But it's also it is a bit of a technical challenge in terms of the amount of space that we have, the number of teams, and the number of hours that want to be able to practice. And that's why I'm just pointing to those investments in the facilities themselves in order to lengthen the ability to practice because of better lighting, the turf field that is going to allow, so that rain is not going to impact the ability to practice on those fields, et cetera. So being able to get as much out of our amenities as possible so that we can accommodate all of the teams and all of the hours that they want to be able to be on those fields.
So while we're in this off-season, to that point, and you're acknowledging there's an issue, then how do we address it so that it's not an issue this coming
Well,
year?
one thing that Alderman Leggett and Alderwoman Linda Wilder Bryant and I discussed 2 weeks ago when we were talking about this issue is, one, we want to pull together the rec staff with council, and we can do that at a workshop, and be able to talk through what are the investments that are coming through, what are the programs, what's the vision that we have for the city leagues, what's our responsibility and duty for non-city teams that want to continue to practice, and we want them to continue to practice and utilize city programs. What's that challenge, and what do we think the timeline is to getting the space that we need? Then I think we have to have the conversation about how do we make sure that our city leagues and our non-city leagues are able to operate together in a seamless way, so that we can keep both our historic non-city leagues that are phenomenal, because they were the leagues when we didn't have any. Right? They were city recreation when we didn't have city recreation.
Right.
And they shouldn't go away just because we're trying to invest in city recreation, and they shouldn't. But we also need to be able to create room for a city league where anybody and everybody who wants to be on a team can be on a team, and we can be able to facilitate that. So I think that this is a critical discussion that we need council's leadership on, and we can get into the weeds, and we can do that at a workshop soon at council.
Let's commit first quarter.
I will commit to that, but I want to be clear that I think from a budget standpoint, the resources are there to help us build and improve our assets to help us be able to solve this problem in the long run.
And the dichotomy between, at one end, we're talking about budget, and what we're talking about is programming.
Yes.
So the budget will support the programming, we just have to work out the programming, and we're committing the first quarter of 2026 to
Absolutely.
actually
Be one of
deep
the
dive
first.
into that.
Be one of the first workshops we do, along with illegal dumping.
Okay.
Mr.
Either or.
Go ahead.
All right, Alderwoman Wilder Bryan and Alderwoman O'Neill.
Mr. City Manager, and first of all, let's be realistic.
First of all, why don't you talk to the mic?
Listen,
There you go, thanks.
the problem that I have is, Mr. City Manager, you start out saying that you wanted to set standards and secure an investment on our future. And the most precious commodity that we have are our children. And I listened to the mayor said they asked. Well, Dietrich and I and some other people, we get asked all the time. And so we have people that are receptive to hearing, and I can hear where I live at. I actually live in the 3rd District where Daphne Park is, right? I can hear the noise, all the hoopla, and I actually, Savannah Bananas, they kind of put it on the map too. But they would rather hear that noise than the laughter of children on Saturday. And to say that there's not an opportunity, a room, I had children that played, most of us had children to play, and all day long, you'd had 4 or 5 different teams playing. We went away from that, and it's okay to have traveling team, but the ask that I have is that they are not, they're saying that they have programs on Daphne Park, and that's not true. No. It's not true. And if it is, the people that I know and who contact me from the 3rd District are saying that they can't play on that park. They took the goalposts down. The teams that actually play in Savannah are playing in Jacksonville and Augusta. So what we need to do is to double down on this, and y'all talking about meeting. The discussion part is over. Most of the young kids in our community who are killing each other are in middle school. We used to have children walk through the community who were tired. We got to keep these kids busy. Y'all keep saying, what can we do about crime? Make them tired. So Monday through Friday, they were walking to the park, and they were tired. Saturday, they had a game. When we could cook out there, we can't do that anymore. That's right. We got Daphne Park. Forsyth Park is the people's park, and we know that. Daphne Park is a park in our neighborhood where children could play. And so we had a meeting. The state representative, we met with people who do the park and recreations. Now, you can't tell me that all the beautification, and we have equipment that looks like Certs and Crayola and Daphne Park. And then at sunset, they want to put army color green over there. And I can't see that being in the same district and go to Daphne Park and get something different. It's got to be, when y'all talking about equity and equality, y'all got to stop saying that and stop telling us that we need to discuss that. We want the same colors. I want the same colors in all of my parks that they have in Daphne Park. We're giving y'all all this money. And we're saying, where are the flag people? Because the ask was, we had a adult girls flag football. They ran them off at Daphne Park. This is what they're saying. I have emails and stuff where they say they can't play. So where are the flag football team playing? Where are they playing?
Our program was played at Daphne and also at Knightfield.
At where?
At Knightfield,
Okay.
Scarborough Complex.
Okay, and so what's our Knightfield?
What's on at Knightfield?
What is our Knightfield? Because I'm going around Saturday and I don't see any of that.
He's saying Knightfield, Knight.
Okay.
It's at the Scarborough Complex. It's in the Bacon Park area.
It's off of Skidaway.
Oh, no. That's the one that has the lights that the people over there were saying they didn't want the lights. So when y'all talk about roadblocks and unintentional or intentional stuff and gaps and getting real support, our children aren't getting the support that they need to stay active, engaged, and it changes the quality of life. We have talked about this for 4 years. I'm not saying that you don't do a good job, but I know there's an opportunity to do a better job. And when you talk about the ask, our children play more than basketball and football. We've introduced golf and the things that it said, and so we need to make sure that everything and everybody has an opportunity and an option. And that option has to give us a place to do all those things. And so the games that they're having now, when our children can walk to Daphne Park, how do they get into the county? Please tell me that. How are our children who could walk to Daphne Park now have to find transportation to get to the county's facilities? And so when we say that we're doing all these things and y'all come and present stuff, I know, and each one of them know that we're not getting a return for our service. Again, when y'all say these programs, and if you're having these programs, and I'm looking at this information, we got all of these kids, we got, what, 38,000 kids who are in the school system, and we know we got the kids here, so right here on this budget, right here, I wanted to make sure, I'm sorry I don't have it out. You prefaced 142 kids in our struggling economy where we don't really need money for kids to practice. They just walk to the park. So that's a program y'all gotta make this stuff make sense. The math has the math, and right now, when we talk about recreation, our kids are not getting a fair shake. And one other thing, who's hiring, and I'm an older citizen. We got to do something about these old referees. Can we get some young kids in here to monitor these games? I mean, it just makes no sense when we're talking about our children are an investment and they can't even referee a call again that they could probably call better than some of these old schools. And I happen to know a lot of them. And so we need to really do some deep diving and bump this conversation. What happened to the goalposts? If they could play football, what happened to the goalposts?
The goalposts are being put back up, and the goalposts are removable and can be, put back up. So we're putting the goalposts back up.
We want the goalposts back, and we want our kids to be able to really have some vital, engaging, tiresome, busy jobs on Daphne Park.
And the city does not discriminate on the basis of age.
So
I'm not saying that.
One thing I just want to highlight.
I didn't say that. I said that I'm an older person too. But when we saying that we want our kids to be engaged, it's not one person who's a referee that's under 25. So it looks like y'all doing some discrimination to me if we can't get some younger people in there to do the things.
To put some context on the goalposts, I brought up the conversation about the goalposts because we didn't have as many goalposts during the game that I observed. And the feedback that I got was that kids at that age don't need to learn how to run to the goalposts. They can run the cones. I was always taught that you run to the goalposts. So that's why I raised that issue of we need more goalposts. Each team should always teach the kids from 5 years old on up. I can understand at the flag, but for football, contact football, you run to the goalposts.
Understood, and we appreciate that feedback, and we corrected that. One thing I do want to point out when it talks about, like you mentioned, the color of playground equipment or lights. I guarantee you that city staff do not have a preference. And we are always trying to.
Mr. City Manager.
Ma'am, if I could.
But please, let him finish, please.
That we are always trying to balance the amenity versus perhaps a community goal. And so it's really helpful for council to express these priorities publicly so that we can go and implement them with the backing that when we say we're going to put colorful playground equipment in the community, we say that this is a council priority and we'll go and do that. So if we do have staff that has a preference for color, I guarantee you they don't have it now.
I'm not talking about staff.
Okay.
He acknowledged me and he looked at me, so I'm answering him.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not talking about what city staff want. I'm talking about having a meeting with city staff, and city staff said they want an agreement to putting a certain color. I was there, so I don't want to be gaslighted like I'm making this up. we had a meeting.
I don't think you're making it up.
Okay,
now.
sir, I'm not making it up. I took notes, and the person who was there took notes, and I was told that it wouldn't be a good idea to put the colorful things over there. And so we're gonna put colorful equipment where children play on in a certain part in my district, because it's like that now. And so if you're saying that moving forward, then, then I don't need to have this conversation, but I want you on the record to say
If you
that
want colorful
expectation.
playground
Not me.
equipment?
I want what the people in my community
Okay,
want.
well, if the people in your community want colorful playground equipment, then that is exactly what we will get and install.
And
That
I
is-
want a goalpost, because our kids who do go out, they have rules. The football has to be a certain way.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
have to have goalposts. And
And the
not,
lights.
if you're gonna put, cones there, and it's removable, then put the goalposts back, because that's what our children wanna see.
Goalposts are going back.
Thank you so
and
much,
we-
and I'm
we-
good.
And we're good with the lights also at Bacon Park.
And better scheduling too, sir. And-
Because the context for that is that the turf field that we spent $800,000 for on Skidaway, that you can't play nighttime games at that facility. So the lights that we purchased, those lights are still laying on the ground. We're just waiting on somebody to reinstall those lights. Those are high
So what I'd like for everybody to, the next time you're driving down, or make a point to drive down Eisenhower at night and see the new lights that are up at Guy Minnick Field. They have the new technology. They're great lights for recreation and for game playing. They also don't spill over into the community or bleed light or have quote-unquote light pollution, which I know is often a concern and worry with residential neighborhoods that abut parks. So I think here, and those are the lights that we have ready to install in other places as well. So I just encourage everybody to drive by there, see what that new technology can do, because that's what's coming to your other parks as well.
Mr. City Manager, when you say that's what's coming, can we get a timeline? If you know
Yes,
the
ma'am.
plan
I
and
will
not a
provide-
discussion.
when we do our workshop, I'll provide that timeline.
I'm a happy
for you.
camper, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Goalposts, and we can play on Davenport Park. Everybody hear that?
Yeah.
Programs, thank you.
We'll be back. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for the presentation. I agree with what's been said about what we have lost in terms of recreation. I appreciate staff recognizing that and making plans to regain some of that. Boxing was a big thing in Savannah at one time.
Yep.
And especially on the east side where the sports arena used to be there.
Third district.
And it was taken in this town. Now, we've lost so much. Flamingo Diamond,
Yep. I've heard of that.
Sportsman Park, Soldier Peak, we lost so much. And they were huge and so well utilized. Even if you have children, you remember spending all day on Saturdays out at Davenport Park. And it was so many kids out there. It really was an opportunity, a missed opportunity, because we cooked out, we stayed out all day. It was a lot of fun. However, there was no outreach where we took that opportunity to place something in the hands of the parents or the hands of the youth. I'm just thinking about that now, because we're talking hundreds of people that spent most of their Saturdays out there with the kids. And so I know you all hear us, and you have been doing a good job in certain areas. Nick, we appreciate what you've been doing out in the first district with the centers and everything. Carrie, your people always do a great job. Looking forward to working closer with the housing folk as we look at the housing landscape on the west side. And I haven't had a chance to work too much with the coastal Georgia. I mean, the center there with the Otis Johnson Center folk and Mr. Johnson. But I look forward to being able to collaborate with you guys and getting more involvement and more of the residents to utilize these great facilities that we have. We spend a lot of the citizens' money, and we just need to do whatever it takes to get people in those facilities and taking advantage of those programs. Based on the entrepreneur piece, I think we discussed that earlier in the year about making sure that we had something in the centers regarding involving children in entrepreneurship. So I think you all been doing some work at the park, maybe, in that area. We had something at Moses Jackson. I don't know if that still exists. I haven't heard anything about it. When we were working with the youth over there, they had a store and we're doing some entrepreneur. They didn't do anything with it.
We do have some programs modeled around career exploration at Moses Jackson Advancement Center. So we're working closely with Groves High School to do some job training opportunities. And we also have a soft skills program called Jumpstart that we are rolling out into some of the area high schools. So we go to the high schools, we provide the job skills and work readiness training, and they come to our centers as well for that exposure. Okay. So that's something we're working on for 2026.
I'd like to know more about that so I can
For sure, we'll get you some information
Thank you.
on that.
That's it.
All right, well, thank you. Yep, I'm sorry.
Mayor, I just propose if we could get through the Information, Public Affairs, and Management Services interview, which is going to go together. That will be our last service center. I know that our folks have been here all day. And then for the enterprise funds, the proposed budget framework, and the capital plan outlay, I already have reserved time on our workshop on the 25th that we can finish these items, as well as any other session that council may want to schedule to continue the budget discussion. But if we can get through our last service center presentations, I think that would be very helpful.
That's fine. I've been checking already for dates that we can have additional sessions.
Oh, I didn't know you didn't recognize.
Well, dang. I mean, look, y'all not gonna be able to pull that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, if y'all are all going to fit on, okay. I got you.
The two.
Y'all got a choir.
The two service centers.
Right. All right, so we, to Jay's point, Joe's gonna go through, we're gonna go right into Seisha, and then we'll answer questions.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Joe Shearhouse, Chief of Information and Public Affairs. And IPA, as we call ourselves, we are the hub for the city's partnerships, innovation, and accountability and responsiveness engagement with our community. And we'll show you today, efficiency is something we live by, and we'll make this a very efficient presentation as we move forward in it. We're in the governance structure with our colleagues in management services. Here's our lunch break.
Big green button.
There we go. I'm cutting into it. There we are. In the 2026 budget, we have 2 service enhancements requests for positions to help with our security through a data governance and security position, which will help protect the city from our nearly 100,000 a month threats we have to our IT network. We also have another position you'll see in here, a recorder's court judge, which was just added through our IGA agreement with the county and doesn't impact the baseline of the city's budget. And then we have another one for a network security engineer, which will help make our network system more reliable. Quickly want to introduce our team here at Information and Public Affairs. IT Services is led by Tim Moody, and Pam is also here representing IT in that department. 311 Center, the Action Center is led by Sarah Torres. Marketing Communications has a new senior director, Nikki Kimbleton. Our Recorder's Court is led by Donna Willingham. And then Organizational Development and Excellence is led by Dr. Jennifer Blaylock. Municipal Archives is led by Luciana Spraker. And our I team is led by Manny Dominguez. And our data team lead is Jane Burrell. So IPA works both externally and internally. We work with our user departments within the organization, but we also work with our external partners in the community, and we impact all 6 of our strategic goals within GPS. ITS is very proud of the work they've done. Within 2025, we connected nearly all of our community centers and fire stations to our fiber network, increasing internet speeds by over 1,000% in all of these facilities. Internally, we accomplished the Windows 11 upgrade and brought online the FUSIS Public Safety Intelligence System. Municipal Recorder's Court has an extreme high volume of work. They receive more calls per month than any other area in the city, with the exception of 301. and their drop rate is the lowest at 4%. In 2026, we're excited about partnering with other agencies to expand electronic citations to speed up the efficiency of the court, and adding new dockets which better serve the communities of what they need. Municipal Archives had a very successful 2025, getting out in the community for our community memory project, capturing the stories and the histories of our neighborhoods. We also laid out the historical markers program and saw the restoration of the city's historic assets such as City Hall. We're looking forward in 2026 to the Story Roots program, which will get out and continue to map Savannah's history within our neighborhoods throughout the city, and implementing the city's preservation and conservation team, which will take a deeper dive at the assets we have in our community and how we protect those appropriately. The Office of Marketing Communications, I'd like to take a moment to really thank Sarah Torres. We had our director, Nick Zoller, leave in May of this year. Sarah Torres stepped up and filled through that transition. She did a remarkable job in filling those shoes. Thank you, Sarah, for all that work. And in her shoes, we recently hired Nikki Kimbleton. We're excited about her leadership. She brings over 20 years of experience to the city, working both in Jacksonville and the Denver area, so we're really excited about her continuing to push us into the future. In 2025, we continue to see the city's media impacts increase. We're having more impressions on more people, and it's important in 2026 that we continue to make sure we're telling the story of people, places, and programs that the city implements throughout our day-to-day activities. The I-Team and the Data Team. The I-Team, led by Manny Dominguez, has had a focus of this year of being within the communities to better understand the problems of flood, heat, and air quality. They've done that through ideation sessions with our community members, and through those sessions came up with over 200 different ideas on how to tackle these projects. All of those originated through community engagement and feedback. Looking forward to, in 2026, taking those 200 ideas and putting them into prototypes, testing those prototypes, and expanding on the ones that work. The Data Team was certified as a What Works City National Certification this year, the first city in Georgia to receive that certification. That's laid the groundwork for us as a city to build our data decision-making capacity. We look forward to doing that more in 2026 with data-informed decision-making and dashboards to highlight our progress externally. Organizational excellence and development. In 2025, we graduated the first new Directors Academy and saw the third iteration of the City Manager's Emerging Leadership. We continue to work to expand the city's leadership capacity. In 2026, we're excited about furthering the Savannah standard and making sure that all of our customer service approaches, both internally and externally, have a standard that we all understand and strive to meet. Policy and Intergovernmental Affairs saw the $146 million in state water funding, the SPLOST intergovernmental agreement, and partnerships with several state agencies to advance our mission. In 2026, we look forward to continuing to push for regional partnerships on the initiatives that are important to City Council. And with that, I'll pass it off to my colleague, Chief Carlisle.
Good afternoon. Chief Shearhouse did that in 6 minutes and 28 seconds, which is the course record. So we'll see what I can do with our team here. I'll start by saying today was brought to you by Management Services. So we are frequently in the background, but we are a mighty team. I have our senior directors and division directors joining us on stage here, and I will have them introduce themselves each to you and walk off stage as they talk about their key 2026 initiative. But to get into the budget, we are on page 77 of your budget document for those of you who are following along. I think I'm gonna learn how to use this as I go. The green button, the green arrow. We support, as you are aware, all 6 of our GPS goals. The key goal for us, though, is to always be a high-performing government. We support all of the leadership and chiefs and employees of the City of Savannah, but we are also here to help provide exceptional municipal services that are responsive, inclusive, and innovative. And our team has done a number of things over the last year to help support that. I'm going to dive right into our budget request. Our detailed tables for our budget request are on pages 79 through 80. And we will start with the increase in our people. So I always like to say that the people do the work, and all of these people behind me are supported by a team of 191 individuals, including the city manager and his senior leadership team. And we are increasing that by 12 in this budget proposal. As you know, we created the Office of the Assistant City Manager earlier this year. We're showing that staff increase of 4 on the table here. And we also transferred in the Alcohol Beverage Compliance and Control Unit within our Office of Financial Services, so you'll see the 4 individuals here. And then we are requesting 2 new individuals in the Office of Financial Services that will help us to better serve our city's procurement needs. If you look in our capital budget, and I just want to make folks aware of this, our capital budget is more than doubling over the 5-year CIP. And we are needing to purchase a significant amount of new services for the city. And the people who do that work are our contract coordinators and the members of our procurement shop. So we are requesting 2 new positions for that, and we are also requesting a new position within our facilities division, led by Richard, who's somewhere in this crowd, in the back, who is going to help him support contract coordinations for this next fiscal year. We are investing in the maintenance of our facilities. As you all know, we have built a number of new facilities across the city, and we have a number of aging facilities. And our hope is that we can increase our efficiency and increase our number of quality contracts by adding this contracts coordinator to Richard's staff. I'm going to talk briefly about our 2025 accomplishments. As you all heard earlier, we once again in 2024 received a clean audit for the city. Thank you to David Maxwell and his team. We also maintained our AA ratings. We maintained them as stable, which is a very, very big deal in the current economic climate that our country is experiencing. We launched electronic pay stubs for City of Savannah retirees. We taught 29 companies through our doing business with the city classes, and we doubled our customer experience metric with vendors. We awarded $157 million in contracts. We launched the Customer Relief Payment Program, and that supported 42 property owners in the city experiencing financial hardship. We streamlined license renewals. We reduced processing time by 35%. Our risk management office recovered nearly $1 million, $900,000 through key subrogation efforts. And I just want to let folks know we did hire a new internal auditor. So I definitely want to welcome Joy Nolan to our team. Joy is back there somewhere in the crowd, I think. There she is. Give a wave, Joy. She'll introduce herself.
Hey, Joy.
She'll introduce herself here in a moment. As you all are aware, we developed and implemented our Bridge to Success internship program. Through that program, we are working with 3 local colleges and have placed interns across 13 city departments, including my own organization. We launched our Organization Years of Service Employee Recognition Program, and a very important key event for the community was facilitating the RISE Job Palooza major regional hiring event. We developed the Equity Implementation Framework as a key part of Savannah GPS, and in our facilities team, we launched a virtual training platform for skilled trades. I want to talk a little bit about our capital projects portfolio. By the end of 2025, we will have renovated, restored, and reopened the Savannah Police Headquarters, the Daffin Park Pool, the WW Law Pool, the Tompkins Pool, Forsyth Park Fountain, and I know there's a lot of folks waiting for that one, Quail Forest Community Sign, Whitaker Street Garage, and we have remediated flooding to restore community access to the Lady Bamford Playground. We, as you all know, completed the City Hall restoration Phase 1 and 2 and reopened our council chambers to the public this summer, a very important event for our community here in the city. And we added a number of new communities, including 3 new splash pads throughout the cities, extra parking at Liberty City Community Center, our new Hampstead Public Safety Facility, our Summerside Park Pavilion, and our enhanced pedestrian safety measures onto Lesseps Avenue. And also in our portfolio, we issued 123 sidewalk and dining menu board permits, and this is key because this is double what we did the prior year. I would be remiss if I did not thank our Office of Management and Budget staff, who, if they don't mind waving, are sitting here to my right. Yes. And standing behind me, the woman of many jobs, Ms. Melissa Carter, who has worked tirelessly on this budget document. But it's not good enough for them to produce the city's wonderful budget, a task that takes many hours, late nights, and weekends over the course of the year. They've also been honored by the GFOA and received a Best in Governments awards for resident engagement and special recognition for the hard work they do to build our capital improvements program. So please, 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 let's give them one more round of applause. All right, I already spoke to folks a little bit, getting behind on my slides here. Boop. Back. About our budget requests. We don't have significant budget requests, but it is my job to represent the importance of the budget requests within our service center. So I will just reiterate, in a time when we are going to need to execute significant capital projects to improve your communities, and we need to take very seriously and find the most efficient ways to maintain your facilities. These 3 contract coordinators, not huge dollar values in the city budget, but very, very key to making sure we continue to always be a high-performing government. We have a small request, $23,000 for a very big program, and I think this will be money well spent, where we are moving from a reactive discipline to a proactive conflict resolution environment for $23,000 for my HR team for a workplace mediation program. So we're going to move quickly to 2026, and I'm going to ask Christy Lawrence to step forward and join me here. Christy and I are going to talk to you all a little bit about our key capital projects in 2026. Again, I want to reiterate, our 5-year capital plan in last year's budget was $259 million. If you look in your budget this year, our 5-year capital plan is $790 million. Key to this are our investments in water services and our investments in our streets and transportation, but we also have significant investments in our civic facilities. We are going to be constructing the Gamble Building, the Northwest Police Precinct, and the Windsor Forest Community Center, and we are going to be expanding the Pennsylvania Ave Resource Center with a new gymnasium at that facility. I'm going to turn it over to Christy, and she's going to talk to you about 2 of our other key capital projects.
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Lawrence. I'm currently serving as Interim Senior Director of Real Estate and Capital Projects. And 2 of our big key capital projects that we will be kicking off next year, the first one is the Civic Center Arena demolition. That one is part of our Civic Legacy Plan, and we plan to start the work in Q1 and should have the arena demolition finished approximately by the end of the year or early 27. We're also going to be starting the work on the stabilization of the Waterworks building. This is the first step to an adaptive reuse of this important historic structure. As many of you have noticed, the building is in severe disrepair, so this stabilization work is badly needed, so we're happy to be starting that project.
All right, and now, rather than introduce the members of my team, I'm going to ask each of them come up. They know they have 20 seconds on the clock and talk to you about their key initiative for 2026. So I'm going to hand it off to them, and we'll just bring folks up. Here comes Jeff to lead the charge.
Jeff, 20 seconds.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey Grant, Human Resources, City of Savannah. For the Office of Human Resources, we'll be focusing on performance management, redefining and retooling our performance management framework to align with the GPS strategy.
Good, Jeff. Jeff.
Good afternoon, Melissa Carter, Senior Director, Office of Management and Budget. Our work ahead is to expand on our engagement and transparency while strengthening cross-departmental partnerships and collaborations as we collectively, as Team Savannah, support Savannah GPS to get real results. But we want to ensure overarchingly that we make the best use of every City of Savannah tax dollar and make sure that we're performing and having that communicated back to our residents so they understand what we are doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Takesha Brown. I have the pleasure of serving as the city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. My initiatives for FY26 will be focused on the implementation of the Equity Implementation Framework to support Savannah GPS, along with increasing capacity and visibility of our diversity champions to help us improve processes and training so that we can ensure that all really means all in our organization.
Yay, Ms. Brown, come on. Put it to work.
Hello, I'm Joy Nolan. I am the city's new internal audit officer. Happy to be here. Look forward to developing and implementing a strategic risk audit plan so that we can help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of city governance across the entire city. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Doug Patton at Capital Projects, and we have a project management scorecard, and we're looking to implement some measures to help us deliver projects on time within budget.
Go Jeff, woohoo!
I'm Johnny Coker, the Purchasing and Contracts Director for the City of Savannah, and we will be getting asking for 2 additional contract coordinators. That's going to help us to better work and partner with other organizations across the city. To do more outreach. We started the Business Opportunity Breakfast. We're doing the Reverse Trade Show, and we're looking to expand those this year and possibly do more of those throughout the year, maybe on a smaller scale.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Haas, the Risk Management Office. 2026, we're going to be focusing on high-risk loss areas, like let's take the police department and vehicle accidents. We've already kind of kicked that around. We know they're having them, but we want to determine why they're having them. So we'll work with police, training unit, and come up with a game plan to try and mitigate those losses going forward.
Yeah.
Potholes.
Good afternoon, I'm Tamika Hutchinson, Acting Director, Savannah Civic Center. Our goal is to ensure continuous operations and guest satisfaction as part of the Civic Legacy Project, so that every guest at the Civic Center wants to return and value their experience.
All right, Tanika.
Good afternoon, Judy Jones, Revenue Department. Our goal for the Revenue Department would be to enhance our property taxpayers for
2026.
educating them on the property tax processes.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Chin. I serve as a real estate manager for the City of Savannah. And 2026 will include an in-depth analysis of city-owned properties. The city owns about 1,300 parcels, so we want to make sure we have a good grasp and definition for each one of those by the end of next year.
David Keating.
Good afternoon, y'all. I'm Erica Kowalski, and I'm the Director of Finance. And for 2026, we're going to be looking forward to having a clean audit for the 2025 fiscal year. And we're going to be either maintaining or improving our credit rating. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Richard Gabasi, Facilities Maintenance Division Director. So our focus this coming year will be our continued effort on efficiencies. We will be implementing a controlled inventory system, kind of reduce some of the time that it takes to source materials and equipment. We will our ultimate goal is to reduce the time it takes to complete a service request, and lastly, to improve occupant satisfaction within the city facilities.
Good afternoon, it's Robert Boyce for Utility Services. Our goal for next year will be enhancing customer service through a phone recording system. We're also working with water distribution to maintain a low number of remaining work orders in the system to make sure all of our residents have the water services that they need.
David Maxwell. They've already taken all of the items up there, but you guys are familiar with who I am. And hopefully on the 25th, we'll delve into some enterprise funds and some debt service things a little bit deeper. Looking forward to it.
All right, so that is the Management Services Service Center for fiscal year 2026. And I'll invite my colleague Joe to come back up if there's any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So this is a combined, let's give them first a big round of applause. We know y'all have been waiting all day, so we appreciate your patience. Are there any questions for either of the service areas? We'll start with Alderman Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Joe. The only thing I got to come away with, I look forward to working with your team, with Nikki and Ariel and the rest of the guys over there to come up with some better programming for our Channel 8, our Savannah network. What is it called?
SGTV.
SGTV. So we want to, we look forward to working with them. They have some good ideas, and I just want you to just think outside the box and let them take the cuffs off, just allow them to just put some good programming out there. And I just see some good things happening in the future with that. And also with your colleague, I look forward to seeing some good things coming from you, Sasha. And I want to get that big umbrella that was over us before you guys got here was demolition by neglect. So we want to try to continue to have some service programs to take care of these buildings that we put together and the investments that we put in on behalf of the community to make sure when we go into it, we don't have to come to places like this and visit and find flaws, but we want to always show and highlight the great things that we're doing here in Savannah. But to have that over our shoulder and to get more money from the community because of neglect over the years, I'm glad that the city manager do have a staff that think forwardly and have some vision to put some things together to make sure in the future when we do come back or our legacy projects show that during our tenure that we did some things to make sure our time here was worth.
Thank you, sir, and we hear you loud and clear. I think it's going to be a very, very careful demolition. I can't emphasize that enough. As you know, we will be keeping our Civic Center facilities, Johnny Mercer and the above facilities open. And I can't be more thankful for our strong Civic Center team here, led by Tamika, that is going to keep those facilities running and open to the public.
And if you can, I don't want to be a part of a hindrance, but if you can give an update quarterly, or if not, to the council as we move forward, so we'll be able to give that information to the community as to what's happening and how long it's going to take. So it's a very emotional thing for the community to see this building take a different shape, but it's always going to be a wonderful thing to see the grid come back and see what the community will see what Savannah was previously.
Absolutely. I don't think quarterly is a burden at all, and I know we will be coming to you very soon with a schedule for the proposed demolition and all of the ancillary work that will happen around that.
And I have one more thing for the water department, if I may. If you're over there too, right?
I am not, but I can bring my colleague up. He's still here.
No, I'm talking about for people who pay the water bill.
Utility services. Yes, I am.
Okay,
until December 31st, I am proudly still over utility services.
Okay, well, on behalf of some of our senior members of the community and most of the community at large, we have an issue when we deal with the water bills. We really would like to deep dive into the water bills and figure out how the services are being handled. We have at one point, I think Kurt has one member of his community, I have somebody also, her bill was almost $7,000, and they wanted to figure out how somebody at 86 years old bill can be that high. But I think that we as the City of Savannah, I know our city manager said we all pride on customer service. We want to make sure when we have people who have challenging bills and things of that nature, we have an opportunity to be the best that we can be of customer service and not beat people down when they come to the desk, because, you know, our bills get paid by the people who pay their bill. And the best way to do it is be comforting to them before we just say either you pay your bill or we turn you off.
Okay.
I had an opportunity to have a conversation with a doctor. He didn't know he had 3 water meters in front of his house, but his bill was $8,000, and they told him, you know, either you get on the payment plan or we just have to turn you off. He didn't know he was being turned off over and over because he had 2 water meters. But when they told him he had a 3rd water meter, that's when, and he said city services didn't even know he had a 3rd water meter. So the $7,000 that he should have been referred to have a different pay option, he still has to pay that $7,000 fee. But I just wanted to make sure moving forward in 2026 that we have a better outlook and a better customer service outlook as we deal with our customers and basically our bosses, because city council isn't at the top. It's the residents who are at the top, and I want to continue to let the residents know those are our bosses before it comes city council and city council to the city manager. No, I have to respond to those people that who voted for us.
That's right, sir. I can appreciate that, and I will commit that. I think our base responsibility is to make sure folks understand what's in their bills, you know, throughout not only our utility services, but our revenue department. And we have a goal to do that, so we are happy to work with you, and on individual cases, we're always happy to engage.
Yeah, that's why we got that SGTV coming up.
That's a customer service issue that needs to be dealt with. So, Ms. Bryant.
Okay, so I'm just so happy that Splosh was approved, and so we get to have our own bucket for, and I'm sorry I missed Mr. Felder's presentation. He gave a really thorough one. The problem that I'm having is we need to fix what's going on, Mr. City Manager, in water services. There has been a lot of problems with billing before we add another pocket for people to pay for the stormwater place, right? We need to make sure we take care of that. And I know what my preview is. They've already told us that about as far as city employees, right? But Seisha mentioned something that she needed $20,000 for workplace mediation. Can you explain that? Because if you're saying that you are acknowledging that there are some problems in one of the departments, so this mediation and resolution is something in addition that we need to furnish Mr. Jeff Grant? Because I thought that was something that Human Resources was supposed to do.
So it's an investment in human resources. So and I'll let Seisha and Jeff talk more about it. But we're a large organization, and we're going to have workplace conflict. It's going to happen. And what we want to be able to do is not always go and just discipline folks, but actually be able to mediate issues in the workplace, right? So if a manager and a staff member are having an issue, seeing eye to eye, instead of disciplining those folks for being out of policy, which may still be appropriate, we want to be able to have the capacity to be able to mediate in more productive ways, to say, we've got an issue here, we've got a conflict, not addressing it isn't going to be able to solve the problem and allow us to serve better our community. So to have mediation capacity in our human resources is something that a lot of human resources departments have. in every sector across the country. And for us to be able to add that capacity, I think is going to be able to help us avoid situations that we may have seen in the past, but also to better deal and problem solve as people in the workplace are going to naturally have conflict.
Mr. City Manager, I'm just curious because none of the other departments asked for this particular $20,000 for workplace mediation. Is
So
that
it
not
is,
something
it's
that?
for
can I
everybody.
finish?
It's whole
Is-
organization.
For the whole
So-
organization.
And that's why I'm asking questions, because I didn't get that.
Yes,
And
ma'am,
so
it's
this
for the-
$20,000,
yeah.
she's asking it for everybody?
Everybody.
Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so I looked at the human resources budget. The other thing, sir, there is a problem there that needs to be addressed, and it stems with customer service. It's an enterprise. It's one of our departments where money is not the issue because it's self-containing and the sustainability is there. And I'm just trying to figure out why one of our enterprise departments has the most complaints in my district, that water service. Most of the people are on a fixed income, and so they're feeling the butt of it. And so before, I know they're saying the rollout for the extra bucket for the stormwater that is going to really do some things that we need to do in the community. But before you add that formula to that, might we make sure that we fix what's happening in every district with the water service, the customer service, the billing, where people on elderly incomes, when you say, and most of the people, some of the people, they're only getting $1,000. And so when you say work out a budget plan, we invested all of that money into the meters and we're still having the same problem. And so what are they gonna do different to eliminate that before we add something else to a problem that we haven't fixed yet, sir?
So a few things that this council has invested in and we're
Yes, sir.
implementing. So as Sasha mentioned, until December 31st, utility billing is still within management services, under financial services. That's being moved to water resources,
Okay.
right? So utility billing, that whole division is moving to water resources, which has the majority of the more dynamic billing services, and it needs to be better attached with our water conveyance folks who go in, turn on and turn off water, right? We also invested in a new utility billing software to help us better track, manage, bill, communicate, and educate our customers and our residents on what the bill means, how they can pay it, and what resources we have to help when there's a financial hardship to pay that. So those are two very, very concrete examples of how we're trying to streamline our processes, bring better organizational structure around utility billing, and provide better governance over that. Customer service is something that is always going to be a goal for us and always going to be a place where we have to improve. At the request of council, and which I think is a great idea, we're engaging in the Disney Institute program, which is all about customer service and all about friendly and positive engagement with customers and staff. That's being led by Dr. Blaylock in our organizational development department, and that again is enterprise-wide. Utility billing is not the only place where we have customer and resident-facing services, but it's a big part of it, and one where people interact with at least once every 2 months.
The final question that I have, and we have talked about this a lot, and we've been adamant about it. Mr. City Manager, you promised that, well, you said that you bought the software for direct deposits across the board for employees and contractors. And so I'm wanting to know, because we get a lot of complaints about this from the finance department. If you get a check, it takes 14 days, right, for any company to get that check. They make a stop payment on it, and then that's another 7 days. And so I'm thinking, and I was encouraged by you saying that you bought the software, but we say we have all these professional people and they're exceptional. I just want to know why it's taking so long to push that forward so that everybody in this 2025 $600 million industry, we can't get direct deposits so that we won't get these calls about people's checks that have been lost in the mail. and people, smaller companies who leave and need this money to pay their staff or whatever they have to do, they have to wait almost 21 days. And that's a big problem, especially during the holidays. And so we need to fix that, Mr. City Manager. And we need to get a date where you actually roll that out and we not discuss it with these professional, highly smart and capable staff to get everybody on direct billing. Please, sir.
So
Can you
one
address that?
thing is, let's make sure so we're talking about ACH payments to vendors. Employees already have the ability for
And that's
direct
my
deposit.
point.
Always have.
I don't,
But so we are moving to ability to pay vendors through an ACH payment. And I will update council on the timeline for that if we don't have it, an answer today. The reason that we had not gone to ACH payments before now, one, there's just functionality within our financial system, our platform, that we keep our finances and cut it.
I don't understand that when you mean functionality.
Functionality in the technology, we're changing it. We're going through an ERP process where we're getting new financial software, but we have an old mainframe-based financial system, technology system where we track all of our inputs and outputs. And so we have to have functionality that allows us to provide ACH payments to vendors that works as interoperable with our financial system, which is a technology system. Secondly, too, it's a risk reduction strategy as well. You know, we talk a lot about phishing, right? And one of the highest risk for institutions in phishing are ACH payment frauds, right? Where an email will come in and it looks just like an email from a small vendor, you know, by their name, hey, this is Tony from, you know, Tony's Paving, and I just want to let you know that I've changed my bank account information. You know, can you please update my ACH information and so that you can be paid here? It's something that so many institutions have fallen victim to, and well-meaning folks, they say, oh, hey, Tony sent an email, it's from his email, everything's right, we're gonna go and update that payment, and then, you know, 60 days later, the real Tony walks in the office and says, well, I gotten paid.
Well, real Tony can't call them and say that they
Well,
changed
but
or
that's,
not, and we
so
can't verify
so I'm
that.
just saying that's an
We-
example of a risk management strategy where, you know,
The-
paper check systems don't have that type of risk associated to them. I think
Mr. City.
we've done the due diligence based on your requests and others, based on industry standard. Obviously, many other institutions do ACH payments. It's something that people do. It's something that people do safely. We can do it. We can do it safely. And we will, and we're happy to add the tool to our tool bag. But you asked the question about why, and I just wanted to answer the question to why, you know, we're just now adopting that ACH payment.
All right, thank you. Although we're going to move on.
Okay, before you move on, I want to say this, in the audit that they had, he recommended that we do it. Yes, sir.
Alderwoman, if we need a deep dive on that, we deep dive. We got all these folks standing here. I mean,
What folks?
all of them.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's still standing there, so I mean, you know, if we need to deep dive on it, again, this back and forth, this is something you all can have. Yes,
Just-
ma'am.
Just a quick question to the manager, only because I noticed that at least one or two municipalities in the state have given some relief to their citizens because of, you know, the federal shutdown and as it relates to utility billing. So have we had any problems,
I
with
asked
folks?
that already.
Oh, you already asked that?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
She asked that in a meeting that we had last
Yes.
week.
Right.
I will pull
A
the.
private meeting?
No, it was in public.
Oh, okay, go on.
We can pull some data on any requests for payment plans that we've received this month. My recommendation to members of council who've asked me privately about that is
Well, wait a minute, I'm not sure.
we've provided assistance with food to the second harvest, and if the shutdown continued through the month of November, my recommendation was that we look at some options for other types of relief. including utility billing.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you know, the federal government is back open, and we're
Exactly.
looking closely at making sure that those, you know, payments, back payments to federal staff and SNAP benefits are going through.
Yeah, that's all I'm concerned about, cutoffs or that sort of thing. So if we've already looked at it, then that's, you know, it's okay.
Yes, ma'am. We'll pull the data, and we're going to be extra sensitive this month to payments.
Okay.
Thank you. Last one on this, Alderman Blakely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you had something?
Yes.
Okay.
Me too.
My question is for Sasha, is that your name?
Sasha.
Sasha.
The $20,000 for mediation, what does that entail? You don't have to tell me now, but I'd like to know what we're paying $20,000 for, as far as it relates to mediation.
Yeah, and I think we can give you a pretty quick answer to that.
Okay.
So this will give us the training resources needed to basically train others, like senior level employees, in facilitation. So I've actually had some experience with this in prior positions. What we're trying to do is get ahead of challenges that employees are having within their organization. And this gives us an opportunity to do that. Traditionally, HR management in organizations has waited for the complaint, and our processes are very much structured around that. But with Jeff's leadership and a lot of thought put into this, this will allow us to engage before employees feel like the organization or their relationship with their manager or other staff members has gotten to the point where they file a formal complaint.
Is this a software program? Or?
It is not. So we are. It's and I'll actually ask Jeff to come up here if he wants to speak a little bit more about it.
Hold one
in
second.
brief, but
Because of the time, we are way over time.
okay.
So he doesn't have to, we can talk about it
Yeah.
at a later time.
Yeah.
But
So
we're supposed to be finished.
Let me
Happy
just
to talk about
add, and many of y'all know I have an HR background, and so I was a certified mediator for the county. The goal of that is to do two things. One is an employee retention tool, because people don't usually leave because they leave because they're mad. So if we can solve issues at this lowest level in talking, obviously, employee complaints, employee disciplinary actions, all those types of things, employee conflict takes up a lot of the workday. And so trying to deal with it at its lowest levels and more informal way, this is like train the trainer. So you have 20,000, you train some, then management gets trained, and hopefully those workplace incidents are reduced. So I think it's a good investment, 20,000, and we really can train everybody through different, you know, your service areas would be impacted. You wouldn't have to all come to central HR, they could do it within their department. So Alderwoman Shabazz, Alderwoman Lanier, and then that's it.
Thank you all so much for all the work that you've done. I just want to just make a highlight, because I actually walk into the Farm Street building quite often, and I just want to thank our chief for your, she's a chief for your leadership, and also Mrs. Judy Jones for just sitting up at the top of that revenue department and bringing the morale. And you know, I'm in there and I see the difference of everybody in there. So I just want to just give a big shout out to you in bringing our revenue department just up above the bar. Thank you so much. And yeah. And also, City Manager, thank you so much for not doing away with Dr. Brown, because I'm glad that, you know, without federal administration.
That wasn't happening. That wasn't happening.
I know that's right, Mr. Mayor.
Equity still means something here.
That's right. So thank you. I'm just happy about it, that Dr. Brown is just meeting the levels too. And everybody else, Mrs. Carter, and some of y'all just new. I don't know you. So thank y'all so much for everything.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lanier.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Christie, will the waterworks stabilization be completed in '26?
The stabilization for the waterworks building should be completed sometime in 2027. I don't have the exact schedule in front of me, but we can get that to you.
Yeah, okay.
I think it should take about a year, and I think we're planning to take it to council in Q1, so probably beginning of '27.
About a year. I know when we work in local government, things take longer, they cost more, because I could not ride in a certain part of Savannah in a couple of weeks, and when I go back, got a whole hotel, a whole building built. And in the private sector, it seemed like things just happen so much faster. And the sidewalk paving list, may not come under you all, I don't know, y'all been changing up pretty quickly. Hopkins Street is in the 5th district. It's on the 1st district list in the book, but I mentioned that earlier, but that needs to be corrected there. Also, on page 12, with the parks, recreation, and community centers, please consider separating the splash pads and the swimming pools. They're two separate things, and we got one, everything else is separated, all of the other facilities, and we got that kind of lumped, 16. So you can't really look at that and tell how many are splash pads and how many are swimming pools. And there was I think it was in our SPLOST, some monies for a municipal building. And is that the municipal building on Oglethorpe that will be adjacent to the Johnny Mercer, or
No, ma'am, it's
No?
for another building at the Floyd Adams complex.
Okay. Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. Think y'all did a good job. Seisha, for your first time up with the budget here, and I think you knocked it out of the park.
Thank you, ma'am, I appreciate it.
Welcome aboard, Station. Glad to have you. Thank y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. So we're not going to adjourn, but Mr. Manager, if you have any closing comments for today, again, well, let you go ahead and then I'll finish up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to appreciate council for the discussion today. I know we took copious notes. We heard the feedback. We appreciate the honest and frank conversation with us and amongst yourselves. And we will endeavor to be able to provide some feedback to those questions and to the parking lot items as we move through this budget season. We will be prepared on the 25th, if not sooner, to go through the remaining items on the agenda for today, which is the enterprise funds and debt service from David Maxwell, from the proposed budget framework from Melissa, as well as the 5-year capital plan overview from Melissa as well. And Mayor, we'll wait for instruction from you and council on how you'd like to engage further on the budget proposal as we move through to adoption. So we're just very, very appreciative and thankful for all of council's engagement and comments today, and appreciate y'all allowing us to get through all of our service center presentations today.
No, Jay, I thank you and for you and for your entire team. As I've said before, and I've been here long enough, this is a conversation. And the conversation not only involves us talking, but it also involves us listening. And so today was an opportunity for us to listen to what I thought was a very well thought out, very succinct budget recommendation based on the things that our community and our council has told you through our strategic plan that council adopted that we wanted. So, you know, I think today was day well spent. I think, and what you and I'll do, because this week is going to be a wash for the most part, but you and I'll get together, we'll look at this in terms of the deep dive, and if we just need to pull another day in to go through whatever else council wants to discuss, we could do that. Or the areas that we need to make sure that council has enough time to discuss in the public space, because we have to do it in the public space, then we'll go ahead and we'll do that. And we'll, again, as I said before this morning, we'll put in as much time as we need to between the first reading and the second reading to make sure that council has had the opportunity to express what they wish to express. To council, I'll just remind you that when we adopted our GPS plan, we have married ourselves to how our budget goes forward, because it's married to the goals that our community has set. And so whereas before we would kind of arbitrarily go through, well, we want more money here, ultimately here, this has to be, and it should be, and we've agreed that it would be aligned within our plan. And so, you know, for that, you know, again, we'll get to some of this stuff, but I do thank you, Jay. I thank Taffany and team for, you know, having tough skin and for being receptive. And certainly, I hope and trust that our, you know, the goal of this is for us to have a better city. And this is a collaborative process. We can't do it without you, and you can't do it without us. And none of us can do it without our citizens. So, so council, I'll get with Jay, and by midweek, we'll have extra days. If you, for us to do that, we can extend our workshops into super sessions. To do that, again, we can put in a whole nother day. Well, I mean, you know, we'll have a whole nother event, you know, to allow you, because again, we want everybody, you have to feel comfortable with your budget. It's your budget. And so, but again, I just appreciate all of you, and all of you, big round of applause to all of you. Your work doesn't change because you have to sit here and listen to us go back and forth all day. Let me tell you how much we appreciate all of you and what you do. You know, it just, we're a great city. We're the greatest city on earth because we have the greatest colleagues. And I don't say employees, I say colleagues, because we all play our roles. So I'm very, very appreciative of you. So that being said, we won't adjourn. We will just continue it until the 25th, when David and Melissa have more time to go ahead and get ready. So that all being said, we stand in recess until the 25th. For those of you traveling, safe travels. God bless.
Morning, Savannah. All right, you are the last to have out here in our citizen engagement here.
My name is Helena, and I live in District 6. I'm very surprised. It's an amazing event that the city has put together, and it's very informative.
I love the event. It was wonderful. All the different departments were here. Yeah, I really liked it. I didn't know that the City of Savannah was doing things like this to keep us as citizens informed. I feel like they care about us. I feel like the City of Savannah really cares about the community. They're interested in our opinions. And I love that. I feel cared about, and to me, that's important.
Speak out, Savannah!
With nearly 70 participants, the first gathering of young ladies came to grow and glow with much enthusiasm and open minds, which led to a wonderful day of connecting and learning. They were given a safe place to express themselves with people they felt understood their life difficulties. This first meeting opened the door for conversation about things that really matter to the young ladies in our community. With no judgment and a feeling they could be vulnerable, the young ladies and their leaders were able to share in a day of love and hope for a better future.
I had a wonderful day today. I'm always looking for opportunities to be able to be a part of my community, and today was all kinds of voices from all over Savannah coming just to uplift one another and support one another, and it was better than I imagined.
This was a great program. Like, it was very enlightening.
I love seeing all the different generations together helping each other work through everyday life problems and creative life.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought it was amazing when I first walked into the room. I was like, oh my gosh, where did all of these girls, teen girls come from? And just to be in the midst was just empowering for me also. So I'm grateful for the invite. Thank you. It was awesome. You guys did a great job.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful walking in and seeing all of the generations in here, all of the young, beautiful black girls, and all of the different corporations and businesses from around Savannah, like Hugs, Sweep It Up, Mary's Place, like everybody was here sharing their gems and their love, and it was just so beautiful.
Yo, this today was really good. I like how inviting it was. It was very informative about other resources in our community, while also getting deep into our emotions and self-esteem and making us feel confident in the real world.
There was so much love and seeds were planted today, and I can't wait to see what sprouts out of it.
Growing low. Growing low.
My name is Marcus Wilson, and I am a battalion chief with Savannah Fire Department. So what this event is going to do is going to highlight the actual dorm room, and it brings to light of what actually a fire would do in the event if it broke out inside their dorm room. So what we have found is doing this community engagement at this age group starts generating interest in what the next level of their life could be. Whether they take a public safety aspect into their life or career. We have drawn some students into the career field that we have. And it's a real big thing to get out and show them what it is to be a public safety educator, like what we're doing. It's part of being a public safety employee. Typically in events like this, each year this has gotten bigger, so it really does attract a lot of the students here. And they really get involved with that. So tonight, what we're going to do for the fire demonstration, when it gets a little bit darker, we are going to light two different fires. The first fire is going to be in a dormitory setting, in a room that has a sprinkler activated head. So when the fire gets to 135 degrees in that little small confined area, you're going to see that head pop off, and it's going to extinguish the fire, not all the way, but it keeps it in check until we can get there and really mop up, what we call mop up, and extinguish the rest of the fire, do a little bit of overhaul, make sure the fire is completely out. Once we're done with that scenario, we will move to the far side of that, and we will light a fire in a room that is unsprinkled. And we will allow that to grow in the incipient stage to the growth stage and get fully developed. Well, you'll see it where it consumes the entire compartment area and everything inside of it, to where we allow it to actually flash over. And then a crew will come in, full response, emergency mode like they were normally responding, and they will extinguish the fire. So it really gives the people here, spectators, a full sense of how long it takes us to get the call to the dispatch, 911 dispatch center, our response within 4 minutes of getting on scene, and then how quickly we can get the fire attacked and extinguished to show our efficiency.
Hi, my name is Deshante Chisholm, and I'm the clinician for the Savannah Police Department's Behavioral Health Unit.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Kavanaugh, the unit supervisor of the SPD Behavioral Health Unit. And here with me, I have Goose, which is our therapy dog in training. So Goose comes to work with me every single day. He's there to help calm people's anxiety, basically just take pets and just to be there in a moment of need. The Behavioral Health Unit is for everyone in our community. And we're here to stop the recidivism for people experiencing mental health crisis and going to jail. A person in crisis could be anyone. They haven't been able to get their medications refilled, they're going through a divorce, financial struggles, a domestic situation, or something as simple as a breakup. What may be a crisis to you or me may not be for them, or vice versa. So anything can be a mental health crisis, and we're there to meet them exactly where they are and connect them to proper resources.
So as the clinician, I ride with the officers to the scene and I'm able to assess the situation to determine if the individual just needs resources in the community, needs to go to a mental health facility, or if we can help to de-escalate with their current crisis. A lot of times we are collaborating with other agencies within the community to see what is the best fit for the client. When someone is suicidal, it doesn't 100% lead to hospitalization. And I think that is a big factor that most families don't understand.
We work 6 days a week. We have an on-call 7 days a week. We're always reachable. If you know someone in need of our services, reach out. You can give us a call or you can send us an email. We can conduct follow-ups and we can come help educate and find local resources that you may be in need of. It's never too soon to ensure the safety of a friend, family, or loved one.
Day by day. We get better and better. Till we can't be beat. And we won't be beat.
The city's first annual girls flag football season kicked off this spring with 2 introductory clinics that set the stage for an incredible inaugural year. 6 teams battled through the summer heat, showing outstanding dedication, sportsmanship, and teamwork week after week as they competed for a spot in the championship game and a very big trophy. As the only all-girls recreational flag football league in the city, this program has laid a strong foundation for the growth of girls flag football in Savannah. Beyond the field, the league emphasizes community, confidence, and camaraderie, proving that the future of flag football is bright in Savannah.
The city's 100 days of summer has been incredible. With so much to do, the time has really flown by. The city had so much to offer for kids of all ages, from specialty camps, summer athletic programs, art, and aquatics. Summer of 2025 was one for the record books.
I'm Laura Walker. I work in the City of Savannah Water Resources Department, and I'm here today to talk about our Storm Drain Art Contest Phase 2. Storm Drain Art is really important because we wanted to